Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 381. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, you're beaming in from New York in your old space wearing a Crash Bandicoot shirt in which he's holding a Snapple, a glass bottle Snapple.
No, this is actually still the new plastic bottle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what this shirt flummoxed me when I saw it because I was like, that's clearly a 90s Crash design and that's clearly a 2010s plastic bottle. I must have it. It's a distressing combination of images to me, which is crazy because I was in a New York taxi cab like not even a couple hours ago, and I'm scrolling through like music. I'm just kind of trying to pass the time, and my it just cuts out. I think like there was like something weird with like the connection. I was like, oh, weird, okay. And then I hear in the taxi cab through some like news radio that the guy's listening to, news for Snapple fans. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's insane. First of all, like what could possibly? And they're like, they're bringing the glass back in New York City for a limited time today.
Interesting.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah, that is interesting. That's
weird. So I'm gonna go on a scavenger hunt later.
Sounds fun.
Get as much of those bad boys as possible.
You got to get that pop when you turn it over and boop with your wrist. Oh my god! And the top pops. It's the best.
There's nothing like it. I still have a couple that I just refuse to open, like in this basement. And I was just like,
it's like we got like glass bottle like holiday season Coca-Cola in like the late 80s, like a 6-pack, and my dad like just kept it forever thinking it was like valuable. Oh, there it is. Yeah. God. Yeah, man. Just popping it. Boom. Dude, right in the bottom was a tradition.
This thing's probably like a grenade though. I feel like if I open this, it would explode.
That's too bad. The glass bottle was everything.
Yeah.
You know,
it makes everything better, I think.
Remember the Snapple lady? What's she doing now?
Snapple lady?
Yeah, it was like a commercial. It was like a huge commercial series, like in the 90s.
Oh, I must have been too young for that.
Yeah, it was like a whole. No, I'll show. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Snapple was thoroughly unassociated with anything when I was growing up. Outside of just like, I think the commercials were just like, I think it was just the bottles were like sentient. They weren't even like anthropomorphized or anything. It was just like literally just like they just put a glass bottle on like a skateboard and they would be doing skateboard tricks or some shit. It was weird.
I put in the chat. Her name was Wendy Kaufman. She was the spokesperson for Snapple. And
I don't remember this
because Snapple was originally located on Long Island. It was a Long Island product. They moved to Texas, York, I think, at some point.
Yeah.
And so she would like she would always be on the commercials and like and she like pretended like it was like she worked there.
Oh wait, why do I? It's Celebrity Fit Club.
Yeah, Celebrity Fit Club. Yeah, she was on Celebrity, which was a banger. Celebrity Fit Club was a banger. Oh, I loved that.
Yeah, God bless.
Well, it's good to see you. I know you texted last night. I was in the garage burning one down, and I got a text message from you saying that your flight was severely delayed.
Yeah,
glad to have you here. That's a mitigating factor as far as I'm concerned. So if you need to top out because you're tired or whatever, I totally understand.
It's all good.
But it's good.
I caught, I think, just the right amount of Z's, on the plane, on the train here, and then just a little before the show. I should be fine.
Okay,
and I should be suitably tired by the end of the day, so I'm not like my schedule's not all fucked up. That was the important thing for me.
Yeah, good. All right, well, we're glad you could make it. Good to see you, Dustin Furman, executive producer. I'm wearing my Mega Man thing here. So
are you ready to bust?
I'm ready to bust.
With your buster?
Speaking of that, like this thing's begging to be fucked. Look at this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe later. How are you today?
That's the
Go ahead.
That's like those water toys. Do you know what I'm talking about? From the 90s.
Same more. It
was like a squishy water toy.
The thing that like held all the water, and then is that what you're talking about?
I can't remember what it's called, but it had two, very questionable holes.
Yeah. A butthole.
It's funny. I know exactly what you're talking about. I also cannot remember the name of it.
No one knows what they're called. So, but I'm doing just fine. Now, dog update. Frisk went to the vet yesterday, got her teeth cleaned.
I heard about this.
and quite a few teeth taken out.
Yeah, man. I was wondering, this is going to be a lot of damage, I think, for your finances, unless you have some sort of...
Honestly, not bad, because they estimate, when they give you an estimate, they're like, well, it depends on how many teeth, which ones. It can be anywhere between $1,000 and $3,000.
Right.
Walked out of there, $900.
Not bad.
Which is not, I mean, spending $900 is not fun.
Dude, getting 10, what was it, 10?
It was 10 teeth.
That's a lot of teeth.
Now,
for $900, that's a fucking bargain bin. You should, if you ever have to get a tooth removed in the future, you go there.
Yeah, I should go there. This is a thing so I didn't know this until my parents had their first very small dog, Neko. May he R.I.P. in peace.
I know, R.I.P. in peace. I loved him.
Small dogs just have bad teeth. And you can we buy these like really nice, not just like normal greenies. They're like special. I think they're called Oravet. They're like $1 a piece. We give her those every day. We really try to take care of her teeth. She won't let us brush them. We have tried. We have lost this battle multiple times, but so yeah, her teeth are getting a little bad, but she's just been, we've talked about this on the show where it's like, she goes to the vet, then she wakes up, she's missing 10 teeth and she's in severe pain and she hasn't eaten in over 24 hours. It's just like complete misery. Mm-hmm. It's like, listen, it's okay. I feel bad for her, but
yeah, it's for your health.
Right. She's doing very good today.
Good.
It's cute when they're all drugged up. Mm. They're like, when you take them out, don't just let them wander. They'll get lost in the yard from the drugs. So you have to like take them out on a leash and try to take care of her. So she's doing good. Other than that, though, just the same old. I wanted to ask you, Colin, you did some travel that I heard. I don't want to say ended in chaos, but ended in a way that you didn't expect with some driving, right?
Yeah, it was annoying. We went to Long Island. It was great. The party was great. It's good to see everybody. And then so there was like a nor'easter that appeared and it was like coming up the coast. And it was supposed to be like really bad. This is the frustrating thing. It was supposed to be really bad. Obviously the rain is not even a problem. If you know anything about air travel, it's really the wind and the wind shears. So if you can take off in like 20, 25 mile per hour, and if you're flying in like a fucking 787 max or whatever, 37 max, it would take off in higher wind, but we're flying in these little puddle jumpers. And so there's just no prayer based on what they were saying that we were going to be able to get out at the time. So we just rented a car and drove down, but it was like this whole, first of all, the plane didn't get fucking canceled. It got delayed by 15 minutes and still flew. So we didn't need to do this at all. But it was in like the late afternoon, early evening. And I was like, we would have just had to sit there and wait at LaGuardia and like worry that we weren't going to get on, that we had to get a hotel and all this kind of stuff. It was just annoying, but it was fine. And then it didn't rain basically one drop the entire trip.
Damn it.
It was all like, I just, meteorology, man. It's interesting because I'm sympathetic. It's a difficult thing. I don't think anyone really truly understands the climate at all. And all the different things that go into it. But yeah, it was annoying, but it was a nice trip there and, kind of short, but good to be there. And yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to really report. It's good to be back. I don't like when travel lingers, in a week or two coming up to it, when you have to go somewhere, it's like, oh God, got to break out. I got to leave my house. Come on, man. It's a little much, but yeah, everything else went well. But my birthday was on Tuesday and that was fun just to gotta get that out of the way because I'm also not a big fan of my birthday. I'm 41 now. It's like an inauspicious kind of boring year. It's going to be like that for a few years. And then, but I did ask Micah if she would join me at Waffle House for my birthday. So we went to Waffle House for like a afternoon breakfast. That's all I wanted. And I don't like it's nice. She got me some nice things and I always appreciate that, but I've never, since I was a kid, been into getting gifts. And I don't like my birthday. I don't like the focus on me. It's nice to hear from a bunch of different people, but yeah, so uneventful week, but yeah, back in the fold here in Virginia, no travel for the rest of the year, which is nice. And yeah, that's it. Chris, how long are you in New York for?
I don't really know. I'm kind of playing it by ear. I got this flight with miles, so I figured if I'm paying with miles, I might as well just kind of keep it flexible, not be locked into a particular rigid kind of thing. But the wedding that I'm here for is on Saturday. I might stay a little bit longer. Some people have reached out, been like, "Oh, hey, you're in town. Let's catch up." So I might I definitely want to be home by like the 24th. You know,
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't want to be gone. I don't want to be gone too long.
New York.
But I do like it here. I immediately got a bagel when I got in.
Oh, yeah, it's the best.
Oh, it's crazy. It's such a bland. It's such a bland food that you think like, how could this possibly be worse in other places? But it is.
It always is. It always
is
Very
somehow.
weird. Same thing with we got pizza one night. You know, my dad ordered like a bunch of pies, and we were just all at the house of the family, and I was like, God, this is so good.
Yeah,
it's like why can't we have pizza like this everywhere? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
and yet you just can't get it.
Pizza here tastes like how you feel like it, like how it looks like it tastes in like Ninja Turtles cartoons.
Right.
You know, where it's just like, damn,
so good.
It just works. I haven't had pizza yet, but I undoubtedly will engorge myself.
The bagel thing's funny because I left the room in my backpack to bring a dozen bagels home, but then because of all of the travel issues, I'm like, well, we can't, stop and get them. So, alas, my dad will come down in November. I think he always brings a lot of bagels for us. All right. Well, it's good to be here with you guys, both of you, and all of you out there as well. Hope everyone's doing well, enjoying their fall, or I guess, what is it, spring in Australia? Because it's upside down.
It's all wrong over there.
Yeah, a little strange.
It actually it enraged me when I learned that was true. That like it's completely like the seasons are completely reversed down there because it feels like something that doesn't make sense. Like I'm not a science guy at all, right? But like it feels like that sounds like fantasy world rules. Oh, it's the upside down part of the world, so naturally the seasons are in reverse. It sounds like a preschool kind of like, or like a first grade understanding of how the world works, but it actually is.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's all about the axial tilt and like the wobble and the wobble of the planet, which is interesting. Like if the planet just revolved on its axis, rotated on its axis, there would be no seasons. It would just be the same everywhere. Well, not everywhere on Earth. It would be different. It would be permanently different depending on where you are. Anyway, because there are parts of the moon that I think NASA's interested in that has a lot of water ice on the surface because it never gets sunlight ever because of the nature of like the mountains and like the way that it covers, like the shadows are just like millions and billions of years of just shadow. It's fucking so strange. And meanwhile, our seasons just vacillate and change constantly. It's really interesting. It's not really interesting, I guess, but it's interesting. It's interesting nonetheless. Well, it's good to be here with everyone. This is a PlayStation podcast. It's called Sacred Symbols. We go live each and every week. You can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do the show without the many thousands of you that support us over there. We appreciate it. Early ad-free access, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show via the threads in the newsfeed for this show and all the other shows. Sacred Symbols threads go live on the newsfeed on Patreon on Wednesday afternoon and are deleted Thursday afternoon. Discord access, if you want to join that madness. RSS feeds, if you'd rather send your podcast to the podcast app of your choice, you can connect to Spotify as well. Much more over there. Josh Bailey wrote in, said, gentlemen, this is by no means an important question, but it is still one I think it is worth asking. Has LSM stopped cutting in bloopers after the Patreon credits? I always enjoyed it when there was the occasional little extra after the credits. However, I have not noticed one added to any of the particular shows I listen to in some months. Is this something that is still done, or do I just need to set my expectations as to avoid any future disappointments? The only disappointment I have, Josh, with you is your double spacing. Dustin, what is going on with the bloopers? Didn't you just put one in the show recently?
I did. I was thinking about it when I was reading over the notes, and I think I only threw it in the video version.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't know why I did that.
A little bit of laziness.
Yeah, it was 100% all that extra effort to copy and paste in the audio version. It was laziness, not just throw this in.
Well, that's a little confusing just because wouldn't you get the whole video set and then take the audio off the video?
No.
I don't know your process.
Yeah, well, it mainly is that they are separate timelines because the video version normally has an add-in in it. Yeah, so
gotcha.
They have to be separated. But the truth, really is we don't really have very many bloopers to cut in. And even if there was sometimes when we make a cut or whatever, like someone needs to get up for something or we have to stop for a second, it's not funny. It's like, you don't... Some people love to hear any possible mistake or whatever behind the scene, and that's cool. But I would say 85 to 90% of the time that we have to cut something, it is not funny.
Yeah, you're right.
when I watched last week's, the thing I cut at the end, I'm like, this is really not very funny. But people appreciate it, so I'll throw it in at the end of the video. So there's just really not that many. I'll put something at the end of this one, even whether it happens or not.
Oh, interesting.
Be ready for it. I'll make it up.
One. The truth is we're just such a well-oiled machine now that we just never fuck up.
Yeah, I don't make any mistake. Haven't made mistakes in years.
Yeah.
Dustin, I appreciate you doing that at the video. Josh, I'm sorry that Dustin treated you like a second-class citizen.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Switch over to YouTube and get YouTube Premium. Then this is the way to listen to podcasts. You get YouTube Premium, then you can watch it when you're eating or something, and then you have it on the go with the background audio. It's
God,
like
YouTube Premium is
way.
so good. It's such a no-brainer.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
was gonna say I don't like that the background audio is a forced. Like that's clearly. I think you used to be able to do background videos before Premium, and then they removed that feature and made it locked behind Premium.
Stop being poor.
I don't like that. I don't like the taking away a feature and paywalling it for anything. But I feel like that's the ultimate way to listen to podcasts.
I heard that famous Paris Hilton shot of her in a shirt that says "Stop being poor" or whatever is not real. And I was like, that's a disappointment because I always thought it was real for some reason.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. It's like a famous shot of her on like a stage or something.
Yeah. Okay. Here's an article on Vogue.
Oh.
It says that Paris Hilton stop being poor fashion moment, it never existed.
Yeah.
And then the rest is paywalled. So we'll just say that whatever they said is true.
I'm all good on the Vogue paywall, but yeah, it's good that we have that verified by those hard-hitting journalists. We were just talking about something. I wanted to say something. I don't remember what it was.
YouTube Premium.
Oh yeah, YouTube Premium. Awesome.
And podcasts.
Oh, that's what I was going to get to. Did I complain about ESPN Plus last week on the show? Because I got to just put this out there for the sports fans out there.
I don't think so.
ESPN Plus is $30 a month now. I swear to Christ, it was $10 a month last year when I had it. Like, because I get it for hockey because it has all the out of market hockey games, and I'm like, $30 a month, bro, for ESPN Plus. The fuck? Now I realize
that's competing with Game Pass now.
Right, exactly. Now it's true. Like any ESPN product is on it, so I think ESPN, ESPN2, like all that stuff you can. But I have that on cable. There's no option to not do that. And then they just have even more expensive options. It's like, oh, you want ESPN Plus and Hulu? You want ESPN Plus and Disney Plus? You want ESPN Plus and Disney Plus and Hulu? It's like, I just want the hockey games. In fact, all I want are the Islanders games and for Mike and the Bruins games. Could we work out a deal for that? No, $30 a month. Like, all right, that's great. And the Islanders are 0-3. So neither of my teams have won yet this year. It's fun. I don't know what the fuck's going on. By the way, so many people writing in about the Jets. And it's like, I don't want to bore the guys with too much Jets talk. But it's fucking brutal out there right now. It's brutal.
We got sports super chats on the stream on Monday.
Oh, you and Chris?
Because people were joking like, dude, send in sports chat for Dustin and Chris, and then a few people did it.
It's like your money, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like, do what you got to do.
Now, here's the thing, though: is you say it's brutal out there, but isn't it the story of the Jets that it's always kind of brutal?
Yeah, that's true. It's getting weird now. Like, I think that it's fun being in the fan base for so long and kind of getting older and having been a fan for many years, where there's like a real fatalism in the Jets fan base where I'm like, this is it's funny because it's all that's left. And I think what broke everyone was the Aaron Rodgers stuff. Because as you guys will recall, you just have to go back a few years when we got him a couple years ago. And I was like insanely euphoric about it. Where I was like, oh my God, like the guy's he's coming in, he's going to save us. This Hall of Fame, arguably one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, is choosing to play for us and knows what it means to us and talks all about it, about building a championship game and how downtrodden the fan base is. And so we were like, yeah. I mean, even Joe Namath, our most famous Jet ever, offered to unretire his number because Aaron Rodgers has the same number. That's like how big of a deal it was. And he said no, which was very smart. but no, thank you. But again, it all goes back to Namath in 1969. It all goes back to the deal with the devil he made. Everyone knows it. It's like becoming a thing where, and we must have talked about this on the show. Like, it's like, I love Joe Namath. I want him to live a long, healthy life. He's a Jet hero. He's like the most heroic Jet of all time, guaranteed the Super Bowl win, all of that. But unfortunately, the curse will only be broken when he dies. And I think a lot of people really feel that way. That like he made a deal with the devil to win that game that they had no business winning, and they won. And in return, it was like, and I love that whole idea. I mean, obviously it didn't happen, but like this whole supernaturalist idea of like he's in his bed in the Miami hotel room the night before. He's like, I did the craziest thing. I can't believe I promised we were going to win this game. We're going to get fucking killed. The Colts are so much better than us. And then like the devil appears in his room. Right. And he's like, Joe, I can help you. You know, in return, you're going to win tomorrow, but the team will never win again. Ever. You know?
Awesome concept. I love
it. And it's like people have long, like I've been hearing this story since the 90s, but now it's like the thing where everyone's like, this is crazy. Like a team shouldn't be this bad just by nature. You should pop up every once in a while. You should be good. You should make a good choice, hire a good coach. Like just everyone else makes the playoffs every so often. Everyone else like has a good team every so often. It's so funny, man.
It's interesting that you're a Jets fan, but the thing that's most interesting about this whole thing to me is how it relates to the space that we're in, because you're so unempathetic to Xbox fans, but they're kind of the Jets.
Yeah, they even share the same colors.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, they're the green team. They've been losing for.
They've never won.
About 12 years, about 12 years straight, which in internet space is like an eternity.
Right. And you would think that like some studio there would just shit something out that was amazing at some point. Right. And save them, but it never really happened.
It never seems to, even when it seems like it might, it never quite does. That's
yeah, it's like a monkey's paw situation. Yeah, so I know it's boring to a lot of people listening to the show, but it's such a huge part of my life. And it is like, I love how many people write in about it, because it's like, I don't know what you want me to say, dude. It's awful. And the thing is, and I know this is going to happen, is the Jets will lose like more games, but they're going to win a few games and fuck up their draft seeding. Because as you guys know, the worst teams get the best draft, get the draft first. So if the Jets have the worst record, they draft first. But they're going to like bang out a few meaningless wins. I know it. And they'll finish with like 5 wins and pick 7th. They'd be like, oh, good. Good.
I'm thinking about this Xbox comparison. Did Don Matrick, is he the one that made the deal with the devil?
For the 360 for this ephemeral kind of success? Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, listen, you're going to make arguably one of the most perfect generations of all time. And then you're fucked. In fact,
you have to pivot.
Machine.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Will be fucked at some point.
Well, he inherited
and then what was it? You have to pay, but
right?
you're going to have to turn it into a cable box.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's what I was going to say is like, but the next, when you do the next console, you have to lead with it being a television box.
Yeah.
And he's like, fine, whatever it takes. He didn't even worry about it. Yeah.
And Don Matrick in all of his hubris, he's like, of course. No problem.
Dustin, you were saying, did he inherit it? Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Because what's his name was the, why can't I think of it? He went.
Moore?
Peter Moore. There you go.
I mean, like that actually sounds like maybe a considerable deal, as having one of the best console generation. I feel like Don Matrick actually made the deal for the Kinect being a successful launch. He's like, well, that'd be great. But then he sacrificed the rest of the
right. He was like, I want
the Kinect.
Right, I want the Kinect to be. The Kinect was technically successful. I mean, it was kind of a laughing stock, but it sold really, really, really fucking well. I think I looked it up kind of recently because I was it was going to be one of the questions that I pulled for the Sacred
for your
League,
Jeopardy, yeah.
But it didn't end up making the cut. I was like, it's whatever. But I mean, like, how many units did this thing sell? And I'm like, oh shit, that's way more than I thought.
I think a lot of people knew it was going to be bad, but it was just too weird and interesting. And what was it, $100?
Yeah,
something.
it
It
an
wasn't-
optional $100 thing that does double as a webcam is kind of useful. I could see why. I was curious about it. I just knew intrinsically as like the kind of player that I was like, I don't care about this thing.
It was
The,
$150.
That's a bit much.
this is unbelievable. I actually didn't know this. So Kinect Adventures did come with Kinect, right?
Sounds right.
It sounds. That must be true.
Well, it's sold 24 million copies,
Yeah,
meaning
It has
that
to.
there are 24 million Kinects, I guess, which is kind of crazy if that's actually true.
and that's pre Xbox One like forced inclusion for the Kinect, by the way.
Yeah, it was
That's an
2010 it came out.
Yeah, so that means like many millions of people like willingly on purpose went out and bought that thing.
Definitely. And unbelievably, at 24 million units, it's one of the 50 best-selling video games of all time.
Wow.
Wild.
Hmm.
But
Pretty crazy.
yeah, Don Matrick got a successful Kinect, and he was like, all right, now it's going to tank the brand forever.
And he had to go to Zynga.
Yeah, and do the same thing over there.
Although he left to the fucking bang. I mean, was I saying it to Mike or someone? Like when he took over at Zynga, he still lived in Washington and would fly to San Francisco
Yeah.
on like a private jet. That guy didn't give a flying fuck. I'll tell you right now.
Well, he flew.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he flew.
He gave many flying fucks, but like not where it counted. He went to Xbox, he sunk it. He went to Zynga and he sunk it. We're waiting for the third one. We're waiting for the Don Matrick hat trick. That's what we're waiting for.
The match
Number 3.
All right. Where are we here? Oh, well, you brought up Sacred streaming. You guys just streamed Battlefield on Monday. Thank you for doing that. I wasn't there. And I'm excited to see the Lockmort cut down of it. I tuned in a little bit. First of all, Dustin, you got your dream.
Well, partial.
This was your dream.
It wasn't
understand.
fully fulfilled.
How come?
Well, I'd like to have Brad and maybe one other person, and I want to play friend slot game like Peak or what's Repo maybe
Mario Party.
Mario, dude. Well, you should be there for Mario Party.
Yeah, I'm a Mario Party. I'm a veteran of the Mario Party wars.
Yeah, we should. I mean, I'm down to do that on Monday. I'll do that any day.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I'm ready to break out Mega Man now. And but that can be held forever because what I really want to do is just see like we go live at 1, right? And let's say we can even try to like we'll be live no later than 7. Can I just beat the 6 NES Mega Man games in this time frame? Which I definitely can. We wouldn't be there nowhere near till 7. So that's kind of something I want to do at some point, but we can hold it. I don't have Mario Party. I don't even know how would we even. Oh, I guess it's. I'm so like out of Nintendo culture now. I'm like, how are we gonna play Mario Party? You know, like because I'm so used to playing it with people in person. Because that was like the whole thing. You know, and I was earnestly about to say like, how are we gonna play Mario Party?
Yeah.
So, which one do you want to play? Oh, I guess it's got to be one of the newer ones. I'm not familiar with, I guess.
I have Jamboree. That's the newest one that people like quite a bit.
But do we all have to have a copy of it to join an online game?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
This is Nintendo, man. We could do
that
on
makes
Nintendo
perfect
Switch
sense, of course.
Online. They have the old ones.
Oh, that would be interesting.
I think they have 1, 2, and 3 on the Nintendo 64 app.
Those are
I don't know
that I remember the most.
I'm wondering how the multiplayer is on I've never done multiplayer on their old console stuff. I would assume it's good. I've never heard anyone complain about it, but so that's an option. And also we already all have that as long as you have Switch Online.
Yeah, I have Switch Online because I like playing some of the stuff on the virtual console. I mean, it's like I've said it a million times, but I just can't believe people bitch about that online service. It's like you're out of your fucking mind. I look at it, I'm like, dude, this is awesome. This is awesome. I can't even believe how many games are on here. I was like, dude, like what? Like when I was going through the games, like how do they even get the license to some of this shit? They're doing a great job, or they're doing way better than Sony.
Yeah.
Now there's like a bunch of Japanese shit on there. It's like when I go on there, I'm like, this is great. That complaint doesn't resonate with me at all. I would have died for a service like that when I was in the fanboy trenches. You know, on Wii, buying your fucking virtual console games for $5 a piece locked to the console.
Yep.
Dark times.
It's crazy that we did that. Like, I was, not only did I do that, I was ready to do it. Ready, willing, and able. Where I was like, oh my God, I'm downloading all this shit. I can't believe this.
I'm going to have my Wii forever.
Yeah, and I would get like the stupidest shit. Like, oh yeah, I really want to play Ice Climber. Like, what are you doing? But I have that Wii still. Because
I do too.
I was right behind you.
Yeah, it's right there. I have 2.
Oh, wow. It was the Wii was both a really good machine and a really bad machine. The sideways Wiimote controller as an NES controller, and then later the premium kind of like SNES style controller they did was pretty awesome.
It's a weirdly elegant little machine.
It is. It's very that white mid-aughts electronics.
Yeah.
Because it started, remember, like PC started kind of like off-white and white, then got gray. Sony was a huge proponent of like the gray machine in the late 90s, and then machines got black. IBM had like a whole line, I remember, of like these really beautiful black IBM PCs, and PS2, and then things got white.
Apple.
Right.
Yeah.
The clean electronic look. Now we have a PlayStation that looks like a vagina. Let's just be honest about it. So excited to see the new one though. Butt Stuff Actual wrote in and said, hey there, gents. Colin, can LSM introduce Sacred Sports where you record or stream yourself watching a Jets game? Lockmore can then sync the footage along with the highlights, lowlights of the game so that your audience can be alongside you to experience the misery that is Jets football. I, for one, would have loved to see a reaction to how the Jets ended up with -10 passing yards last week. Just something to think about. Thanks for all you do. What's funny about I need to keep something for myself, but also you don't want to see that. And also, I missed most of that game last week. It's the first time I've missed a Jets game in many years. And I did catch some of it because we were renting the car and it was on the TV in the place and we were there for a while. So I did see some of it, but gladly I missed it. I was keeping up with it on my phone, but so I wasn't there. And by the way, I want them to lose now. I don't think you guys understand that. It's like, I don't want them to win now. It's like, there's no reason for them to win. They should start losing so they can get a better more draft capital. So, well, like I said, they'll start winning.
All entire season and not won an entire game?
No, the Jets have gone 1-15 and 2-14, but or 2-15. But a team has. The Lions did in maybe 10 years ago. Now they were 0-16, and that was the first time that's ever happened. Yeah.
Ouch.
Teams usually get 1 or 2 wins a year at least. Like that's where the term "any given Sunday" comes in, where it's like really it's a battle on paper until it happens, and then weird shit happens sometimes. So. All right, Sacred Symbols Plus is going strong. Bunch of really great games coverage recently. So you guys did Silent Hill F. Dustin, you led that Silent Hill F conversation. Maddie and I sat down for a deep conversation about Chronos: The New Dawn, which is an awesome survival horror game that I highly recommend. I sat down to talk with our lawyer friend Rick Hogue all about the Electronic Arts deal with the trifecta of entities that is trying to acquire it, including the Saudis' private investment fund and our public investment fund, the exact opposite. I'm going to sit down for this next episode. I'm excited about this. Cog just went to Japan. He was there for a while. Never been. Huge old school gamer, an older gamer like me, even older, more like Dagan. So has been in the game for so long. And we've all had this affinity for Japan, obviously, through the culture that we share with them, the media, of course. And I want to kind of interview him about his time there. Now, Dustin, I was curious if you wanted to join us. You're more than welcome, but you don't have to. But it seems like you would be great for that conversation.
I feel like the audience has heard me talk about Japan now I guess we'd be asking Cog about stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want you to talk about your trip to Japan. I want you to. I was thinking you would know the right questions to ask, perhaps. You don't have to be there. It's just an offer. I don't care.
I'll think.
You obviously don't want to do it. It's fine. You don't want to do it.
I'm trying to think. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. Because you're recording tomorrow now, right?
Yeah, tomorrow, right? The day this goes live.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'll let you know.
Sorry, you don't want to do it. It's fine. You don't want to do it.
All right, then I'm not doing it. I was considering it, but now
you weren't considering it. Trooper Farva wrote in and said, hey, gents. Red Letter Media rotating chair member Jack Packard is part owner of Second Wind and used to run previously recorded. Colin knows guys at Second Wind. Therefore, Rich Evans on Sacred Plus when? All the best. Dude. I would die to have Rich Evans on the show. What a legendary character.
Mm-hmm.
Love all those guys, but he's my favorite for sure.
Yeah.
He's funny. So funny. The laugh. So good. You had shared that thing recently of them watching something. Oh, the Resident Evil movie. And a lot of people, I saw that clip and I was like, this is even a little much for me. And I think a lot of people were turned off to Red Letter Media that don't know them by you showing them that video, thinking that that's what it really is like, when it's really not quite like that.
No.
That's like out of control, Rich Evans. Like completely out of control.
Yeah. It's funny that it happened because it happened so sparsely.
Right, exactly. But that laugh, they're just so, I've said it a million times, I'm so jealous of them. They're so talented. They're so good. They have such a good thing going. There are and I'm not trying to be a dickhead, there are just very few media outlets of any kind in any space, even parallel to ours, where I'm like, I don't care what you're doing and I'm not that impressed. You know, compared to like what I think we do. I think we do a great job. I'm like, these guys are fucking experts of the craft. Yeah. Just completely 100%. Yeah.
It is. They used to do the write-in mentions previously recorded. That was Red Letter Media's gaming channel. And it's crazy to think they used to do that. I've seen some of it. It was good. So Rich Evans, he's a legit gamer.
Yeah, he is. And
so it's not impossible, but unlikely. I think they do very, very few appearances anywhere else. Like, I think they were on like Macaulay Culkin's podcast because they collaborate with him on episodes and stuff. And they were on an episode of Smiling Friends, multiple episodes of Smiling Friends, actually.
Yeah, that's right. They were on one episode, and then Mike was in the first with the pilot.
Yeah, that's
yeah. They're all great.
His voice is perfect. It's like Mike's voice is so
yeah.
What?
I just like how he and Rich, like that's a voice they've been doing, I think, since they were kids, and so they both kind of have their own versions of it, and it both kind of goes off. I want to see more of the old shit they did together. I haven't seen a lot of it, like the truly old like camcorder. They were like film nerds. In that when Web 1.0 thing, when you were doing it for yourself. Like I have shit like that too, not for movies necessarily, but like me and my friends used to record like comedy skits and do all sorts of shit like for no reason. Like who is ever going to see it? I understand.
Just to do it
now, you know, but
yeah,
we would just do it for ourselves with like these really fine edits my friend would do on like his Apple, and it's so strange. Anyway, Trooper Farva, maybe one day. We'll get you that liter of cola ASAP. Merch, lasttimemedia.store. Copies of Herbroxia remain available. New Sacred sweatshirt still going? How many of these have you sold at this point?
I have no idea how many we've sold, but we have sold well past the required minimum to produce.
Yeah, Mike was saying we were over 200 now, but she's like, I haven't even really looked recently. I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah, so we've sold quite a few. They are still, if you're listening on Patreon, they are still available. If you're listening on Monday at the free feed, they're going to be up till like later in the eve. I'll leave it up all day Monday, and then it's going away so we can get them made, sent out to you guys. Also, if you're listening on Friday on Patreon or on Monday, we did a major restock of a lot of our stuff, so it's available if you're thinking about Christmas or whatever. You just want some stuff. We've restocked hats, shirts, and also we used to only have this as a limited print, but we have a full selection of stand down shirts that are back in the store because the pre-order was so popular and you guys have asked for them. So go get them. Buy
them or we're going out of business.
Yeah, we need it.
And that's all there is to it. I'll see to it. All right. On that high note, let's get to topics of discussion and stretch our legs a little bit before we get into the games news. There's a lot of games news, including some harrowing shit happening out there in the world. But we'll wait for that. Norman43 wrote in. We have a couple of these. I just wanted to shout some people out. He said, hey, CDC, just subscribed to Patreon. Been a lurker for years, but felt it was time to subscribe. I wanted to give a shout out to fellow listener and one of my best friends, Saxon Miller. I'm getting married on October 25th, and he will be one of my best men. Grateful to have him standing beside me on the big day and couldn't ask for a better friend. Isn't that sweet? I don't know why this would have ever come up. The name Saxon always reminds me of this guy. I won't say his last name. He had a great name, but I played hockey with a guy named Saxon when I was like on travel teams in middle school. And he was a goalie like I was, but he was like really rich, and he always had like the best equipment, like the nicest gear, but wasn't that good. And he used to bother the shit out of me. I'm like, I have like these secondhand leg pads and all this kind of stuff, and this guy, and I'm way better than this guy. So I always think of that when I see the name Saxon. Not Anglo-Saxon. I think about different things when I think about that. Because Saxon's a pretty strong name. It's a strong name. Saxon.
Yeah.
All right. Do you think he's called Saxon?
Sexy Saxon.
Sexy Saxon?
That's what they
There
call
you
him.
go. Nailed it. That's definitely a real nickname for those guys. Every Saxon.
Saxon Miller.
Saxon. Good old Saxon. I love Saxon.
Yeah.
He's so cool. I'm trying to figure out how to do him now because like he doesn't. I've been doing like a 2017 version of him for a long time because it's just fun to do. But like lately, he's more like I don't even know. He's like gaspy,
Right? And
He's
talking
old.
about
He's
how
old.
there's like this streak of
He's
him
no
being
spring
like,
chicken.
well, I don't know if I'm getting into heaven.
Oh, yeah,
And
I know. He's been really reflective about going to heaven.
I don't think I'm heaven bound, but I'm gonna try. I'll try. So it's a little different. It's hard. It's harder.
Yeah,
There was
there's like a
clip-
solemnness to it almost.
Yeah.
I don't know what the question was, but he was like, I'd like to be on the beach. With Joe Biden. And he's talking, he's like, my arms are bigger.
I'd like to be on the beach. My legs are bigger. My arms are bigger. He couldn't even pick up the lawn chair. He was crumbling under the pressure. You're not going to see me in Venezuela. You're not going to see me on the beach. Insane.
I was reading something about him recently where like some like journalist, it was like a liberal journalist too, which I thought was interesting, basically saying, you know, when they travel on the press pool or whatever on Air Force One, and they're basically like, dude is literally never sleeps. Like you'll just see him walking around at like 4 a.m. It's like, what are you doing?
Like a fucking cryptid.
Yeah,
It's
right.
insane.
It's so-
I did see one thing recently where he was like, the implication, I don't know if this is necessarily what he meant to imply, but I think because Erica Kirk was talking about Charlie or something, and then he came up afterwards and he was like, everybody's saying you prayed for his enemies. I'm like, is that the Charlie I know? I don't know. I don't really know. I never saw him do that or something. Like it's just like refuting, and it's like, why? That is such a genuinely psychotic thing to do. But
what a weirdo.
it's fun.
What a weird figure. People almost, in hindsight, just like, there's a real comedy to the moment. I'm sorry, there just is. You have to laugh or you'll cry.
Objectively.
Yeah, and like, I don't know that it'll even be believable in the future. Like how weird it got for a minute. Because I don't think it'll always be like this.
It'll either be believable or this will be the tamest it will ever be again. You know?
So funny.
Where like people realize that it's kind of like the model now. So like, I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be interesting having to explain all this, because presidents have had funny moments for sure. Like George Bush has had his moments, Obama's had his moments, Clinton's had his moments, like obviously, but like just daily, dude. I don't know. I never saw him pray for anybody. It's just so it's such a crazy thing to say about somebody.
Yeah, it's funny, man. There's so much to say. Yabba Dabba Goon wrote in, said, "Dear CDC, I'm writing to you from my seat on a plane soaring towards Las Vegas, where my fiance and I are set to elope this Saturday. I'd love if you could give my future wife a shout out. She's a huge fan of the show, especially the unhinged first hour. Thanks for all the awesome content you guys deliver. Wishing you a fantastic weekend. Love." Or I'm sorry, he doesn't say love. He says cheers from the goons, but love as well. Cheers from the goons.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Now you're set
Mr.
to
and Mrs.
elope.
Goon.
Is it when does the elope take place? Because I feel like he has eloped and now they're getting married. Isn't eloping like the act of disappearing? That's
what I thought.
Me too. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know the exact definition of it, I guess.
Yeah, I always thought an elopist is made when they disappear, when they vanish to go do it.
Right.
But they haven't done it yet.
Right,
You can elope before you're married.
So on Google, which this says it's sourcing Oxford Languages, just so you know, it's not Gemini.
Right.
It says, run away secretly in order to get married.
Right. In order to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And it says, especially without parental consent.
Right. Yeah,
now,
right.
Yeah, so you've already eloped.
Where are they getting married in Vegas, though? Obviously, the first choice that people think of is the Elvis marriage, but there's also the Taco Bell marriage now. Right.
Which is awesome.
And I think that sounds great.
Hell yeah, dude. That's so awesome.
Get a crunch wrap, get the little cinnamon twists, a cinnamon twist cake, maybe.
Yeah.
Some Baja Blast.
Right. All Pepsi products. Yeah.
Sounds great. I would do it.
Yeah. Well, this is what second and third marriages are for, I guess. You know, we get a little bit crazy with it.
Yeah. It's not the same getting like a vow renewal or the act of the remarriage thing. It's just not the same.
Right.
You're just
renewing your vows. Yeah. 10 years is usually when and you guys didn't renew your vows, right?
I think renewing vows is kind of weird, in my opinion, because a vow is a vow. Right. It shouldn't need to be renewed.
Right. It's like you're notarizing it again. It's like, we get it. It already happened.
Yeah. I think you could do something cool, like a celebration of 10 years, an anniversary celebration. And if anyone wants to renew their vows, whatever. You do you. Holly and I have been like, why we made the vow.
Dustin's just wondering if you've been lying the first 10 years. That's all.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And whenever there's like a renewal of the vow ceremony, I'm always kind of thinking like, all right, which one of you did something?
Right. Right.
Which one of you fucked up? Because clearly, like Dustin said, like there's no real reason. Like the vow in and of itself is not. It's not like it's perishable. You know what I mean? It's not like a canned good that like lasts for 20 years before it starts to get questionable. That's an in perpetuity kind of thing. So the only real reason to renew a vow is almost as if you've opened up the can and you're like, oh, this one's not. Turns out this was a lie. This one. So we're gonna have to go in, exchange it for a new one. So I'm always just assuming somebody fucked up really bad.
Sure.
Whenever there's like that. We just decided. We both just kind of like, with no outside pressure at all, decided to redo our vows.
Yeah, just have a party. Like a normal person.
Yeah, just have a normal party, dude. It's fine. Nobody wants to see that either, by the way. Nobody wants to sit through that experience.
Yeah, we already went to your wedding.
Yeah.
Stop being so fucking needy. Now, if you're getting married, if you got divorced and you're getting married again, that's different. In fact, my best friend from childhood, Mike Pope, who I grew up with, he grew up across the street from me, beloved person in my life. He got married 10 years ago or whatever, and he and his first wife got divorced, and he just got engaged again. And so we're gonna, it's take two, but I think it's gonna stick this time.
I don't agree. Not about him particularly. I don't know, but like I think if you have a second marriage, I'm not gonna go to the second.
Yeah,
I can't see that again.
It's
what are we doing?
I'm airing my family. It's not really dirty laundry. It doesn't really matter. When my mom got married a second time, my mom's on her third marriage actually now, but she's been with the guy she's been with now for like 20 plus years. But she got married to a guy when I was younger who I fucking hated when I was in middle school, and I didn't go to the wedding.
Oh yeah.
And then when they got divorced, I was like, who told you?
An early Colin was right moment.
It was like what it was. It was one of the great, maybe the first Colin was right moment was predicting my mom's second marriage wouldn't work.
Yeah. One of your cousins or one of your siblings was like, Colin was right, and then Colin turns to her, he's like, say that again.
Yeah.
I hated that motherfucker. I hated him. And he was abusive to my mom. He was awful. It's like one of those things where like you see a man treat a woman in a certain way and you understand even at the time that like you wouldn't do this if I was older. Like you wouldn't talk like this and do this shit and touch my mom and shit like that in front of me if I was older. I hated that motherfucker. But she's with a great guy now, and she's been with him for a really long time. Larry.
Yeah, that's different. You go to the wedding. You go to the wedding if you like the people.
Right. And then they didn't even they just got married. That's the funny thing is like I would have been on at that wedding with bells on. We all love Larry, and yet I think they just like did it because they were together for a really long time and then suddenly they just got married, which is the same thing my dad did with his wife, where they like were together forever and then they just randomly got married and they were just married one day.
It's just how you do it.
Yeah.
After you've done it the first time, I think it's just kind of like, all right. That was a lot, you know. Let's not do that again. I think the issue is that like if I was at a wedding and then I was at a re-wedding, I would probably be listening and I'd be like comparing the vows and be like, oh, he sounded like he meant it more the first time.
Right.
Now
right.
his heart's not in it with that line. Like
Right.
he delivered that line way better the first time. And I don't know if I could stop myself from thinking like that. I don't know if I could stop myself from like analyzing like the comparisons. So I was like, I can't show up to your second one, man. I can not show up to the first one and go to the second one, but that kind of implies that I'm betting on your first one to fail, which I don't want you to get the impression of either. So like, it's really a lose-lose for me.
Right. That's a good point. Well, nonetheless, Yabba Dabba Goon, you don't have to worry about any of that. Happy marriage to you and yours. Very exciting.
To Mrs. Goon.
And Mrs. Goon, Ms. Goon.
Miss Goon.
Very exciting times. Mike and I think, briefly talked about just getting married and like whatever, just kind of, and I kind of actually understand. The eloping thing I totally get. That I totally get. Not even like the whole like parental, like, being askew with your family, just being like, we don't need to do anything else. We're just going to go do this. And then it's going to be a thing. And we don't have to have all the nuptial celebrations and all these things.
Do people still do like is that like a traditional thing that still happens where like, you asked the father?
Yeah.
For the daughter's hand is married.
Yeah. I asked Mike his dad.
Because that always feels like that kind of, I don't know. That feels like a Game of Thrones thing or something.
Mm.
Well, I guess in Game of Thrones they're just kind of raping everybody. So
Yeah.
not.
It wasn't. Yeah. It was. You were kind of like married off in that world.
Yeah. Maybe it was more like Downton Abbey or something. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Every time I see it in a movie or something, I'm like, that seems like it doesn't happen. I mean, because I just haven't seen it, because who the fuck would see it other than the groom and the father, I guess. But having never seen it, I'm like, it's almost like seeing an alien, where I'm just like, that might be real.
Yeah.
But it also feels like fiction.
Yeah.
It feels like something.
I feel like most people do, but maybe not. I feel like I would feel awkward having not done that if you have to interact with like their family.
Sure, but I would also feel awkward doing it in the first place. That's kind of the thing where it's like both are kind of like, because what are they? If the answer is no, then it's just like, oh, I mean, okay.
Yeah, like is it ever
like,
no?
What happens
it's
then?
kind of like it's just like a tradition where the answer is, I think, typically baked in, or like at least the dude should know or have an idea. Like, don't even bother. If you don't have a good relationship with them or they don't like you or whatever, it's like that's awkward. Then I agree with that. But
you know, you got to kill your wife's dad,
right?
So you don't have to,
in order to acquire the property, right? It really is a property exchange. So,
right, exactly.
Yeah, you got to negotiate the dowry and all that. Then it really is like Downton Abbey. I mean, that is a lot what Downton Abbey is about. Is like about the money that comes along with these, and Gilded Age too, about the money that goes along with these weddings. Because like it's not a
dowry.
Spoiler. Yeah, right. It's not a spoiler for Downton Abbey. It's like the entire structure of Downton Abbey is about that, like the mom and dad of that family. The dad is like is a noble with like titles, but they're running out of money, and the mom is an American that's like a rich industrialist, comes from like a rich industrial family, and in exchange for her money she gets the title. And it's like these marriages of convenience that happen, but it's about how they kind of really do fall in love. But that's like what was going on then. And the Gilded Age deals with that a little bit too, about like people marrying, like Americans marrying, like getting like titles in exchange for like money. So interesting shit. It's weird that we fought a revolution not to have those titles, and then all the rich people just want them. Anyway, it's like we could have just kept them if that's what you guys really wanted. I just thought it was that we didn't want that anymore. Like, what I personally think the whole nobility thing is like the strangest shit. Like, it's truly strange that kings and queens exist. In 2025, I'm like, no, I don't think so. To each their own, right? But I'm like, I don't. Too weird for me. All right, we back. We back, boys.
We back.
We had a technical snafu there. I was saying that Chris was like, I thought Chris was like trying to come in, but not. But I was probably just talking over him the entire time. So we might have that whole thing, and maybe that'll be at the end of the show. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. You get your blooper, you savages.
I know, and it disrupted the whole flow of the show. Do you know what you were saying? Because I don't even remember what I was talking about.
It doesn't matter. I don't. Okay. I really don't remember.
All right. Well, let's move on then to 9/11 is a reference to MGS2, who wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, This one is for Colin, but just wanted to inquire on how the Dagster is doing. We miss and love that dodgy son of a bitch, RIP in peace. Well, I was on Long Island at my dad's 75th birthday party like we've been talking about, and Dagan was there. And got to see him, talk to him, caught up with him quite a bit. He said he misses everyone. I think we talked about on the show that his Twitter account just got hacked, so it's gone. Like, he doesn't know how to get back into it. It's just basically over. Who knows what he... Dagan, who knows what he did, for that to happen, but it happens. It sucks. It's a terrible thing. It's kind of a blessing in a way. I was always telling him, I'm like, it's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
It's bad to lose that marketing conduit, of course. But he expressed that he misses podcasting, that he misses everyone. He hopes everyone is doing well. And he's just working full time and doing his thing. But he's doing well and he's hanging in there. And his oldest, his daughter, is now a freshman in college. So they have a lot on their plate in terms of he's got to work and pay for this tuition and all the rest. And it's a lot. And he's got another one coming behind him. So 9/11 is a reference to MGS2. Thank you for writing in. And Preston Britton wrote in and said, "Hey, sluts, this one's for Dustin." Now, he wrote this in Japanese. According to the Google Translate, it says, "Kanshu nanko no bino yumeda ka oshiteku dasai."
Yeah.
But he wrote it in actual Japanese here. He says, "Thanks for the great content." Dustin?
Yeah. I can't believe you would say that about Colin when he doesn't even know what you said. It's
here. It's translated on my screen. I just didn't
dang
want to say it. Yeah.
Let's see. 17.
17.
Yeah.
It says, "Tell me how many jars you filled this week."
I know.
You're very healthy.
I've been drinking a lot of water.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. If you wanted, I read the Japanese on the stream a few weeks ago. I said on there, I can't read the kanji.
Right, because he mixes it up here.
Yeah, I can't read the kanji. And the truth is, even if it was all in hiragana, I could read what it says, but I wouldn't understand what it says.
Yeah, you know the sounds.
You could, if you want to say something like "my lawyer is cool," like "bengoshi kakoi desu," then I got you.
Jesus Christ.
I got you. I know how to talk about cool lawyers, but
why?
Because that's what Duolingo teaches you at first. It gives you teacher, lawyer, and it's mainly just trying to show you how, the placement of words and letters and stuff like that. So, cool. But dude, I haven't done Duolingo in months, so I'm totally out of the game at this point.
Well, get back into it because we need you to read Japanese news items like this first one that we're going to begin with, which happened overnight and is quite shocking, actually. Team Ninja tweeted, "We are deeply saddened by the passing of Team Ninja's first leader, Tomonobu Itagaki. We will carry on the philosophy and creativity that Itagaki-san began and continue to create games that many gamers will enjoy. Our deepest condolences for his loss from everyone at Team Ninja." He posted a Facebook post. Well, I guess he didn't. I guess someone maybe in his... I think there's a lot to... Maybe I'm missing something here. I don't know. Maybe you guys know more than me. But the translation of what he posted was, "Words to leave. The light of my life is about to run out. The fact that the sentence has been posted means it's finally time. I'm no longer in this world. This last post is for someone special to me. My life has been a series of battles. We stayed winning. I've caused a lot of trouble. I stand by my beliefs and I own it. No regrets. I just feel so sorry to all my fans that I can't deliver my new work. Sorry. It is what it is. So it goes. Banobu Itagaki." What do we think of this? This is interesting. I want to catch everyone up. Tomonobu Itagaki founded what would become Team Ninja when Tecmo and Koei were still separate entities, and he worked for Tecmo. And he famously left after Ninja Gaiden 2 launched and actually sued the publisher. So there was bad blood, at least there for a while. And he didn't really do very much after that. He did that game Devil's Third, which I never even played. Did you play that? It was a Wii U game, I think. It was ported later, I think, but it was a Wii U game at first.
The only thing I know about Devil's Third is a rare game for Wii U. Nintendo barely even wanted to release it physically, which I guess back then physical was still king. So,
well, the Wii U was dead by the time this game came out. So it was being launched into into a different world. Actually, no, it never. I'm looking at it here. I guess it never was ported. It came to PC as an online game, I guess, in Japan, but it's only on Wii U. I didn't know that. I always thought it got like a PS4 and an Xbox One port, but I guess it didn't. Yeah, this is horrible news. I mean, sad news, and weird that it would happen on the eve of a release of a revived Ninja Gaiden with Ninja Gaiden 4. Not that he has anything to do with it, he doesn't. But any thoughts to share, Dustin? Are you like a? Obviously, he is responsible for the revival of Ninja Gaiden, not for the original Ninja Gaiden games. So hashtag not my Ninja Gaiden. I'm not going to pretend like I was a huge fan of that stuff because I absolutely wasn't. But he was really known for directing and later producing and directing Dead or Alive. I don't know if you have any attachment to that series. That series was very novel at first with the jiggle physics and all of that, but I was never really a fan, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I can't say, like, when I saw the picture of him, I immediately recognized him because he has like long hair and is often in sunglasses. I feel like there's maybe an E3 video I saw once of him. I'm like, well, that guy's cool as hell.
Yeah, he is cool. Yeah.
So
he kind of has that Iga thing going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
so, yeah, I mean, I've played some of the Ninja Gaiden games throughout the years, but I'm not like crazy about them or anything. So I think it's so, I mean, obviously knowing that you're going to die is an absolutely horrific thing, but I think it's cool when people put out like a final message. I think about like David Bowie, who like made that album, his last album is like, yeah, I know I'm going to die. This is my farewell. So it's always clearly very sad, and I can't even imagine being in that position, but yeah, very, very sad situation. And you're right, particularly odd right before a new Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah. Chris, I don't know. You were a Ninja Gaiden Xbox guy, right? During
I liked the revival quite a bit. I think the saddest thing about it is that he's like 50. He's like what, like 52 or something?
Yeah, he was born in 67. So yeah,
he's a young guy.
Yeah,
by all accounts.
I can't do
like
math.
So that's tragic and sad, But I agree where it is cool that he was able to, like, at the very least say something.
58.
Oh, 58. All right. Yeah.
I had to do the math.
Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know. Your 50s is just not really that old. So it's just like it's a bummer.
Not at all. Yeah, it's sad. I wonder. Well, so what I was saying earlier was I don't read Japanese, obviously, and I haven't really delved too deeply into this story because I saw it when I woke up, and then actually I saw it late last night before I went to bed, and then there's not too much new information out there. But it's like, what did he have an illness? What, obviously he had someone post that for him. I guess there was some expectation that this was going to happen. People are often, and I think reasonably so, very private with their health. So it seems like something he was dealing with. I just hope it wasn't, and I don't think it was anything, like obviously it wasn't killed or anything like that, but he didn't take his own life or anything of this nature, which would have been horrible. But there's like two different Team Ninjas really for me, because there's like that Dead or Alive and early Ninja Gaiden Team Ninja, and then there's like a Team Ninja's kind of become its own. They did like a Metroid game everyone forgets that was after him as well, and a bunch of other things too that culminate, I guess, with Neo and all this whole new generation of games that he has nothing to do with, but he'll always be imbued in the spirit of that. I do wonder what Cog thinks of this, especially because I think he's a huge Ninja Gaiden guy. But again, like I just can't pretend that I was I liked the 3D Ninja Gaiden games. I thought I remember especially the first one on the original Xbox, which was great, and it was cool that it was back and it felt modern because it was like that's what you do to games, you make them into 3D now. But it's like we went so long without a real Ninja Gaiden game because of that.
Yeah.
All right. So there's that. We did have some write-ins here from this. His Holiness said, "R.I.P. in peace, Tomonobu Itagaki. What are the Sega Crew's memories of Itagaki's gameography? It's a real shame that after leaving Team Ninja in 2008, he ever only released one further game and a poorly received one at that." Yeah, as we were saying, Devil's Third didn't come together. I think he had something else planned. I don't really know what his deal was. I also don't really know how he basically claimed at the time that Tecmo owed him like a couple $1 million, I think. in like unpaid royalties, which is still a substantial amount of money, but certainly 15 years ago was a lot of money. And I wonder what even happened with that. I don't know. Bruno Giuseppe Moretto says, hey, CDC, with the sad passing of the legend Tomonobu Itagaki, this got me thinking, do you guys think that the Game Awards should have an in memoriam section similar to the Oscars? I think it would be interesting so we can pay tribute to many industry legends we lost along the way. Thanks for all you guys do. It would be nice, but I wonder how many people are passing away that would require that, as opposed to like, you could just do a little, you don't want a show quietly goes to commercial break sometimes or quietly ends and there's just a little slate and it's like in memory of whatever. And they could, in other words, if one or two notable people are passing away right now a year, you could probably just do things like that. Also, maybe people would be mad if people were not included or were included. And then there's the whole commercial aspect. Obviously, the Oscars are commercial too, but the Game Awards are so ridiculously commercial. I think it would be somewhat startling as well. But I couldn't help but think of what's that show? So Maybe You Should Leave or whatever.
I think You Should Leave.
In memoriam at the
the baby of the year.
Yeah, baby of the year.
Yeah,
shit's funny. Should they have something like that? You guys think the Game Awards?
I don't know. I think the commercial aspect of it is too. It'll be weird to see like, oh yeah, in memoriam Tomonobu, and then it's like now it's Sizzler.
Yeah, right.
You know, double EXP weekend for Call of Duty. Like I don't know.
There's that awesome shot of like when Ukraine was getting invaded or whatever. Have you ever seen? And it's like,
and it cuts to like a burger, like Whopper.
Yeah. And it's like a picture in picture. Oh, it's so fucking good. Love that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it working out really. I think you could get away with that. That's something for like the DICE Awards or something. You know what I mean? Like something that's more
You're right.
Serious, a little bit more prestigious.
It's a good point.
I mean, and that's not really a knock at the game. Or like, to be completely honest, like I don't really give a shit about the DICE Awards at all. Like from like an industry, like it's interesting, I guess. But like, I don't tune into the DICE Awards. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I don't care either.
I'm interested in the Game Awards specifically because of what is going to be there and the subject matter and everything. So it's not a knock at the show. It's just like that's not the place for it. I don't think.
All right. Well, R.I.P. in peace, Tomonobu Itagaki, legendary figure from the heyday of Tecmo. Okay. Now, this next one has been circulating and it comes from two different sources. I'm using Push Square that kind of puts these sources together as they usually do. Our friend Sammy over there wrote a nice story called PS6 release date touted for 2027, cheaper but less powerful than next Xbox. And Dustin, I think you'll be able to give us a lot of insight into this too, because you were recently on Moore's Law is Dead's show, Tom's show, Broken Silicon, and talked a little bit about this, or a lot about this probably. This was probably the major thing you guys discussed. So I think you'll have a lot of insight here. But here's what Sammy at Push Square wrote in, and I'll be very curious to see what you guys make of this, because I have strong feelings about this. It says, quote, to quote PlayStation console architect Mark Cerny in a recent AMD video, next gen is just a few years away. And it seems the target, consistent with past console release cycles, is 2027. We're beginning to get a fairly regular and frequent leaks regarding the future format from a handful of sources, with Kepler L2, a notorious hardware snoop over the years, saying it's the plan to release the PS6 in 2027 unless any unexpected delays occur. That would align pretty perfectly with what Cerny himself said and would be consistent with the 7-year cycle of the PS4. I do disagree with this. Cerny said a few years, which is not consistent with what he said. This would be a couple of years. So I don't really know, unless you're counting the year you're in. So like 5, 6, 7, that would be a few, but that's not really the way we talk about years. Anyway, it says, quote, there's been some debate recently whether Microsoft will even have a new console, but the firm rebutted reports that it had canceled its hardware plans last weekend. Now a leak from YouTuber Moore's Law is Dead, friend of the show, claims Xbox is also planning to deploy a new device in 2027, although whether it will be a traditional console or some kind of hybrid PC remains to be seen. According to hardware leaks from the aforementioned source, who accurately revealed the makeup of the PS5 Pro, the next Xbox, should it reach market, will be packing more horsepower than the PS6, but is also likely to be considerably more expensive. Obviously, we'll need to wait and see what the real-world advantages the Microsoft hardware have over Sony's efforts and how much it all actually matters. So we have this date that's corroborated, or at least that's the plan, and you get these things set into motion, and it's hard to kind of veer off of it. from Kepler, who is a well-known hardware leaker, and Moore's Law, who's a friend of the show and we know has great connections. So this date seems to be pretty solidified. And I talked to Tom a little bit behind the scenes too, and he was kind of clarifying a few things for me. The plan is to manufacture this thing. Presumably they could sell it in 2028, but PlayStation's traditionally come out at a very specific time in the year. So I think you're going to want to get it out for the fall and the holiday season. So this date seems to be pretty locked in. Then we have this other thing that we have to discuss as well. So there's two parts of the story. The other part is that, and this is really what Tom's been talking about, but it's kind of breached a higher level of salience, I guess, with the community, because he's been talking about this for a few months, is that the PS6 is not going to be the most powerful machine. It's going to be something that's made for mass market consumption. Microsoft seems to be going in the opposite direction, which it seems like they're going to be making an expensive PC-like console that will probably give access to, Windows and a bunch of storefronts. So two very different directions. Dustin, I'm very eager to get you on the record here for this, since you were just talking about this. You're fresh with it. So take it however you want. I do think there are these two things we have to tackle, though. The date and how we feel about that, and then the machine and how we feel about its power or lack thereof.
Yeah. So when I was on Tom's show, which is available over on his YouTube channel right now, if you want to check it out, before the show started, he actually sent me the documents for the AMD documents about this 2027 lineup. So obviously it's not my scoop, but I can confirm the information that he saw about the 2027 release. And I think what's important to my understanding is they are aiming for like a mass market device and are working to make it as a very affordable, not necessarily cheap, but keeping it potentially in line with current prices of PS5 Pro, in that range, right? So I think just to set the expectations, this isn't like we're going to get a device that's not an improvement. This, by what Tom's seen and what we talked about, it will be an improved device. It's just Xbox is probably, from what it sounds like, going in a much more expensive and on paper more powerful. And it could shake out that way. One big thing we talked about in the episode is that this is a reoccurring thing that has happened where Xbox is, well, maybe not reoccurring. I'm trying to think about Xbox One. Like the Series X is more powerful on paper when you talk about teraflops and things like that. And Tom, dude, I highly recommend this episode because he was explaining to me how Series X on paper is more powerful, but it had, when they were designing it, it was a more off-the-shelf component aspect where they went to AMD, wanted something for this device, whereas the PlayStation 6 was more custom and more built specifically for gaming. And so that's why you see on PlayStation 5, though on paper it's not as powerful, you get better gaming performance from the PlayStation 5 versus Series X because of that approach. That's actually something that's articles have come out from our episode together, is that Tom shared that he's heard from people at AMD that they like make fun of Microsoft engineers. They're like, oh, Microsoft has engineers? Because the approach that Sony has to making their consoles versus Microsoft is just totally different. Now, in terms of what's next, I don't know if that's going to be the case. If the next Xbox will be on paper better, but in reality it's even, or one's better. Who knows at this point? The thing that I'm the most curious about is whether or not this hybrid PC approach happens and what that means. So is there a reality where it's like, okay, yeah, this is a device that plays PC games, you can run Steam on it, and does it play your old Xbox library? Is it some kind of actual hybrid? Not like ROG Ally X, because that's really it's not a hybrid device at all. It is a handheld gaming PC. It does not play your Xbox console games, right? I think it would be so crazy if in this next generation Xbox cut off their backwards compatibility with Series X. Could they do something that is an actual true hybrid? I don't really know.
Jeez, what would that look like? That would be great. That would be nuts.
It's like, this will play your old Xbox library. And I wonder if Microsoft at that point would be like, if you want to develop for our new system, it needs to be technically a PC release.
Yeah.
And we have that backwards compatibility layer for.
They're going to make themselves obsolete, I think, in selling games as a first party if they do this. I just don't. I don't know. It's a play, right? Because now it's a power play. They've made a lot of different plays, and the machines have always been powerful. The original Xbox was a really impressive machine. I say that all the time. It's like this thing felt. I had the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox all at the same time. It's like you put on the Xbox and it felt like a totally different thing that you were using than the PS2 or the GameCube. It's like wasn't even close. So they've always made really impressive machines, and I think that they've always had really interesting ideas. We talk about the Ethernet cable. We talk about Xbox Live and selling individual games, like small games. I mean, these are things that they pioneered on console. They had the removable hard drive, which was super cool on Xbox 360. Although I wonder how many people use that. That was so good for us in media, but it felt like it was made only for us. Like who's really exchanging all their hard drives?
People were doing it a lot.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I loved it. I was like, dude, this is so great. You know, like,
yeah. I remember specifically when I would be like, I don't want to bring my whole machine. I'll bring the hard drive. And it was so good the way they did it too. It was like at the top of the machine, you just click in, you take it out.
It was ingenious. Like that. So I'm not saying that like they've and achievements and all these things. I mean, they did a lot. I just feel like if they're going to make this powerful hardware play where they're going to make like basically a gaming PC, then why would anyone buy games from them? That's the thing I'm really having a hard time understanding. Is like you're going to buy a PC. No one buys games on Epic, or very few people buy games on Epic. Like you're going to buy games on an Xbox PC storefront when you have access to Steam. What'd you say?
They're going to subscribe to Game Pass. That's the play.
So yeah, PC Game Pass, I guess. Right.
Or whatever. I mean, I would assume they'd have to change up their tiers somehow at that point. But the weird part too is that just in that, I think was it like Good Morning America or something that Sarah Bond was on, which first of all, in the first 30 seconds, they totally are wrong. Whoever the voiceover person is, the lady from Good Morning America was like, it is a handheld device that plays your Xbox console games. It's like, no,
it's like the exact opposite.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah.
But Sarah Bond in that interview, I believe, said like, this is where we're prototyping the next generation of Xbox. It's like, okay, well, there it is. So I don't know. And the other interesting too is like maybe there's going to be an Xbox hardware SKU, and are they going to open it up for third parties like they've done with Asus and the ROG brand to do their handheld and stuff? It's crazy. But yeah, as far as the PS5, 2027 seems to be when it's coming, and it's going to be the main thing. And we talked about this last week in that Mark Cerny AMD clip, is that it's all, I mean, this is going to be a very machine learning focused device where they're clearly figuring out like, okay, how can we compress and figure things out to make it the absolute most out of this hardware, which is already what they did with the PlayStation 5, where instead I think that it has to do with like the boost clock, that it's always able to boost as opposed to the Series X, which just kind of runs at a static clock. I believe that's how that works, but they're always figuring out how to maximize the hardware. And you saw that with PS5. So hopefully PlayStation 6, they're able to do that. And imagine if this thing comes out at $500, even if it was $600. That's one of the things Tom and I talked about. I was like, a lot of people are having a hard time believing that the PS5 Pro comes out at $700, and then the PlayStation 6 is gonna come out and be less than that. Sounds crazy, but there's a whole lot of things about the PS5 Pro too, where it's like, I think they were just kind of saying, fuck it. Tom kind of implied that they didn't even necessarily want to release that device, but then they decided to go for it and put it at the price it did just to see what would happen.
Yeah, because there is this term that's being used of price insensitivity. Like they're just going to sell some of them anyway, and people want the power. And I like my Pro. Although I was saying yesterday, I'm playing Ghost of Yotei, and it's like, it looks beautiful, but I'm not even using the PS5 Pro mode. You know, like I'm just using the regular mode, and it's probably more stable and it looks a little better or whatever, but I don't know. Chris, I have a lot to say, but I want to hear you first. I want to get you on the record. Again, we have these two things to think about, which is the date or the timing, 2027, presumably fall, and then the this idea of power or lack thereof, comparable to what's going on the market. I think these are both very important points. I'm curious what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are kind of at a point now where I don't know, man. I've been satisfied at console power for a while. Like I don't like I get there's always improvements to be made, and there's always ways to, get more juice out of the machine. But ultimately, like, if this next generation didn't focus on power and focused more on just kind of like innovating or fucking around with like modes of play, or maybe focusing on the CPU issue as opposed to just GPU, focusing on, I think focusing on CPU is kind of important. Like I'm the GPU, like graphics are good. Graphics have been good for a while. What really needs work is like, the accommodation of more complicated, AI features and things like that. And
just computation generally.
Computation power. Like that's where I would prefer to see any kind of boost. I would be totally satisfied if the next PlayStation had the exact same graphical capabilities, but like the CPU was like a notable improvement. You know what I mean? That would be enough for me as somebody who like knows enough about tech to understand that that's a big deal, but isn't too deep in the weeds. I'm not like a Digital Foundry guy or anything. Although I put them on in the background to just not know what the fuck they're saying because it's just good ASMR. I don't know what to make of the. I'm a little thrown off by the 2027 because I'm kind of with you where like I don't know if that's necessarily what I got from the Cerny talk. Seemed more of a heavy implication of 2028, if anything. But like, I mean, if that's what the documentation says, and that's what it says, feels slightly early. I don't know. This is such a weird space to be in, man, because especially considering where Xbox is going. I understand that it's confusing. Like, how are they going to make a compelling case for a machine like that? But I would almost argue, like, how would they make a compelling case? How would they make a compelling case without it? If they're going to sell an Xbox that's just like way stronger and it does the same stuff, like I don't know if I'll give a shit at all. But if it is like a true hybrid, like an actual hybrid, like where it's like, oh, I can play my 360 backwards compatible games and it's a handheld PC, that's absolutely appealing to me. And it's cool that they're going in these like very different directions. I think it's smart of Sony to kind of focus on different things than just the overall power differential. Although like you said, I'm sure there will be one. I'm sure it's not going to be like a downgrade or like a complete stagnation. But I think it's probably the right call at this point where the return, like the ROI on graphics is kind of getting, I don't know. It's a bit much, I think.
Before you go off, Colin, because I know
please.
you're ready to burst with your
I'm just
first
taking notes.
cannon.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready when you are.
One of the things I was thinking about this is just that I think there's an instantly a reaction, and particularly right now where we're in towards the end of 2025, where like, the gut reaction is like it's too soon. But my theory with Tom was growing up, we think about new consoles and our time frame of life was totally different. Like 5 to 7 years for us growing up felt like an eternity. And a lot of people in our space, or at least in our conversation bubble online, we're all kind of getting old at this point. And so 7 years feels like absolutely nothing. And I wonder if that's contributing to this feeling of, whoa, it's too soon. Which also the other thing to consider is like, this is still 2 years from us right now. And how we'll feel will be different. But, 7 years, it's 7 years is still longer than it was generations ago where it was 5. But
it's less about the time and more about like how much we feel like we've gotten out of the machine given how long it's been. I think, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of people who feel like, we're 5 years into this machine and it doesn't feel like we're 5 years into it because we haven't gotten what we attribute to mean 5 years worth of, whatever out of it, like I think just the truncation of like the development times being as long as they are. And also there is the matter of the fact that like consoles, how should I put this? The PS4 to the PS5, I'm not going to sit here and say that there's no jump in quality graphically or like performance or whatever. Like obviously there is one, but it feels substantially less than, you know, PS1 to PS2 even, or like PS2 to PS3. You know, those leaps are getting like a little bit more imperceptible, although I'm sure they're huger in ways that we don't really understand, like stuff that's like under the hood. But I think that also contributes to it, where it's like it feels like, what's the point of a new machine if what we get out of it is damn near imperceptible? Like, why not just keep going? Why are you going to make me spend $800, presumably, you know, given, you know, the economy and how it might shape up? Why are you going to make me spend $800 so that when I play Saros, there's like 7 more hairs? There's like, or I can see the peach fuzz during gameplay on the guy's face. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's also plays in. I think you're right though. Like the time differential between like when a younger person's playing and when like an older person's playing is like definitely a matter of it. But I think it's like it's an ingredient in this like broader soup of like dissatisfaction of like, well, what is this machine even defined by that's separated from the PS4 aside from the SSD, which, you know, that is a big deal. But as we've seen, like we talked on the show a lot about these games that were like only on PS5, you know, like what was it? Was it Ratchet? Was one of those?
Right.
Where it's just like only because of the SSD on the PS5s is possible. And then like a couple years later, it's like, it's on PC actually.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, it just leads to kind of feeling like there's no real reason to even make a new machine if it's ultimately going to be more of the same. So I think they need to answer that question. They need to answer that need of just like, why do you need this thing? If it's getting to the point where like everything looks great, always, with damn near zero exceptions.
Yeah, it's true, especially with, and again, I'm playing Ghost of Yotei right now. A lot of people are, obviously, and I'm like, this game's insane.
Yeah.
And from a visual standpoint, it's like, what the fuck? This is incredible. And frankly, Forbidden West was equally as beautiful, and Death Stranding 2 was equally as beautiful. It's like pretty good shit.
Well, dude, yeah. I remember Ghost of Tsushima looking fucking beautiful.
Yeah, it does. I just played it.
And I'm sure, and I know for a fact Ghost of Yotei looks better than Tsushima. I know that it must.
It does. This is one of the, I'll talk about it when I get to the games I'm playing, because this is one of the advantages of just playing these games back to back, is you just see everything stands out immediately, like all the changes, and it's incredible. And I generally agree with you that it's like, it's not going to get much better than or it's going to, but I don't care if it really gets any better than this. I think one of the things that, and this is what you were kind of saying too, Dustin, is like the old cycle of consoles. Like the Famicom NES was on the market for a really long time, but that was kind of the exception, because the Famicom was really old in Japan, like a couple of years older than it was even in the West. So you're talking about a console that was sold for like more than 10 years, and it was this shitty fuck. I mean, the NES is a piece of shit, really, from a technical level, even when it was released. But they got so much out of it. But times changed, and I think consoles started reaching this cadence, I think, in the 90s and into the aughts, where there was like this set level of technical obsolescence that was expected right around the corner, no matter what you did. I mean, that was the whole joke about buying a computer and it being literally obsolete. Like it was. It happened to me multiple times as a kid and a teenager, where it's like, dude, our computer fucking sucks. Like we'd buy like a Pentium 2 or a Pentium 3 or whatever, and then like 2 years later, like it barely run. And we're kind of not in that mode anymore. And I think it's actually the literal Moore's law about computation power and how it exceeds over timelines. And it's not to say that that's not happening. It is, but it's just saying like the consumer benefit of all of the computation power is really limited, because most people just need a computer that runs a browser and Discord or whatever, maybe. And then there's a group of people that want to play games on their PCs, but they're not prevalent, comparable to people that just use a regular laptop or just buy a stock MacBook and it's the same thing you've been using for, like, I say this about my computer now. Dustin built this computer 5 years ago. It's like, this computer is awesome for like what I wanted to do. It's incredible that I've been using it for this long. I never had a computer that I used this long, because ultimately it'd be like, I can't run anything on it anymore. It sucks. And there was a major jump. Like, it's crazy that the computer I had in 1997 had 128 megs of RAM. And the computer I bought in 2007 when I graduated college had whatever gigabytes of RAM. And it's like, that's orders of magnitude. But it's not. So I think what I'm getting into is that I think Sony has to, and I think what they're doing is like they're strategizing in a different way. Because I think they realize that this is probably true. And I think that they see evidence of it everywhere. And it's some sort of confluence of all the things that are happening on the market and the way consumers are reacting that I think they're trying to direct themselves towards. That's, I think, if anything, a little more Nintendo-like than they've ever been. In that they kind of want to bail out of the arms race. Because it's making games really expensive. We've said before, their biggest enemy was themselves. They set this precedent for these insane $200 million cinematic experiences that became PlayStation's identity. And then they're like, geez, man, that was on PS3 and PS4. Now we have to build a game on PS5. Now we have to build games for PS6 in the future and all these different things. And things are just getting out of control. And I think they look at Nintendo and they're like, man, people are crazy about that thing. And it's barely more powerful than a PS4. And it's getting new games, modern games. People are bending over backwards to figure out how to port their games over there because they think it's an important marketplace to be. Why can't we have that? With a little bit more panache, a little bit more power, obviously. Starting from a different point, which is, PS5 or PS6 will maybe be like a PS5.7 or something, as opposed to a true PS6. Because I think they realize, and this is a question that we got, that they might be releasing this thing into a bit of an economic situation as well. And Jay wrote in and said, hey, boys, not to be a downer, but our economy looks like it's on the verge of a major shift. We're at the point where the top 10% of earners are spending 50% of the money and are at the precipice of a possible AI bubble burst that has many economists very, very worried that we could end up in a situation far worse than 2008. With all of this uncertainty at the end of a generation's life cycle and towards the beginning of a new one, how do we think this will affect the console space? Will the PS6 potentially be launched in the midst of an economic disaster? And how would such a disaster drive people to free-to-play games as a service even more? And games as a service even more? Would love to hear your thoughts. This, I think, is a huge part of it. Whether or not you think this economic reality is going to come to pass or what it's over, because some people are still really bullish on AI. And I personally think AI is here to stay, unfortunately. But what does the economy look like? They already went through this when they were designing the PS4 and everything kind of got delayed. When they were launching the PS3 and then conceiving of the PS4 and getting it out the door by 2013, the PS4 was incredibly affordable. And I think that they're going to get back to that again. And I think that that's what this is all about. So there is a price insensitivity built into like the hardcore PlayStation audience, but you can just spread the field a lot more by making things cheaper and more affordable. And it seems like they really are going to go in divergent paths now from Xbox in this respect. The thing that I'm confused about, and I tweeted about this last week, just one of my random thoughts that I had was they really are going to run 3 generations of PlayStation at the same time. PS4 is not going anywhere. Not as long as they have tens of millions of people on it. I just have a hard time believing they're ever going to turn it off. They haven't turned the PS3 off. They haven't turned the Vita off. They tried, but they backed away from it. And it's safe to assume there's still a few million people on PS3. They probably don't make very much money on them, but they're there. So to imagine that they're going to turn the PS4 off or like stop supporting the PS4 and really try to move people over when there's maybe 40 or 50 million people on it, I don't think so. This is where I think things get a little weird, because this makes me feel like the timing is forced. That looking at things through a more modern lens, a strategic lens, you'd think like you would want to just stick with PS5, make PS5 Pro more affordable, and migrate people over. Now, I've seen people make the compelling argument that maybe the PS6 and especially a lower price point is their play to get people from PS4 to PS6, and obviously people that are heavy users of PS5 will also move over. And I'm like, that's compelling and that's interesting. But I just don't know how that all looks. There will be tri-generation releases. Like, it's going to happen. And I just find that if that's the case, then I feel like you're inherently going too fast. Because there are so many millions of people that don't even feel like moving off of PS4 is necessary. Just an anecdote, but my nephew's roommate in college is still on PS4. He plays it every day. He does not care. To me, I feel like you would want to serve them as long as you can, as opposed to giving them this sort of Hobson's choice where they either stay behind and get lesser versions of games or have to pay more to get into the new generations and are cut off from going backwards. And I also think a lot of this has to do with it being a handheld. And I wonder if this is maybe being understated right now. I'm a layman, obviously, in technical matters, but there are going to be 2 SKUs of this PlayStation 6. And one is a console and one is a handheld. And for them to speak with each other, you would have to assume that the console is going to need to be a little weak if you want this handheld to be affordable. And if you're trying to sell them in a marketplace where people are willing to spend $1,000 on a handheld PC, and you can undercut that by half or 2/3 or a third rather, I think that's a really compelling thing. And I think that's what they're aiming for. So I feel like they're trying to create a strategy like building the plane in the air because they don't really know where things are going. But I can't help but shake the feeling nonetheless, having no interest in the business health of Sony, literally. Like, I have no money in it. I don't care. I want them to do well because I like Sony. But not being in the weeds like that, I'm like, I just don't understand why you wouldn't wait until literally 2030 at this point. That's my honest take. It's like, why are we going so fast? Like, the market is not demanding this.
Yeah.
So price is the only compelling thing. They cannot release a console that is going to be expensive and expect people to go buy it when they feel like they're still satisfied on PS4. That's my big thing. So I don't know. It's a confusing thing. And I also think it's worth noting one more time that Mark Cerny said something different. And I do think that matters. That wasn't like an impromptu off the record kind of like that was scripted entirely. They wrote it. I don't know. You were going to say something, Dustin?
It feels like that's semantics to me. I understand that it's scripted, but I think there are less or fewer people that think about the difference between saying a couple and a few. I interchange those words all the time.
Oh, really? Like I feel like they mean distinct things. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and it is inherent. It is very semantical. Yeah. But I also feel like it might have been by design. Maybe they feel or know that these leaks are happening, and they're trying to set a different expectation subtly without talking about, because they're in a catch-22 where they can't talk about the machine. That would be a major error to freeze the market.
Yeah.
Like that. So they don't want to do that. So I feel like it could be one of 2 things. Either they're trying to not unfreeze the market, even if the intention is 2027 by putting it further out, or it meant something. It could also have meant nothing, like you said. Also, and this is a question I asked Tom, although I haven't heard back from him yet, is like, could it be he's talking about firmware, basically, that comes out after the console? Very similar to what they're doing with PSSR, right? Like, it's the same thing. That wasn't like built and ready to go the way it's working now. Isn't it all through updating the machine and the way it works remotely?
I mean, PSSR was ready at the launch of PlayStation 5 Pro. They're just updating it to make it. I mean, that's the rumor that they're going to update it to make it better.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, couldn't that just be what they're maybe saying is like there are capabilities that can be unleashed. You have a piece of hardware that's static. Right. We can do things from remotely that make it work better. Makes perfect sense to me. But maybe that's what they mean.
Yeah. To me, it's a little more complicated in that if you are planning for machine learning features in your console, then it is in your best interest to design it to have different cores and things like that are for the software that you're going to implement. So I guess that still could be true, what you're saying. But to me, it just, when I hear a couple or a few, I feel like it doesn't really matter.
It's interesting. I think it matters so much. That's so interesting.
I mean, I've used those terms interchangeably too, but I do get the sense that a few is usually more than 2. I actually get the feeling that both of those terms mean more than 2.
Oh, a couple is 2.
Yeah, a couple. But like, I mean, that's also so specific that you might as well say 2. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, if couple means 2, then why not just say 2? So like, I actually feel like a couple years means just like, yeah, more than 2. A couple and maybe. And then a few means definitely more than 1. Definitely not exactly 2, because otherwise we'd just say 2. And I get why they're not. I get you want to maintain some level of flexibility. But I do want to touch on something, because you said it would be an error. It would be an error to freeze the market to start talking about the next machine. Why?
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like
because no one's moving anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like no one's moving from PS4, and we've had the PS5 available for 5 years. Like, is talking about the PS6 really going to prevent people from the people who are going to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I think that's probably true in some sense. I think that's how they feel about it. But I'm actually probably I feel like I'm of the opinion that in a modern landscape, I don't know if it really matters that much if you talk about this stuff earlier. I actually don't think it really tracks to people. I think people only care once it's real and they've seen it. But even in that situation, like it seems like most people are pretty content. There's no market freeze on. Well, I guess there's a market freeze on PS4 in the sense that like no one's buying PS4s anymore. Although I don't even know if that's necessarily true.
They are making them still, I think, but they're probably selling like a few 100,000 a quarter or something.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, there's still a lot of people over there who just don't give a shit. So like, I would almost argue that maybe it isn't really a market freeze to just talk about the machine openly.
Yeah,
I would say it would hurt the PS5 Pro, like absolutely, if they started talking about PlayStation 6. Particularly with GTA, dude, they're going to try to sell as many PS5 Pros as they possibly can when GTA comes out. And they don't want any inkling that when that time comes, that's like, I want to buy this for the best GTA experience, but they're already talking about PlayStation 6. So I'm just going to wait.
Sure. I guess I just don't know the meaningful difference between talking about the machine and what they're doing now when they're talking about the machine. You know what I mean? I understand that they haven't named it and they haven't like had like a press release and they haven't had like a cool CGI trailer showing like the kit and what it looks like and all that stuff. But like ostensibly, they're still talking about the machine. Anybody who gives a shit enough about the PS5 Pro to buy it because they're in the know about like, powerful tech. I want powerful tech. They're aware that the PS6 is coming anyway. And, they have PS5 Pros and they're going to play Grand Theft Auto 6 on the best machine that they possibly can on the day of release anyway. So like, I don't know. I just wonder, like, I wonder what the market really looks like or what the industry looks like or what consumer behaviors really are now versus how we perceive them to be based on like how they have been in years and decades prior. Because I actually feel like there might be a substantial difference between how people react to this stuff today versus like 2009 or something. But you're probably right. I'm sure like they would lose sales on some PS5 Pros. But I think, dude, GTA 6 is going to. I feel like GTA 6 is going to make it a name for its, make a case for itself, regardless. Like even if you knew the PS6 was like around the corner, are you going to wait? If you really care, like, are you going to wait like a year and some odd months to play like the biggest game in the world?
Yeah.
Well, no, I think that you would just decide to play a lesser version on PlayStation 5 instead of PlayStation 5 Pro.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean,
there are going to be a lot of people that
are totally different.
This will be the biggest adoption of PS4 to PS5 people. Like, this is the force I think that will be necessary. I think Sony has tried to make moves with MLB The Show and a few other things to try to push like some of their stalwart PS4 people over. But I don't know. I think this is going to be a pretty complicated situation. I think they'll figure it out. I think that there are now going to be multiple strategies deployed by these different companies, and one of them is going to work better than the other. So it'll be interesting to see which. I don't really see how a very high-end console / PC hybrid is really, like, from a third place competitor is really going to break the cycle anymore. And now I feel like, and we'll talk about this later in the show, actually, I feel like Nintendo and Sony are now more focused on each other. Or at least, so I should say Sony's more focused on Nintendo now, I think. And I feel like they've kind of gotten what they wanted. They've kind of knocked Xbox out, or at least contributed to knocking Xbox out, and are now getting their games. So there's a little beef there. And Nintendo is obviously doing a great job pushing hardware. I think Sony feels like if they can marry that level of permeance with the games that they actually sell, like Sony sells so many more games on their consoles than Nintendo does. And just people, and it's like, I think they are like, it's like the best of both worlds. So I think that's like kind of what they're aiming for. We'll see what happens. All right. The next story is interesting. I'll introduce it with a comment from the audience. Malevelon Creek PTSD, which is a great name. wrote in and said, "Greetings, CDC. This one's for Chris. When will you use your powers of manifestation to bring us the Bloodborne remake and remaster we need in our lifetimes? Thanks for all you do, gents. I'll take another hit of the Bloodborneum and listen. Well, do I have news for you? Although, who knows what it really means? The website Tech for Gamers, it's tech with the number 4gamers.com, wrote a story as they were looking at people's CVs and obviously different companies hiring, and found this. Bluepoint Games now hiring for third-person melee action game after latest cancellation. They write, since the, so obviously they're working on a God of War game, or it was rumored that they were working on a God of War multiplayer game following Demon's Souls Remake's release as a PS5 launch title, which was back in the fall of 2020, 5 years ago, and that game was canceled. So basically there's a hiring listing via the Bluepoint website, and they're hiring for some people that are programmers and other disciplines, keeping in mind, of course, that, and I'm looking at this now, that Bluepoint's pretty small. It's 70 or 80 people. But it says here, for minimum qualifications, at least 5 years of professional experience in combat design, experience using both text-based and GUI-based logic scripting environments. And here's the key one. Quote, solid understanding of combat systems and mechanics for third-person melee action experiences. Dustin, what are your thoughts?
I think, so listen, we're not going to say the B word around here. We're not going to mention it because, to me, we knew that Bluepoint, or at least the rumor was Bluepoint was working on some kind of God of War multiplayer game. So they've already have some kind of work into that. So I would expect that they're transitioning their work that they've done there into, whether it's, I mean, it could be a God of War game, or God of War 1 remake, something like that.
That'd be cool.
I just think that with Bloodborne, it seems like Sony is respecting Miyazaki and From Software's wishes that, or I mean, I don't know, whatever's going on with Bloodborne at this point, I really don't know. I just really don't think it's Bluepoint doing it at this point. It seems like Bluepoint wants to do their own original thing, even though that's clearly
too bad.
Not. Yeah, that's what Sony should be saying. It's too bad, but so yeah, it's interesting. I'm leaning towards maybe, if not God of War, but something more in that line.
What do you think, Chris? As the letter asked, could you use your powers to make this happen? It seems like maybe things are happening. I personally think people are kind of reading a little too much into this. I'm kind of with Dustin, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's happening. I think, look, if I were in a decision-making position and I had Bluepoint and they'd spent many, many years working on a live service God of War game that did not pan over or did not go over well, did not see release, I would be the one being like, listen, we need a surefire hit from you guys right now. And I think Bloodborne would be that obvious hit. Take it or leave it. You should be doing that. But I also do understand that there's like a level of importance in giving developers, specifically at PlayStation Studios, some level of meaningful autonomy over what they do. And it does seem like they do not want to do that. It could be a God of War. I'm probably leaning on that they've just worked so much with third-person melee combat that I think this is going to be maybe them kind of doing their original thing, maybe. I just don't. I don't know what a God of War remake would proper, like an original God of War remake, would be sick as fuck. That would hit so hard. At least for me, that'd be really exciting. But based on what we know about Bluepoint and what they want to do and how we know Sony operates with their developers, I would probably, I don't know. My assumption is that this is like them doing an original thing.
God, I hope not. They gotta like,
yeah.
For me, it's like, Sony, manage your fucking studios, please. Manage your studios.
It'd be like if Nix has made something,
right? It's like that's not what you do. I understand teams become different things. That's cool. I totally respect and appreciate that. But just from a management point of view, when you're in a portfolio, it's like, no, we bought you. You should always be remaking something. That's what we bought you for. If you don't want to do that, then don't work here. Like we bought you guys because you're experts at going back in and remaking and remastering games. It's the same thing with Nyx. It's like, if I'm sure, I doubt that they want to make anything over there really, but it's like, if they did, it's like, are you fucking crazy? We bought you to port games. That's the role you play. And I don't want to see new ideas from Bluepoint. I want to see new ideas from Suckerpunch. I want to see new ideas from Naughty Dog. I want to see new ideas from Insomniac. Like studios like this exist. No offense to them, because there's very talented people over there and they're great. But you exist to take that burden off of some of these other teams. Like when Suckerpunch is talking about, and we're going to talk about it in a minute, is like, you know, they only can work at one game at a time and they don't want to like spend that time porting Infamous and all this. It's like, why are you going to port Infamous? That doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't be, of course you shouldn't be doing that. These teams should be doing it. And so that's one thing. I just feel like it's a management issue. It's like, just manage your fucking teams, please. Like, what is going on? You have all these random teams working on these random multiplayer games. You have, you know, Ben spinning their wheels for fucking years. When they really should, they could have gotten Days Gone 2 out like freaking 2 years ago and already been on to the next thing. And that game probably would have sold millions of copies. Because it's like, what are we doing? What do we just get your shit together with this management stuff? So now the other thing about this is that I was looking at the games that they've remastered, and it's funny, or remade. They made that original game Blast Factor, which was a PSN launch game in 2006. But after that, everything they've done is third person action. So it's not really like the loosest one. All of the games are definitely in third person. So it's God of War Collection, Eco and Shadow of the Colossus, Metal Gear Solid. That's where I think it becomes more of like a third person spy, like, you know, shooter or whatever. But then Uncharted, Gravity Rush, Shadow of the Colossus, Demon's Souls, it's like they're hiring for the games that they do. And also these are Sony games. So even if they're remaking something, it's like they're going to remake a Sony game that's in the same vein as all these other games. So I think it's, as you said, Dustin, like, I just simply believe there's something stopping them from making Bloodborne, whether it's a legal thing about how they got them on board to do it to begin with. Remembering, of course, that they let them go after Demon's Souls. So they, you know, From was in the position of power during the Bloodborne relationship. They were definitely not in the position of power during the Demon's Souls relationship. And so that could be baked into the thing. Like we're the ones that have to go back and fuck with this game. It could be that easy, or it could just be a thing that they asked. It's like, if you want to keep a relationship with us, we're kindly asking you that you don't do that. That might be something we want to do in the future. But I feel like it's the former, because I just don't feel like it's good business to keep Bloodborne away like this. I don't really know what they're doing. What's funny is that, yeah, this is true. Bloodborne is as old now as Demon's Souls was when Demon's Souls Remake came out.
Yeah. So
it's a little bit something to think about as far as maybe the appetite for really doing this. And it's it's one generation ago now, but it'll be 2 generations ago before long, as we understand. So we'll see. I think that's an interesting thing that they're hiring for that. I think that's not enough information to really know very much more. It is my sincere hope that they're not making their own thing. It's not to insult them. It's to say, like, they need to take the burden off of doing some of the shit that other studios would otherwise be doing, so they can make new things. And that, I understand the autonomy thing, and I think that's great, but like that Suckerpunch goes around, and we're going to talk about this next now, is saying like, oh, we can go back and do something with Sly, or we can do something with Infamous and remaster this. And it's like, someone needs to go in and say like, no, that makes no sense. That's not a good use of your time at all. You're one of the premier teams we have. You make something new. We have these other teams going and fucking with Infamous. And if you want to produce it and have a hand in it, like you did with Sly 4 in a way, sure. But let's get into Ghost of Yotei and what's going on in Sucker Punch. So the Substack, The Game Business, wrote that at least in Europe, Ghost of Yotei has basically done exactly as well as Ghost of Tsushima did when it released in 2020. They write, quote, Ghost of Yotei debuts at number 2 on the GSD European charts, with opening and sales in line with its predecessor 2020's PS4 hit Ghost of Tsushima across digital and physical. It's the biggest first-party PlayStation launch since Spider-Man 2 in Europe in October 2023. Some people are saying that's not a huge deal. It's really not, but there are some big games in there, including Helldivers. So, like, these games count. So that's pretty good. Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. I think that the sales are also more impressive than people are giving credit for, in that if they're in the same play, let me put it this way. Ghost of Tsushima came out in the 7th year of PS4. There were way more PS4s in the wild than there are PS5s now. Probably to the tune of 10 million or something like that? More than that? And so if the numbers are the same, then that means Ghost of Yotei is actually selling better per console. So its attach rate should be slightly higher. I don't think it really matters. I'm a little surprised Sony hasn't said anything. They've been way more coy with numbers than they've ever been before. I think because expectations are changing, and sales that would selling 1 million or 2 million is looked at as like nothing, like that. Like that's nothing. So, which is so strange.
So crazy.
And that's what I always say. And then you see certain publishers with certain games, like they'll celebrate Street Fighter 6 or whatever reaching 3 million. And it's like, dude, Final Fantasy 16 sold 3 million in 2 days on one console. And they're like, this is horrible. So it is all about like different expectations. But I'm waiting for Ghost of Yotei numbers. I thought that they would have announced it. My assumption is it's somewhere in what do you guys think? Like 2.5 million? Something like that, maybe.
I would guess 2 to 2.5, something like that.
And then, as I was saying, Video Games Chronicle interviewed Brian Fleming, who is one of the co-founders of Suckerpunch that I've interviewed in the past too, for my history of Suckerpunch story back at IGN way back in the day. Nice guy. And they talk a little bit about how they want to work on future games. And I thought this was interesting to just add to the conversation. VGC writes, quote, PlayStation Sucker Punch Studio will remain a single project developer following Ghost of Yotei's release, it's suggested. So fans shouldn't expect it to work on multiple franchises simultaneously soon. Speaking to VGC in a broad Ghost of Yotei retrospective interview, Sucker Punch co-founder and studio head Brian Fleming discussed the developer's determination to stay relatively small in AAA terms and how it will decide its next project after multiplayer add-on Ghost of Yotei Legends releases next year. Fleming said the following, quote, the truth is that whatever we do next, whether it's continuing Ghost or going back to Sly, the decision is really more limited by, again, our cherishing of focus and time to iterate, which means that we really can only do one thing at a time. If we were good at juggling 4 projects, yeah, we'd have a remaster and let's go do one of those and do some fan requests. That would be really popular, but we only get to do one thing. So it has to be your best idea, right? And that's really clarifying. It's not like there aren't 15 good ideas, but you only get to do one. And by the way, you only get to do one about every 5 years. So that choice is really important. I mean, that is choosing your college and your major every 5 years. So I loved that. I thought that was a really nice way of putting it. It's cool that they want to stay a one project team. I just hope that they might want to have he's saying about this 5-year expectation, and they might want to make the argument internally being like, it would be nice to get something out in 18 months. Like, what if we just remastered Infamous and Infamous 2? But I'm like, I know that would do well, but I don't think it's a good use of your time. I also think people are kind of looking into it because I saw some reporting on this being like, they're talking about maybe going back to Sly. And I'm like, no, they're not. I mean, that would be such a egregious waste of time, I think. Listen, I'm a Sly fan. I like Sly Cooper. A lot of you didn't buy Sly 4. And I understand it wasn't Sucker Punch, but no one really cared about that. It was a great game. And it was a very true Sly game made by people that understood Sly Cooper. And there's just not sales for it. Astrobot is the thing right now. That's the big kind of like platform or mascot. And that game has only sold a few million copies, and it's the game of the year. It was the game of the year last year for a lot of people, including like the big VGA kind of thing. So Sly Cooper, and then some people are talking about going back to Infamous. I'm like, I think it would be cool to remaster those games, especially 1 and 2, but you have superhero games now with all the shit going on in Insomniac. I don't think you want to do that. I actually think, frankly, Ghost of Yotei and Ghost of Tsushima are fairly distinct, even in a crowded general gaming field of a lot of what we've been calling the Asia slot. It's actually in the PlayStation family quite distinct. And that's the kind of thing that they need to continue to do. Infamous was really distinct too. Sly Cooper was less distinct, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens. What I want out of them, though, something new.
Yeah.
Definitely don't want to linger on Ghost anymore, I don't think. I think it is what it is. I think you got to move on. And I'm very excited to see something new from them. So, Dustin, where are you on all of this? Ghost of Yotei seems to be doing pretty well, and the world is their oyster over at Suckerpunch, I guess, of what they want to do next.
It's such a tired joke at this point, but I was smiling a second ago when you're talking. I was like, what if Sly, it's a time jump, and he, his wife died, and he's taking care of a young Sly Jr. And it's a type person cinematic game. So yeah, Ghost of Yotei selling, comparable to Ghost of Tsushima is crazy because it's not only the install base that you mentioned, Colin, but Ghost of Tsushima came out in 2020 when the government was handing out money. At that point, that was summer, right? So people were starting to go out a little bit more, but still were very contained to their homes and looking for entertainment. So the fact that it's sold just as well, I mean, that's definitely really, really good.
Yeah, I think it was August, right?
That sounds right. Yeah.
I'll look.
So as far as them being, I really respect that. I could see there being an impulse to be like, well, look at Insomniac, look at other teams in the PlayStation family that are juggling multiple projects. We should try to be like them. But instead having that single project focus, I really respect it. I think it would be neat. My idea was a lot like yours, Colin, where it's like, it would be cool if what if in between Ghost of Yotei and whatever the next Ghost game is, it's like, let's do a smaller project. That's where I could see them doing a Sly Cooper game where it's like, let's spend, if we can get this out in 2 years, smaller scale, and then we can, while some of us are doing that, but then it gets to the multi-project thing, they can start pre-production on the next Ghost game or whatever, and keep a smaller team on a Sly game. But it just goes back to Sony's not interested in a smaller game from them. They probably wouldn't want them to do that.
I think it's generally a waste of time. I like those smaller projects too. I think it's cool. And I think studios were more open to do those things back in the day. I don't know with the burn rate of all these different things, because that's what people were saying too. I know Nate Fox, who's the director, a longtime director at Sucker Punch and directed Ghost of Yotei, was saying that they made the game for something like a comparable amount to what they made Ghost of Tsushima for. And so people are saying like, wow, they made this game for like $70 million. And I'm like, I don't think that's what he means. Like, I'm playing Ghost as again, playing Ghost of Yotei now. I'm like, they didn't make this game for $70 million.
Yeah.
There's just no way. So I think that Sucker Punch is in a unique position to like, they constrain costs pretty well, and they should just keep doing what they do. And also I think now what you're saying is interesting. If you have this opportunity to support, it's like get a game off the ground in like 2 years and you were like really committed to doing that. Like think about a Tearaway or something like that.
Yeah.
And you could do that, whether it's Sly Cooper or something else. You do have this commitment to updating and working on Ghost of Yotei for a while still. Legends isn't out yet. You're probably going to put New Game Plus in. There's probably going to be an expansion. So you could do it all. And then everyone comes back together for the next project. But I don't know if it's even necessary. I don't know if you really even make any money doing that. But Chris, what are your thoughts here on Ghost of Yotei's potential sales figures? We don't really know, but doing well. And then the future of Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I mean, congrats to the team, I guess. You know what I mean? Like it's good. I was kind of skeptical. I didn't really see a lot of excitement for it leading up to it, and so it's nice that it's still hit for most people. And I'm playing it as well, and I'm liking it a lot more than I thought I would. Even though I knew I liked Ghost of Tsushima back then, so like I don't know why I was surprised necessarily, but yeah, I don't know. I like that they understand their strengths and their weaknesses, and it seems like they have a pretty good read on that stuff. And it seems like they understand, like, yeah, we're not really equipped for like multi-project development. Like that's not really our wheelhouse. Other teams do that. I think it's cool to recognize that and not be like kind of like swept up in the I don't even know what you would call it, the culture of like feeling like you have to do that. If you understand where your strengths lie. And I think they know where their strengths lie. I hope they move on from Ghost after this, though.
Me too.
Like, and we'll get into it with what we're playing, I guess. But these games take so long to release now that like by the time you get the second one, you're kind of, by the time we're at the second game in a modern, trilogy or whatever, it feels like we've reached like the post trilogy point for generations prior. The sheer amount of, the sheer length of the games, the sheer the time that they take to make, it's a lot. And so like by this point, like I want more new things. And so I hope they continue in that direction and experiment a little bit more.
Yeah, I wonder where their heads are at with it. I think Nate Fox did give an interview in the pre-release, like kind of media lead up, where he said that like no one at the company wants to make a Sly game. I think he said that it's like fewer than 10% of the staff would want to make a Sly game. So I don't think that that's in the works. But yeah, I wonder if they feel like they can get more out of Ghost or, kind of a traditional trilogy, but the games are unassociated. I also feel like Yotei is such I've only played it for fewer than 10 hours, but it's so much better than Ghost of Tsushima, in my opinion, that it's like the classic it's a classic sequel. It's like Assassin's Creed 2, where it's like, oh, this kind of gives you a whole new vibe on what it could actually be. And then it gives you pause on whether it should stop or not. But we'll see. We'll get to that. Keep teasing it, but we'll get to it, I promise. All right. Thought this was interesting. This job application over on jobboards.greenhouse.io for Sony Interactive Entertainment have gotten a lot of people talking because it's a senior graphics PC programmer working out of San Diego, California. And we know what's made at San Diego Studio, the annualized MLB The Show powerhouse. It says, quote, "Come join San Diego Studio making a AAA PC title. Our focus is on delivering innovative, high-quality gaming experiences. We are seeking a senior PC graphics programmer to join our team in advancing the visual and technical quality of a AAA PC title. In this role, you will be responsible for developing and optimizing real-time graphics systems specifically for PC, ensuring robust performance and high visual fidelity across a wide range of hardware configurations." Dustin, MLB The Show is coming to PC, it seems like. What do you think of this?
It makes sense. Sounds like a great idea. We know that Sony considers MLB The Show a live service title, and that's just another market that they can farm. It's funny, I don't actually know a lot about the microtransactions of MLB The Show or any sports game, really. I know about like all the weird like booster packs and stuff like that in 2K and things like that. But
you got to pay like $20 to cork your bat.
But I think this will be cool, and I think a lot of people will appreciate having it, whether it's they play on a PC or something like a Steam Deck or even your Xbox Ally X to play MLB The Show. So makes sense and not too surprising.
Great name for that machine, by the way. All right.
I know. I always mix it up. I don't know. I really don't know what it's called. Is it Xbox?
It's the Xbox. It's the. I think it's the ROG Xbox Ally X or something. I'm just like, oh my god.
Xbox Ally X.
Jesus Christ. They couldn't name their way out of a wet paper bag, dude. It's truly insane.
What do you think, Chris? I've always been surprised and have assumed that it was the MLB The Show is hinged around the Baseball Players Association and the individuals in the game. And I always wondered if it was like some sort of, we don't want this game to be, fucked with in ways that are demeaning to players or bad for our image or whatever. But then there are sports games that do really well on PC. So that use players and licenses. So I just wonder what's been holding them up. It could have been Sony's own hesitance to ever be involved in PC to begin with. But you think they would have gotten to this game a lot earlier, I guess I'm saying, because it's obviously going to do great on PC.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's the reality that it is a big tentpole game. It is kind of like it's a way bigger game than a lot of hardcore players, I think, really understand. And so losing that edge of, or losing that reason to sell a console, I guess, is probably a bigger deal to them than putting God of War on PC after 4 years or however long it was, or however long it took. I think it's smart. I think it's a good decision. Meet players where they're at. If they're not buying your machine, if they haven't bought your machine for MLB The Show over the last like several years, like then they're gonna stay on PC. So you might as well go to them and make some money from an untapped fan base over there. I think it's smart.
It's interesting because I'm looking at the Steam DB charts for most played sports games, and it's like it's no joke. I mean, not that the numbers are huge, but EA Sports Football Club has all-time peaks of 100,000 players. You know, that's like a lot of people that you can inject into your cross-play online ecosystem and all of the rest. Some of the games do a little worse, like NBA 2K25 and NBA 2K26 both have like NBA 2K26 has like 10,000 people playing it online right now on Steam. So it's not like a huge amount. And that's a big game on console. And then there are some games like Madden that seem irrelevant on PC. Like the all-time high for Madden players is 5,696. And I think it's because the game, there's probably flagrant cheating. I mean, that's another thing that I think they're going to probably have to deal with these games. And I think that's probably by the way, there's the 12th most played sports game right now is called Russian Fishing 4.
Whoa.
With an all-time high of 26,000 concurrents. And eFootball obviously does pretty well too. But yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that seems to be happening. I don't think it's to what you were saying about people underestimating the power of the show. I don't know that it's because it's annualized, obviously, and it also sells really well. It might be the most important game they make. You know, like that game is
Probably.
a top 10 selling game in the United States every year. I just feel like that's free money because you can't do much in 9 months.
Yeah.
You gotta like just everyone takes a little bit of time off, then you iterate. You have like one thing you focus on, you update it a little bit, and then you get it out the door again, and then it sells another fucking 7 or 8 million copies. It's like they're gonna make way more money on MLB The Show than they are on Ghost of Yotei. And I think that's like what people have to understand. And it's probably way cheaper to make. So, but it is licensed. They do have to share the money. There's all of that as well. So, all right, shout out to them. So it's possible they're not talking about MLB The Show. But what else would they be talking about? Doesn't even make any. I mean, it has to be.
When was the last time San Diego made a game that wasn't MLB?
Kill Strain, I think.
Yeah.
That
That's
was
a while.
2015, I think. Yeah. And that game bombed. That was a MOBA. I don't know if you remember that game. But it bombed.
Oh, before we move on,
Yeah.
because I can sense, I have my phone in front of me.
Mhm.
The document for the show is in front of me. I'm not just like scrolling Instagram or something. I just want because I get frustrated at Kingston for doing that, but it's part of a bit on the show. And I realized looking at the screen, I was like, oh my God, it looks like I'm totally disinterested. I want to get ahead of that.
No, it's good. It's good. Just, unfortunately, the comments have already come in and then they've clicked off.
Delete the comment.
Delete the comment and you're banned.
Hit him with an ad.
All right. We have a little bit of an update here on the Tencent situation with Sony and what's going on with this Light of Moderum game that Sony claims is a ripoff of Horizon. I don't think the claim is that far-fetched. I think it's fairly clearly a ripoff of Horizon. And we've gotten into this deeply, and I also did a lot of the stuff, I think, with Hogue on this as well. So we don't have to get too deep into it, but there are notable updates. So as you guys might recall, the first thing I want to discuss here is that Sony made its claim and then Tencent responded. And now Sony has responded to Tencent's response. And they basically just doubled down and said, like, this is bullshit. Tencent makes a lot of claims, basically being like, they're not even suing the right entity and all of this. And Sony's basically saying, like, you're just playing like a shell game with your entities. And it's pretty interesting. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to thegamepost.com because they're doing good reporting on this, kind of breaking it all down. So people can go check out the story entitled Tencent wanted to make The Last of Us. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the wrong one. We'll get to that. The other one is the damage is done and it continues. Sony calls Tencent's defense nonsense, says it's playing a shell game to protect Light of Moderum, a Horizon knockoff so blatant. Fans loudly decried the obvious and pervasive copying and new lawsuit filing. So there's this. We'll have to wait for more on this. I mean, they're just going back and forth. I really am interested in how this is all solved. Hogue thought when we talked about it that they would come to just end up licensing it to them and like have, and I'm like, I don't think so. It just seems like there's a lot of issues here. The bigger thing that I thought was funny though, and this is what I wanted to read to you guys, because I was like, oh my God. Tencent wanted to make The Last of Us game after Sony rejected Horizon project, new filing reveals. They write, quote, a new court filing in Sony's lawsuit against Tencent reveals that Tencent wanted to pitch the Last of Us game after Sony rejected its earlier Horizon project. Sony's ongoing lawsuit against Tencent just got more interesting. The lawsuit filed over Tencent's upcoming title Light of Moderum, which Sony claims is a blatant Horizon clone, now includes a new filing that sheds light on how far Tencent allegedly went to work with Sony before things fell apart. And a new opposition brief filed today. Sony not only pushed back against Tencent's attempt to dismiss the case, but called its claims nonsense, and that the company is, quote, playing a shell game with its brands and entities to avoid liability. As part of the opposition filing, Sony included a declaration seen by the Game Post from Olivier Courtemanche, head of mobile at PlayStation Studios. We've talked about him a little bit, offering a behind-the-scenes look at how talks between the two companies unfolded before things went south. Courtemanche says the team traveled to Shenzhen, China, to explore possible partnerships with Tencent and its studios, including Aurora Studios, the same developer behind Light of Moderum. This is pretty interesting. I'm excited to see what you guys think of this. So it goes on to say, according to Courtemanche's declaration, Tencent first floated a Horizon collaboration during a string of US-based meetings, one at DICE in Las Vegas and another at GDC 2024 in San Francisco. The project, codenamed Project Z, was presented by staff from Tencent's gaming division and Aurora Studio. Sony formally rejected the idea in an April 8th, 2024 email saying it wasn't interested in licensing Horizon. And so here's what he says in his proclamation. He says, quote, at the Games Developers Conference in March 2024 in San Francisco, California, my team met with Tencent and individuals identified as being associated with Tencent's Aurora Studios. Approximately 5 or 6 persons affiliated with Tencent attended the meeting, including Gary Clubb and Tian Jian, Courtemanche's declaration reads. Quote, during the meeting, Tencent pitched a Horizon-themed project. Tencent also played a grainy video that was difficult to decipher. Tencent and Aurora Studios referred to this project as Project Z. On May 16th, 2024, Tencent responded saying its team, Sony responded, I think they mean, saying its team wasn't interested in, On May 16th, 2024, Tencent responded saying its team wasn't interested in working on anything other than Horizon, citing the passion for the work that they've already done on Project Z. The email stated that for the Aurora Studios team, Horizon was an IP that they were confident in adapting, not only due to their deep passion for the game, but also given some of the parallels and points of connection to skill sets they have perfected while working on Project Z. A few months later, in July 2024, Courtemanche and his team traveled to Shenzhen, China to meet Tencent and its game studios, including Aurora Studios. According to him, Sony entered the meeting believing Aurora wanted to discuss a potential collaboration deal for The Last of Us. Instead, the presentation took a completely different turn. And he says, quote, with respect to Aurora Studios, we went into the meeting under the impression that they wanted to do a potential collaboration for The Last of Us. And that they were basically sidetracked by just more of this Horizon clone, this Light of Moderum, that they had no intention of licensing to them. So that's a long-winded way of saying that they were open to licensing The Last of Us, and that Sony traveled to China to hear this out. And it appears, if Courtemanche is the one involved, a mobile game? Dustin, The Last of Us on mobile, what are your thoughts?
This doesn't sound too crazy to me, actually. Currently, the Chinese have made a game on another PlayStation IP called Destiny, which people like more than Destiny. Now, it's not Tencent, it's NetEase, but very similar to two of the biggest Chinese companies. And so I could see a reality where there is a Last of Us potentially multiplayer game, and they could do their Last of Us online, and it would, dude, imagine the PR behind that, like the look of like, hey, here's your Last of Us online. It's we have
a Last of Us online at home kind of thing.
But think about it like this. Like I said, Destiny Rising is really good. I haven't put that much time into it, but people that play it love it. And it's doing better than the feeling about Destiny Rising is way better than the state of Destiny 2 right now. So I think it's easy to write off the idea of a good Last of Us mobile game, but it's certainly possible because we're seeing it right now.
Chris, what are your thoughts here on this? This is a really Sony. The interesting thing about this to me is not only the existence of the game, but that Sony filed this declaration. So they knew it was going to get out, that they were working on this Last of Us, or this idea of a Last of Us potentially mobile project. What are your thoughts on this? And of course, we'll leave this the kind of, we've talked so much about Light of Moderum. I don't expect you guys to have much more to say about that. It's so obvious what's going on there. They just have to figure out how they're going to solve it. But I'm much more interested in this Last of Us mobile shit.
Yeah, I wonder what that would even look like. Clearly they were open to it at the very least. And so, like, when did this meeting take place? They said there was
it was all in 2024. Yeah, at GDC, and maybe it was DICE. I'll go look back and look.
Interesting.
Oops, wrong one.
So that's just a little bit before the cancellation, then, right? If I have my timeline correct, because it was canceled in 2024, right?
Yeah, it was last year,
but it was like summer. And GDC is earlier, I think. In the
that's
year,
interesting,
right?
actually. Yeah, I wonder.
That's a fascinating kind of thing. I don't know what to make of that necessarily. I think clearly, The Last of Us Online had its own problems, and there's that story about Naughty Dog realizing what they had gotten themselves into, and that still to me is kind of like a really weird story of just like, oh my god, we're gonna have to work on this for a long time. It's like, yeah. I don't understand how.
Maybe a way to hand off some of that work.
Yeah, maybe. It's the timing of that is fascinating though. Like the timing of having that meeting and then canceling The Last of Us Online is a strange kind of 1-2 in the same span of time. I would not necessarily put down the idea of a compelling Last of Us mobile game. Particularly if it focused on online stuff, like you couldn't make I don't think you could make a compelling single player story on a phone. I don't know if you could really manage that with like being interrupted by text.
Yeah, like pop up notifications and all that.
Yeah, getting interrupted by your what is it? Your Young Republican Discord group chat getting leaked. So like, I think a multiplayer game would work though. I mean, Destiny Rising is doing very, very well. Granted, Destiny Rising is a new Destiny game that is not built on the back of a game on PS4. So there's a lot kind of going into that where it's like, well, obviously, of course, like a modern mobile game would have a higher ceiling than current Destiny 2 would. But I mean, that certainly would have been a newsworthy trailer to see. Here's your Chinese Last of Us Online. We canceled the real one. Here you go. This is very strange.
We handed over some of the assets, and here's what we're going to do with it.
Yeah, here's Joel.
And it's like, and the close up is that Metal Gear Solid figure of Snake with the like all fucked up.
Right. I don't know. I think I would like to see the world where that actually came to fruition, because I wouldn't be surprised if it did really, really well, actually. But we don't live in that world. We live in a world without any type of Last of Us Online, which I think is actually a bummer. But
are we? I don't know if we would be in agreement on this. I don't know how we really feel about this, but would you assume that any mobile game they would do would also be on the console?
I think maybe at some point it could come. I think they would want some degree of separation early on to experiment in a realm that's kind of free from association. Whereas like Destiny Rising is like really big right now. And it's really huge in the mobile space, and that's going really well, but it very well could have been the case that it ended up being horrible. And if it was horrible and people didn't respond to it well, for that to be front and center on your console space, probably not the best. I think they look at mobile as like a way to get a lot of people playing, get a lot of investment from people who otherwise don't have a machine, to then in some ways kind of not beta test necessarily, but like make sure it's kind of like dipping your toes in. It's like, okay, this audience seems to like it quite a bit, and it's getting good coverage here. Maybe at some point we'll jump over to console. It would be cool if Destiny Rising comes to console. I think that would be really dope, because right now it's really only on mobile, and I think it's only on mobile specifically because they didn't know how it was going to go, or they weren't necessarily sure if it would hit. But now that it does, I wouldn't be surprised if those conversations were happening. It's like, hey, listen, it hits. When are we bringing this to PC proper, or when are we bringing this to console proper? Now, maybe those conversations aren't happening. Maybe there's like a licensing thing with Bungie. I really don't know what that could be. But I would imagine that the mobile space is very useful for that reason, where it's like it's a lot of people playing your game, testing it, basically like making sure it's good, kind of away from the prying eyes of your hardcore player base and your hardcore ecosystem. I think there's value in that, especially because it's a Chinese game, so it's kind of like overseas anyway. It's not really like, I mean, people like it here, but it's
not really for us.
Yeah, but it could be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it's big enough and it is good enough and it really like kind of like warrants that, it's like, yeah, man, bring it over. But I bet that would be a case by case basis type thing.
All right. Very interested to see what you guys think of this. Evan Buchanan wrote in and said, "Hey guys, not really a question, but I just saw with the announcement of Apple's upgraded Vision Pro, they also announced that they were selling PSVR 2 controllers for, wait for it, $250. This marks the first time, as far as I can tell, you can buy the controller separately from the headset. And at that price, sheesh. Anyways, thanks for making the work days more enjoyable." You're welcome, Evan. Thanks for writing in. He's right. Upload VR reports PSVR 2 Sense controllers will be sold by Apple next month for $250. Includes the charging stand. And they're unavailable if you don't buy the headset, which again is $400, way cheaper than it was when it launched. Dustin?
I was just looking, and I'm sure it's going to probably go on sale in the next month, but you can get a brand new PSVR 2 for $400.
Yeah, that's what it says here. Sony doesn't currently sell them separately from the $400 headset. So does that suggest the controllers are more expensive than headset?
Well, Colin, it comes with the charging station.
That's true.
You're missing the bargain here.
You should see me use that charging station, by the way. I'm always like, it takes me like 5 minutes to figure out which direction to put the controllers on because I'm so fucking stupid. It's like a child playing with his like shape toys, trying to get them into the different shape bins. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, Dustin, I interrupted you.
Yeah, so that charging station is $50. So okay. I don't know. I don't
it doesn't
think
just come with the. I always just thought it would come together as a package, regardless. So they sold the charging station.
Correct.
That's so weird. What the fuck is wrong with them? I don't understand.
They don't sell
that.
the PlayStation. They don't sell the DualSense charging station with the PS4 or the PS5.
No, but I guess I'm more speaking to like, why aren't the controllers just available?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
why?
Of course.
Why? I don't get that.
Yeah.
Why?
I have no idea.
Are they like bespoke and expensive in a weird way? Or are they using things that internally that they need for other things they're making or something? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Maybe. You know, it's not outside of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, like, do they need like all the gyro shit for the DualSense controllers and they just don't have enough of them or something? Or they feel like they can just make more money putting them into those? And you would just think you'd make some and just put them out there. Certainly people have, this thing's old. It's not that old, but it's older. It needs, it's certainly people have thrown theirs through the fucking wall.
Right.
I need a replacement.
How do you get a replacement? Do you have to like call them or something?
I guess. I don't even know.
That's crazy.
Yeah. For this audience, I'm sure this has happened to someone. If you have broken your PSVR 2 controller before now, where they're technically available for purchase, what did you do? Did Sony on support offer to replace it? Did it cost money? How much? I actually want to know that. So if that has happened to you, let us know. But yeah, I feel like it's that price point is for the Vision Pro audience that just blew $3,000. Is it $3,000 on a Vision Pro? So it's like, why not charge that much?
Yeah, it's actually kind of a bargain.
Yep.
They're nice controllers.
So awesome.
I'll give them that. I like those controllers.
Yeah, they're great. And I'm sure there is some special. I'm sure they have some kind of sensors in them for the PSVR 2 to pick them up better than just like the straight cameras. So I don't know, man. To me, this reads like Sony PSVR 2 at this point, man. We a few months, like maybe earlier this year, got write-ins like it's still alive. Check out all these games. Now, I mean, I still see that there are games coming out, but it feels like even that crowd has gotten much quieter.
Yeah, it's sad. It's too bad. It just doesn't seem. It's not going to be a thing. I think there was a potential for it to be a thing, and I just don't think it's going to happen. I think it's really cool, but I don't think people want to play like that. I don't even think it's the cost of it anymore. I think it's some of that, but if it was VR. Cool, people would use it. Everyone carries around $2,000 phones in their pocket. Like, give me a break. If it was cool, they would use it.
Yeah. Or if there was, VR enthusiasts are happy with the smaller developer PlayStation VR games or just VR games in general, but a mass market wants AAA first party, or even not even necessarily that, but just PlayStation IP, VR games made with PlayStation IP. And they're not getting that.
You know what PSVR 2 needs? PSVR 2 needs friend slop.
Dude.
PSVR needs like peak.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, well.
I would love to know more about the vibrancy or lack thereof of like the ecosystem. Like what, like when a good game comes to PSVR 2 that people like and it's getting good reviews and it's getting good buzz, like what does it sell? I don't even have a concept for that. Is that number 20,000? Is it 100,000? Like I don't know. I can't imagine it being more than that though.
I wonder if it has a Vita type audience where Vita, while was a commercial failure, the people that had it loved it and bought games.
Mm-hmm. They did
for
they
it.
sure
I
did.
wonder if it kind of has the same type of thing.
Might.
I'm sure it is. It's just I think it's just VR, man. Like it's just like it's as advanced as VR is. It still feels like VR as like a method of play is like, and it's just feels like it's in like kind of an infancy state still. Like it's still very crude. You know, we got like wires dangling over us. We got these heavy fucking things on our heads. Like I feel like it's really not going to get until it's as convenient or more than just playing on a TV. Like it's just not gonna hit. You got to make them into like glasses. Or something.
Yeah, I wonder, like, in a way, I've vacillated on this over time. Like, maybe augmented reality is the better solution. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, probably.
Just because it requires less of the person.
I mean, augmented reality is more useful. Also, just straight up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they've got those like smart glasses now that are you put like HUDs on them and shit. And I fully believe like that technology is going to be like really prevalent. Like at some point in the near future. But like VR, it's like, I don't know, man. It's so cumbersome.
Yeah, there's like, it's got a lot of problems too. Like the locomotion problem is a major problem of VR. Like the biggest, I think, problem. I used to love actually going to E3 to Kensha Hall where like all the weird shit was, like the porn games and the VR stuff and all that. And just all the different solutions. Like there would be like these like platforms people would make that you would walk on as you played VR. And everyone was trying to solve this locomotion problem. It was pretty interesting. And I think most people realize it's like you actually have to have a controller, which is kind of unimmersive. You know? Sorry, can you hear the dogs? They're barking.
I heard a tiny soft bark. It's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Did a minority walk by?
Micah. Yeah. All right. I just wanted to throw this out here. I thought this was an interesting story. Did either of you play ModNation Racers?
I wanted to. I remember being into it when I first heard about it because I still am big into kart racers. I loved Crash Team Racing, but I never got around it. That was the one where you could like make your own track, right?
It was very much like a Little Big Planet sort of thing where.
Yeah. I wanted to get into it, but I didn't have a PS3 at the time, I don't think. And by the time I got one, I just kind of like, I don't know, I forgot about it.
So I really like the idea behind ModNation Racers, but because it was very much in the Little Big Planet vein of, and Dustin, I don't know if you played, but came out in 2010. It was made by United Front. United Front would go on to create Sleeping Dogs after ModNation Racers, which was obviously an awesome game. But ModNation Racers has been defunct online since the servers were taken down in 2018. It's surprised it lasted 8 years, actually. But over at Push Square, they write, fans bring PS3 favorite ModNation Racers back from the dead. And they write, quote, ModNation Racers was a scrappy but outrageously popular kart racer on the PS3. The game, part of Sony's big play, create, share push at the time, allowed fans to design their own characters, courses, and karts. It was actually originally developed by United Front Games, the Canadian studio behind Sleeping Dogs. but its servers were taken offline in 2018, rendering the release pretty pointless without many of its key features supported. Now, industrious fans have found a way to get the title working as intended again, utilizing private servers. The feedback on Reddit has been impressive, with lobbies fairly full of returning fans. And then they give you instructions. You have to set your PS3's primary DNS to a certain number, and then you can access these servers or whatever to play ModNation Racers. So if you want to go do that with other ModNation Racers fans, please do. He says outrageously popular kart racer. I don't remember it being outrageously popular, but people really did like it. There was also a PSP version of it. And then you guys might remember that ModNation Racers Road Trip was a Vita launch game in February of 2012. So there was a kind of a third or like a second 2.5 ModNation Racers game. So I just wanted to throw that out there in case anyone's still messing with their PS3 and like doing that sort of thing. And there's a ModNation's Reddit, apparently, you can go check out too.
There is one notable person I know that was, I don't know them personally, but a big fan of ModNation Racers. Can you guess who it was?
Greg Miller was a big fan of it. That's what I remember.
This person's more famous than Greg Miller.
Shuhei?
Chris Chan.
Oh, Chris Chan.
I had an inkling that I remember something about him. And apparently, I'm looking at Sonichu.com, which is the quickie. It says while Chris had little evident interest in directly interacting with other humans in online games, he did seem to enjoy building up a massive trophy case to passively show off his PlayStation Network profile. So, Colin, you got something in common.
What's his name on PSN?
I don't know.
Christian.
But it says
PSN.
Apparently at one point he begged his Twitter feed to download ModNation Racer his levels so he could pick up one more trophy.
There's a Chris Chan on PSN profile set to private, Chris-Chan, but it's Japanese. Poor guy.
Oh man, it's set to private. There's so much environmental. That's like a BioShock environmental storytelling. A Christian, like a real Christian with like a private profile.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
I think it might be Sonichu.
Sonichu?
Yeah.
Let me see. Sonichu.
Oh god, can't believe this is happening.
I just want to look at his trophies.
I understand.
Hyperdimension Neptunia. He hasn't played.
That tracks.
Minecraft, Little Big Planet 3, Hatsune Miku, Dreams, Bubsy.
Uh-oh.
Life is Strange. He doesn't play very much. He doesn't have anymore.
Yeah, I think he might have had his PlayStation time interrupted by a brief thing. I don't.
Right.
I can't recall exactly what, but
Something happened.
something might have occurred.
All right. Thought this was weird. Wanted to read this one to you guys. So first, Quantic Dream, a French studio, long aligned with PlayStation, kind of doing their own thing these days. They released, of course, Heavy Rain. That was in 2010. Beyond Two Souls was 2013, and then Detroit was 2018. And those were all PlayStation exclusives at the time. They've all since come to PC. And they wrote on their blog, writing a new chapter. And David Cage specifically wrote this, who was one of the co-founder and writer and director of most of their initiatives. He says, quote, "For over 28 years, Quantic Dream has been pushing the boundaries of interactive storytelling. With award-winning titles like Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and Detroit Become Human, more than 25 million players worldwide have shared the journeys of Ethan Mars, Jody Holmes, Kara, Marcus, and Connor with us. Since 2018, we have entered a new phase of growth and innovation. We doubled the size of the team, bringing together talents from all over the world, united by the same passion for creativity. We opened a new studio in Montreal, moved into new headquarters in Paris, built the next generation of our proprietary technology, and became our own publisher." They published Dustborn, as you guys might recall. "After years as a single project studio, we also decided to take a new step. Multiple teams are fully dedicated to crafting the next generation of great games, including something very different, a competitive multiplayer experience, born from the same spirit of curiosity and creativity that has always defined us. This new title may surprise our fans as it is very different from what we have done so far, but taking risks, challenging ourselves, exploring new ways of playing and telling stories, and attempting what seems impossible has always been part of our DNA." This was written, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. I wonder why they're saying this. And it seems like they're saying it because they were ready to announce, as they did right before the show began, when we were recording, a 3v3 strategy action game called Spellcasters Chronicles. I'm not crazy about the multiple plurals there. Spellcasters Chronicles. Why not Spellcasters Chronicle or Spellcaster Chronicles? Either of those are better, right?
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, Spellcaster Chronicles.
Right, Spellcaster Chronicles, I think, is what you want to go with. In the press release, they say, quote, Quantic Dream, the award-winning studio behind Detroit Become Human, unveils Spellcasters Chronicles, its first ever multiplayer game. Free-to-play and team-based. It uniquely blends action and strategy by inviting players to command magical chaos and spectacular 3v3 battles. The game will debut with a closed beta on PC by the end of 2025. Presumably, this thing will eventually come to console, but because of Quantic Dream's long lineage with Sony, I felt like it was newsworthy to bring this up here. Dustin, let's go to you first. Here's how I feel about this. They're making their Star Wars game still, by the way. Eclipse, which has been in development forever. So I don't know what's going on with that game. But I think it's incumbent on first parties to have a wide array of games and to pursue every viable option that's before them. This is why I keep saying Sony should have games as a service, games alongside the expensive AAA single player games that we love from them as well. They should. They have an ecosystem. They need to nurture it. And I think even publishers, big publishers, EA, Activision, or Activision before they were with Microsoft, but EA, UB, whatever, they should explore a bunch of different kinds of games. It's good for their health. They'll find something new, fill different niches. On the developer front, I don't know. They haven't put out a game that they've been really known for, like a kind of game they've been known for in 7 years. I think that I'm curious what this is all about and if it has any prayer of succeeding. There is a trailer. I don't know if you guys watched it, but Dustin, let's go to you first and see what you think.
Yeah, it certainly is a really weird move for them, especially when they're known. They're known for making, I don't want to say non-gameplay games, but they are
interactive movies.
Primarily, yeah, interactive movie games. And here they are with a what's the word I'm looking for? A live service multiplayer game. And seeing the trailer and seeing the assets initially, it's like, okay, this from a visual perspective is one of the most generic things I think I have ever seen. With that being said, from watching this trailer and reading about it, I have to give it to them that it sounds like a really unique idea where it is a mix of strategy and third-person action. In the trailer, you see like some cool like kaiju battles going on, flying around. The gameplay of this does not look bad at all from this tiny snippet. Now, once people actually play it, we'll get a better idea. But I'm glad that they just didn't go the route where it's like, we're making a hero shooter. And it's exactly like the popular hero shooters, but you should play ours instead. They're actually bringing something new to the table. I think 3v3 is kind of unique as well, since normally these are like 5 or 6 players. So I respect them for that, for doing something different in the space. They maybe have a little bit more of a chance, but it's really going to come down to what it plays like. We just have to wait to find out.
The game's being directed by Gregory Diaconu, and on Moby Games, he is shown as being on the game logic team for Heavy Rain, the design team for Beyond, and then basically the associate game director. So David Cage's right hand for Detroit. So interesting personnel choice. I guess that makes sense, though. David Cage is probably directing Star Wars Eclipse himself. Chris, what are your thoughts here? Does the game look interesting to you? I agree with Dustin that the game looks generic, but sounds like it's a little bit more than that. But I still don't think this game really has a prayer, personally.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of it. It kind of reminds me of doing something interesting with like PvP strategy stuff is really risky because strategy in and of itself is kind of like a very niche thing. It reminds me of Brutal Legend. Like Brutal Legend I thought was fucking awesome. Like Brutal Legend had this very weird like PvP mode that I thought was so fucking interesting. And it's novel and it's cool and it's definitely like unique. And I think this probably will end up being something like that. But like, will people care about it is like, I don't know. It looks kind of generic, but also I do feel like on some level generic sells to some people.
That's definitely true.
Like it seems like a safe art style for I'll say this. The art style seems tailor made for the type of audience that they're trying to court. This feels like it's tailored towards like League of Legends type people. You know what I mean? Like people like, oh, hey, you like, you know, you like stuff that looks like this. Come on, try it. You might like it. I would be shocked if it does well, just because, again, it's just a very competitive space. That niche of like people looking for something. There's a sad reality that I feel like we have to contend with, which is that like a lot of people, the majority of people don't necessarily care if something is interesting. They care if something is comfortable. And as interesting as this idea is, and it's free to play, I'll definitely check it out, you know, just because I think it could be cool. And again, anything that kind of evokes that weird PvP mode of Brutal Legend that was so experimental and weird, like, has my attention. But that's probably going to be a few too many hoops for a lot of people to bother with when they can just default to something that's also free and also simple and they know, like League of Legends or, you know, something. And I'm not saying that these are similar games in the sense of like how they play, but like, you know, the tone and the vibe and like how they look. And the type of audience. I think I would be surprised if it does well, but it's a cool premise. And it looks, as generic as it looks, like artistically, it looks good. It looks competent. Mm-hmm. Like it doesn't look like cheaply thrown together or, you know, like it doesn't look like a mess. It doesn't look like ugly like Concord or something. So it's not necessarily unappealing in that way. So like anything's possible.
I was looking at the picture of that, like a render of that fat character. You know, like in the blue coat, the curly, like she's a black woman, I think, and like the curly hair from Concord.
In Concord?
Yeah. And I was just looking at it, was like on Twitter for some reason. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? Like, I can't believe people were like, this shit is going to be big, man. Yeah. I was just like staring at it in awe, where I was like, now I do agree that this, I don't play these kinds of games. I'm not going to play it, but it does look competent. Like you said, I think that the art style is just so rote at this point, but it sells. People do play games. I mean, I look at games, not for nothing, I look at games like League of Legends or something, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like this is like what you love. All right. Teach their own. Very
not good.
But to give people a little bit, I probably should have done this at the top, but just to give people a little bit of more context. It says in the press release, quote, in a unique blend of third-person action and strategic decision-making, Spellcasters Chronicles challenges players to master both movement and magic to dictate the pace of the battle. Each match is played as a 3v3 fast-paced 25-minute showdown across mystical arenas of epic scale and verticality, where teams must capture altars to gain territory and destroy their opponent's lifestones to claim their victory. Players will step into the fight as spellcasters, archetype-driven mages with distinct identities, defined roles, and signature abilities capable of summoning hordes of creatures and casting powerful spells. So you can go play the, let's see, there's information here about the beta. Yeah, you can go to spellcasterschronicles.com/beta for more information and I guess to sign up and get more details. Yeah, how to sign up for the closed beta. Now, the thing I think they're going to suffer from, if anything, is that you always have a build, especially a studio like Quantic Dream. People are very critical of Quantic Dream, but as their sales numbers show, like they have a hardcore audience of people that like their games, including me. I loved Heavy Rain and I loved Detroit. I thought Beyond Two Souls was a little weak. But when you make a game that's so diametrically opposed to what you used to make, you kind of can't lean on your old fan base to like kind of prop it up. It's got to do its own thing. It's kind of a dangerous situation from that perspective. Like no one that really cares about Quantic Dream games is going to give a shit about that game. I'm one of those people. I want to know I don't even care about the Star Wars game. I want to know if you were going to do like something new and unique. I thought Detroit Become Human was great. I thought that was a great game. Straight up. Loved it. And it's just disappointing that it's taken so long. And it's disappointing that they couldn't get their shit together with Sony, because that's kind of where they belonged. A Quantic Dream that maybe Sony could have purchased, which would have been one of the few teams, as we said at the beginning of the show when we started the show in 2018, it would have been one of the teams that made sense for them to buy. Just wasn't in the cards, and you would imagine they could have gotten something else out in the interim, but whatever. Spellcasters Chronicle reveal teaser is out there on the Spellcasters Chronicles, that name, man, on its YouTube channel. Can't take the name. Guys, I wanted to just throw this out here. Remedy released a statement. Remedy, of course, the studio behind Alan Wake and Control, Max Payne. It says, inside information profit warning. Remedy Entertainment PLC lowers operating profit outlook for 2025 and publishes preliminary Q3 key financial figures. Due to weak sales of FBC Firebreak, Remedy lowers its long-term sales forecast for the game. Consequently, the company recognizes a non-cash impairment of 14.9 million euros, representing a majority of the game's capitalized development costs and allocated purchase, publishing, and distribution rights. The impairment has no effect on Remedy's cash position. So the old outlook was Remedy expects its revenue and operating profit to increase from the previous year and operating profit to be positive. The new outlook, Remedy expects its revenue to increase from the previous year and operating profit to be negative and below the previous year. I was looking at their finances, and their revenue has skyrocketed from 2016 to 2024. So it's gone from, in 2016, 16,000, 17,000, 20,000. And this would be in millions. So all the way up to 50 million. It's just represented in per €1,000 to make it more readable. So they're all the way up. They're up like, 3 times over in revenue, and their growth is through the roof. But when they were making 16 million euros a year, their profit percentage of revenue was 25%. It got down to negative 50% last year and now is 5%, and it's now going to be in the negative because of FBC Firebreak for this year. I want to dive deeper into this at some point, probably with Hogan in the coming weeks on an episode we do, but I'm not thinking they're in great shape. And they'll obviously do fine because they're working with Rockstar, so they're going to get a big infusion of money from that. And Control 2 will eventually come out and I think do pretty well. Alan Wake 2 took a while to kind of make some of its money back, but I think it's getting there. But they have cash on hand of about $25 million. I don't know. I just think this is another example, very similar. It's like funny that Quantic Dream, I mean, they were already committed to this idea long before Firebreak came out and failed, but it's like, let me say this one thing, okay? And I want to reiterate this because people are always like, player numbers, and it's like, no. FBC Firebreak announced a few days after it came out, it had 1 million players. They lost, according to their investor report, almost all of the money that they put into the game. I don't give a fuck how many players you have. It's about how many copies of the game you sell or how engaged people are with your microtransactions and all the rest. Player counts are irrelevant. And this is just another example of that. Touting these really great numbers where no one cared about your game because no one's going to want to play a multiplayer game in the Control universe. They want Control 2. What are we doing? It's the same thing with Alan Wake. It's like, why is there so much distance between these games? You're not doing yourself any favors. When Alan Wake comes out in 2010 or whatever, and Alan Wake 2 comes out in 2023.
Yeah.
And then Control comes out in 2019, and Control 2 comes out 26, 27, maybe, something like that. It's like, come on, guys. Everyone wants more, and this is what I'm saying at the developer level, not at the publisher level, not at the first party level, at the developer level. You have to have a level of consistency and know what you do. Take bets, but understand it can undo the entire operation. And FBC Firebreak ate up $15 million. So just wanted to throw that out there. Don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Yeah. I think you got to take bets. It's fine to take risks and it's fine to go off and do something different, but I think you got to go off and do something different in this kind of a volatile industry and in this kind of a volatile space. You kind of have to go off and do something different within the realm of what people expect or are willing to. Like, I think it made sense for them to go from Alan Wake into like Quantum Break. You know what I mean? Oh, another third person kind of single player narrative driven adventure. Oh, Quantum Break into Control. I don't necessarily mind that it's been that long between Alan Wake and Alan Wake 2. It means you get like a pretty interesting dichotomy. It means you get like a pretty interesting duology of games. But choosing to go into this direction of like, I could have told them the second they brought this up. Like, I'm a layman, dude. Like, by all accounts. If I was in the boardroom of like Remedy for whatever reason, they were like, hey, we're going to make this kind of PvP shooter thing, and we think we can do it pretty well. I'm sure you could. You're not going to do that. No. Why?
Yeah, like, what is the hope it's going to be like the next big thing or something? Like, are you serious? Like, that's kind of the thing you have to ask people is like, are you serious? That like you really think this is going to be a thing that breaks through sufficiently?
Yeah, I just don't. I don't get it. I don't get the avenues in which people are taking the risk. Like even somebody like even you look at like a team like Guerrilla when they went to go make Horizon. I mean, like ultimately that's still like a single player kind of narrative action game. You know what I mean? Like it's a different perspective, which is kind of a risky thing. Like that's not really done all that often. But I mean, it's within the realm of it would be. It's not like Guerrilla went and made like a live service MOBA or something. Like that would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Or like, or even, you know what? Actually, Bungie's a pretty good example. Like they know FPSs. You know, they're a first person shooter kind of company. Marathon, that being an extraction shooter, it is risky, but it's way less of a risk than I think Remedy doing something like this. You know, where there's a lot of people who are going to be like, okay, yeah, Marathon's weird or whatever. It's got some weird energy around it. But that's going to be a Bungie first-person shooter. Like it'll probably be good. Even if people assume people won't care, like people are going to like, that's probably going to be pretty solid at the very least. You don't really have that with FBC Firebreak. I played FBC Firebreak for, I don't remember the exact amount of playtime because I played it on Xbox and I don't know if I've checked the clock, but it was several hours that I played that game, and it's perfectly good. It functions. I actually think they handled first person well. But you know what? When I was playing that game, I was like, oh man, you know what this makes me wish this was? A single player Remedy first person shooter. Because I feel like that would have been pretty cool. But instead, you know, you just get this kind of schlock. And by the way, I think FBC Firebreak came to PS Plus and Game Pass.
Yeah, they knew.
So 1 million players for PSN and Game Pass. That's kind of bad, actually, in my opinion. Like you see like ostensibly a free to play PvP game from like a relatively like renowned studio, and it's like 1 million players after a couple days for free. That's kind of crazy. For comparison, I understand that these are different. These are very different. These are very different behemoths. But Halo Infinite was like at 20 million. That's where player count actually matters. You know what I mean? Like that's like, okay, you've got people in there. And you've got an online ecosystem of people like kind of like self-sustaining. FBC, like, I'm sorry. They should have just never made it.
Yeah, I think they realize that now.
They should have realized it immediately.
Yeah.
That's what I just don't understand. I don't understand the decisions that are made at a high level sometimes where I feel like, who's being paid to make these decisions?
Yeah, I agree with you. Totally. It's frustrating because we're going to see with this Quantic Dream game, but I think that's almost certainly going to suffer the same fate.
Yeah,
so maybe it's sometimes people are a little looser with the money. They get favorable tax benefits. I know this happens in Canada a lot and other things, and governments invest in their games, and it's not quite as bad. The losses aren't quite as staggering as you think, and I don't know. But to me, I just think you want to make sure you have a market for whatever you're putting out there. Otherwise, what's the point? All right, just a couple more things to get through. I thought this was interesting. The International Workers, Great Britain Games Workers Union put out a post saying, quote, "We stand in solidarity with employees and ex-employees at Build a Rocket Boy, the studio behind Mind's Eye, as they file legal claims through our union and publish an open letter condemning the way in which they've been mistreated and discarded by the studio's millionaire executives." So, as you guys might recall, Mind's Eye came from Build a Rocket Boy earlier this year. Build a Rocket Boy is operated in part by Leslie Benzies, who was the executive producer of Rockstar for many, many years. There was some promise behind this game based on a bigger project that they're working on called Everywhere, which is sort of like a in-game ability to make missions and do all these sorts of things that you kind of see in Mind's Eye if you play it. They test around with it a little bit. But the game obviously was a big disaster. IO Interactive stepped up to publish it and distribute it. It's the first external game that they've ever published. It might be the last, as we discussed a month or so ago, and they were saying we might not do that again because they got kind of burned. The open letter dated October 10th to the leadership at Build a Rocket Boy says the following. Quote, "Employees and ex-employees at Build a Rocket Boy, together with the Game Workers branch of the Independent Workers of Great Britain, are writing to address the longstanding disrespect and mistreatment of your staff. For years, you have expected them to adapt to your every whim, with those in disagreement being shut down or cast aside. We estimate a UK majority of 250 to 300 workers across the company have now lost their livelihoods. These layoffs happen because you repeatedly refuse to listen to your workforce's years of experience, resulting in one of the worst video game launches this decade. Here are just a few of the many issues we have faced under your management. Lack of transparency and communication. You have consistently failed to effectively communicate with the workers whose expertise the company relies on. Information has been sparse and vague, with you often making radical changes to the way we worked with little or no input from those affected. Unbearable levels of overtime. In the 4 months leading up to the launch of Mind's Eye, you implemented a mandatory 8 hours of overtime per week for every single employee. Time off in lieu was given at a rate of 7 hours back for every 8 hours worked, but many have still not been able to take this time off due to your continued request for extra high priority work even after launch. Disastrous handling of redundancies. We believe you have consistently mishandled the redundancy process, causing confusion and distress for all staff. Employees have received misinformation, been handed dismissal notices with the wrong notice periods, and been put in the wrong teams so that their performances were scored by the wrong people. These and other errors have potentially resulted in the wrongful dismissal of dozens of staff members. These and many other issues, some of which have been made public already, have caused pain and stress for your employees. Our experience at the company has been one of burnout, job insecurity, health issues, and the failure of a game that many of us have put years of our lives into. Barb, which is Build a Rocket Boy, needs to change. CEOs need to take a back seat and allow the skilled people who remain at the company to forge the path ahead. We demand the following: a public apology for this mistreatment of employees and proper compensation for laid-off employees. The option for remaining employees on redundancy notice to either work their notice period or take payment in lieu of notice, which is basically being, bought off to go. A concerted, meaningful, and documented effort to improve conditions and processes within the company, including the acknowledgement of the IWGB as a trade union. A commitment to use official external partners to action any future redundancies and prevent unfair treatment. Mark Gerhardt and Leslie Benzies, you often refer to your employees as family, but we ask you to consider, is this how you really treat your own? In solidarity, 93 Barb employees and ex-employees. So just wanted to throw that out in the wild. There's so much about this game that's going to come out, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine how bad the game was if they were working so much overtime leading up to its release. I mean, I platinumed Mind's Eye, so you don't have to tell me. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I wonder what it means for the Everywhere project and everything else. So I don't know if there's anything left to say about that, but I felt like it would be disingenuous for us to ignore that that's happening. And finally, new PS Plus game catalog entries. So if you have PlayStation Plus Extra or Premium, the silver and gold tier, so not essential, which is what most of us have, you get access to the game catalog, hundreds of games for you to access, very much like a Game Pass-like thing, but with very few new games in it. So a lot of legacy stuff. And there's some cool stuff joining this month. This begins, let's see. All these titles will be available Tuesday, October 21st. So next week. And it begins with PS5's Silent Hill 2 Remake. So a nice little addition there for spooky time. Silent Hill 2 Remake is exceptional. Highly recommended. Also in there is last year's Until Dawn, the remake of the 2015 Until Dawn from Supermassive. This game was built externally. And what was the team that made it? Why can't I think of it? Until Dawn Remake. Oh, Ballistic Moon. That's what it was. And actually, we have a letter about this particular game I should read. KY is life. I don't know if he means Kentucky. We've talked about this in the past. KY Jelly or Kentucky. I see that Until Dawn Remastered is coming to PS Plus. I believe you once said that the PS4 original is still superior. Am I correct? And if so, will you please elaborate as to why? The PS4 version is definitely superior, and I highly recommend it over the PS5 version. Mostly because the PS5 version is remade with a free camera, which would generally be good for third-person games, but it undercuts a lot of the horror in the game. The game's simply not as scary when you have so much control over it. It also doesn't run very well. It might be fixed by now. It does tease a sequel. So we will see if that ends up coming out. Let's see. Other games included V Rising, which is supposed to be good. Brad was into that game.
Yeah, Brad and I played together.
Oh, okay.
He was way more into it than me, though. I fell off, but it's cool.
That's that vampire survival game, right?
Yeah, don't you build things and then the daylight comes or whatever?
Yeah, and you can capture people and make them your slaves.
Nice.
I love when people choose to give up. Describe it instead of where you build things and the daylight comes.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yakuza Like a Dragon on PS5 and PS4. Poppy Playtime Chapter 1. PS5 and PS4. Is this like some weird horror game? Looks like it.
I think it's kind of in the
Five
vein
Nights
of
at Freddy's or no?
Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm pretty sure Poppy's Playtime's big in Japan.
Okay.
Because I remember seeing it there and being like, this is big here. But yeah, it's like Five Nights at Freddy's kids horror game.
As Dusk Falls, which I want to play. I got to buy that. That's an Xbox published game, actually.
Yeah.
So that's already been available on PlayStation, obviously, but it'll be available on the game catalog for PS5 and PS4. And Wizard with a Gun, the sandbox survival game, will be available on PS5. Over on Premium, the original PS1 fighter Tekken 3 will be available. This will obviously also be available a la carte, and this is only available at the premium level. So if you're at the extra level, you don't get access to the classic games for whatever reason. So Tekken 3 for PS5 and PS4 via PS1. Anything in here for you guys this month?
Well, I echo your recommendation of Silent Hill 2. I don't have time to play it again right now, but it feels I want to. After playing Silent Hill F, I've realized like I think I'm a Silent Hill mega fan.
Oh, you like Silent
Maybe
Hill? Name all the Silent Hill games.
I was gonna say I haven't earned that yet, but I've played Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, Remake, and F. And I'm like, man, all these are great. So highly recommend that. I just realized I noticed on my credit card, I got charged for my PlayStation Essential renewal.
Oh, Essential.
So I no longer have
Good.
Premium.
Okay.
Yeah, I no longer have Premium. I was like, holy shit, Essential. I think it was like $80.
Yeah, man, it's getting up there.
I was like, wow. So
it's definitely getting up there. I do feel like the game quality is pretty high though. For the Essential games. It's just that I get to a lot of that stuff before it's on there. So I just don't get to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
But I think most people, if you're like a normal person, you could really just play those games and probably be fairly content. But anyway, Chris, anything here for you? Did you play neither of you played the Until Dawn remake, right? I beat it.
No.
Oh, Chris's mom or dad is talking to him. Hold on a sec. Let's see. He's muted though. I couldn't see. Was that your mom or your dad? It was cut off. Or so.
That was my dad. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Did you ask me something specifically?
I was just asking if you, if there was anything on here for you, and then I was asking if neither of you played Until Dawn remake, right? Be interested to know what you guys thought of it. But
I don't know. Everything I heard about it was just like, oh, it's worse than the original, and I remember kind of not even. I didn't love the.
Yeah,
original.
If you didn't like the original, you're not going to like this.
You know. Like I thought it was good, but like it was just kind of one of those like, yeah, okay, I got that experience. You know, I don't know if I necessarily need it again. I feel that way about a lot of cinematic experience games like that. And so to hear it's like, oh, it runs worse, and the control scheme breaks the game. It's like, okay,
it's weird. I remember there's just one. It's not a spoiler. There's like you're in a basement, and there's like a creature like scurries across like a ceiling beam. And in the original game, there's like a pitched camera angle, like a fixed camera angle in this pitched direction where you see it. And then, so I played the remake, and I'm like, I just totally missed that. That scare was there, but you like totally miss it because like the camera just pointed in the wrong direction. It's like, this is not really a good idea.
The camera perspective is a really important choice in a game. Like you can't really you can't have a trade-off. It's why I like the third person option in like Resident Evil games, or like the first person option. Like it's always better to play those games in whatever the default perspective is because it's built for it. I remember in Resident Evil Village, because you can play that game in third person. And there's a scare that's like specifically like you walk into a cabin and then you look out a window and then like I think a wolf kind of like drops in front of the window and scares you. But in third person, you like it feels like you're in like you're at Halloween Horror Nights or something. Like it feels very like weird. But Until Dawn doesn't really speak to me. I've played I didn't finish Silent Hill 2 actually. Like I got to the very end and I just got like really drained. It's a really fucking draining game.
It is. I beat it 3 times.
It's really good.
Which is crazy.
It's really good, but like at a certain point, I was just like, yo, I'm just sad playing this.
It is a really sad game. It's so well done.
It's very great, but I'll probably just finish that at some point. But V Rising is the only one here that I haven't already played that I'm kind of curious about. Because like I do like the premise. I like the idea of like a survival game, but like it's kind of like flipped on its head, and you're kind of like. You got to look out for daylight. I think that's cool, but I don't know. I doubt I'll get to it in any reasonable time frame.
All right, my friends, let's get into what we're playing. We have a smorgasbord of games here. I think the way I'll do it is I'll go first, and I'll get some stuff out of the way. Then we'll talk about Ghost of Yotei since we're all playing it. Then we'll go to Battlefield since you guys are playing it. And Dustin, you can talk about Lumines in there as well. So I platinumed Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, finally. Platinum 192, did all the Iki Island stuff as well. It's a really great game. I mean, I like it. It's the one of the least resonant of the PlayStation exclusive games for me, though. I'm maybe 8 hours into Ghost of Yotei, and I have to say, this is pretty impressive in a lot of ways. I think it, as I was saying earlier in the show, a classic sort of sequel where it does everything the original game does, just way better. And I know people make fun of me for like liking to play games back to back and going back. So I played obviously Ghost of Tsushima and platinumed it on PS4 when it came out, but going back and kind of refamiliarizing myself with it, like I did with Spider-Man and Miles Morales, like I did with Final Fantasy VII Remake leading up to Rebirth. And there's so many other examples. It's annoying sometimes. Death Stranding, right? Did that with that. But when you do it, you immediately get, it's not like a memory. It's like, I know exactly what the game was like, what it looked like, how it felt, how it sounded, the rhythms of it. And I love it from that level of really understanding how the game is improved. And Yotei improves in every way. The Atsu character is way more compelling than Jin. I know people are down on kind of the revenge tale thing. It's like another revenge story, but I like it. I think it's cool. It's non-linear. I think the game is vaguer. I don't think it holds your hand as much and kind of shows you where things are. There's a lot of clever shit in the game when you already have the predicate for what Ghost is for you to go around and fix things up, and they've done it. So I really love the little things like going to the cartographer and buying maps and then placing them over your map and trying to find these secret areas. I didn't like it at first, but I do kind of dig the idea of removing this notion of experience with finding shrines and upgrading your character with, obviously various currencies and making careful selections and all the rest. I said earlier, the game is gorgeous. And I think this is why I was making fun of the idea that they were making the game for the same amount of money. It's like just the quality of the cinematics is way higher. And again, these are the things you notice. Obviously, you're talking about a PS4 game to a PS5 game, but these are the things you notice when you play them back to back. The combat's smoother. There are so many cool animations in combat that you see. So much work went into this, obviously. There's a couple things I love. There's a thing where Atsu like swings like the killing blow and then like flips over the person as the person's falling. And there's another thing where she swings because she's maybe a little weaker than a lot of people using it. She's a woman. She maybe doesn't have the quite the swing. Her sword gets stuck in the person's torso and she jams it over and the entire body moves over because the sword is like stuck. And I'm like, man, there's so many little quirks and touches that really make the game pop. I like it's very Sony, but like the back and forth between timelines and I really like it. Like I like it more than Ghost of Tsushima so far. Maybe the game falls apart. Now, is it more Ghost? Yes. But I think it's, as I said, I think vaguer is the nice word to use. It's like there's a Fallout quality to it that didn't really exist, if that makes sense in Ghost, like where you're feeling a little more blind. There are scattered. You get out of the vault and Fallout 3, you get the radio signals, and then you have like 3 things pop up, and you can go, or you can do whatever you want. But there's a thing over here. Megaton's kind of in that direction. There's like a side quest here. It's very similar. I felt like Ghost of Tsushima held your hand a lot more and was much more Far Cry-like in its approach, while I think this game is like a Far Cry meets Fallout, for lack of a better term. There are better examples than Fallout. Skyrim could be another example, where there's like a mystery that doesn't exist in the original game. So yeah, I'm really into it. I like it a lot. And I like the character of Atsu. I like her design. I was saying to Micah, I'm like, everyone's saying like she's ugly and stuff. I'm like, she's not ugly. Like, not that it really matters, but like, she's not ugly. She's really, the one thing I'll make fun of though, and is the the children's voices, like child Atsu's voice is awful. Like,
right, because it's just her.
Awful.
Are you guys are playing in English?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, we don't understand Japanese like you.
Oh, subtitles.
Dustin's playing in Japanese with no subtitles.
Yeah, no subtitles. I'm just taking it all in. The vibe of the situation.
I often wonder, like you get voices like, hey, dad, kind of like adults doing children.
Yeah.
It's like, why can't you just get a child actor? What is stopping you from getting a child to read these lines? It's just weird. It's really startling how bad it is. It's like really bad.
Yeah.
But everything else is great. But when I just cringe when I hear the voice, I'm like, this does not what a fucking 12-year-old girl sounds like.
What is this? Smoked like. She sounds like she knows very distinctly what a Marlboro Red is.
Yeah, like she has emphysema or something.
Yeah. Not that the voice actress sounds ill, but the voice actress just sounds older. Like it's very clearly a woman. Like in her
I have to hear this. The Japanese, the child voice was totally fine. So I'm very curious now about the English voice.
It's just her. It's just the same. It's just adult.
It's like someone doing a child voice.
Barely.
Yeah,
I really feel like every time I see a cutscene like that, it's just like this is just the adult woman doing the same voice again. Like that's what it feels like. I don't notice really a change at all. It's very funny. But no, yeah, I can't do the subtitles because oftentimes a cutscene will happen and I'll walk over to the kitchen and I'll just like grab something and I want to hear what the fuck is happening. But yeah, I don't know.
Dude, the game, and I know I've said this now twice, but I'll just say it again. The game is really good looking.
Oh yeah, it's really.
Where I'm like, oh my god.
Are you playing on that? Do you know what mode you're playing on?
Like I'm playing on the frame rate mode, but not the ray traced one because it says it will not keep a steady frame rate.
I have to say, man, like I haven't noticed really any dips at all. Like I'm playing on that. Like I forget what it's called in this game. Every game has some fucking weird name for it. It's never the same for some reason. But like
I think it's called Ray Tracing Pro.
Yeah, Ray Tracing Pro.
Only for the Pro. It says it's only PS5 Pro. I guess
it's very good. Like I have not noticed.
Okay, I'll have to check that out.
It's been pretty imperceptible to me, and I'm kind of a stickler for that stuff. I would imagine that you would have no issue going to it, and it looks fucking gorgeous, and it runs really well. I really don't know what the trade-off is, honestly. Like I'm sure maybe like in a cutscene.
All cutscenes are rendered at 30.
Cutscenes cutscenes are always 30 frames, so like I don't really even. Maybe there's like parts where I'm not noticing it, or maybe there's like a part later in the game where it might be worse. But like I'm genuinely not noticing a single issue with it. So you should bump it up. You should, or at least consider it.
No, I will. Gorgeous. I will. I was because I was looking at that and I was like, oh yeah, there are 4 options I think on PS5 Pro. Like there would be 3 for everyone else, or maybe 2. But yeah, I think it's cool. It's got enough of the familiar trappings of Ghost. I still have a lot to see. One of the additions I like the bounties.
Yeah.
I like the mystery around the bounties. There's a lot of writing. There's a lot of cool encounters that are bespoke and one-off. And I was looking at my trophies and it's like, damn, dude, I've barely done any of these. Because it keeps like the percentage of how many you've done. It's like, there's a lot of this shit to do. So I'm looking forward to over the next, week or 2 getting through it. I'm sure I'll platinum it. And yeah, I recommend it. And I recommend Ghost of Tsushima too. I always have. I always just thought it was not as compelling as some of the other stuff. But I think that this is again, it feels like an Assassin's Creed 2 thing where it almost gives you pause as to like, oh, there's more life actually in this beyond this if you want it to really continue. I just think the sameness of it's an open world action RPG. It's going to read like one, and maybe you just want to get away from that for a little bit because they're all kind of blurring together. Everything is action, everything is role playing, everything is upgrading experience, non-linearity. Maybe there's a way to do something a little different because I know a lot of people have been reacting to that. Like it's more, and actually we have an inquiry here from T.Finest 82 who says, hello, Sacred Crew. The disconnect between the wider gaming audience and some of the more prolific video game reviewers continues to widen. Although Ghost of Yotei sits at an 87 on OpenCritic, the narrative on almost every podcast I listen to is how similar it is to Tsushima and how boring the revenge story is, etc., etc. We've lost the plot, I feel. I don't upgrade my consoles and PC hardware every few years to play Blueprints or Undertale. Those games are great diversions, but the main reason most people upgrade their gaming hardware is for experiences like Ghost of Yotei and Spider-Man 2. Yet so much of the games industry can't wait to fawn over these artsy indie titles and disregard or downplay the greatness of games like Yotei. Yotei is a beautiful game that looks incredible on a big screen TV, is almost entirely bug-free, feels great to play on a DualSense, and tells a good enough story to deliver you from one great gameplay moment to the next. But Blueprint sits at a higher OpenCritic score. What am I missing? Indie games with an overwhelmingly positive Steam review seem to release every other day. Games like Yotei are becoming more and more rare, especially with how it runs, yet these reviewers fall over each other to talk about how much they didn't like it. What gives? It's interesting. Dustin, what do you think?
Well, I guess in response to like the indie stuff with like Blueprints is that Blueprints is like a unique game that no one has ever played anything like it. And I think it's unfair to just compare the rating. You're judging a game not necessarily stacked up against other games that are completely different in a review process. It doesn't make any sense to me. But as far as the more of the same aspect is that I totally agree that Ghost of Yotei is improved in nearly every way across the board. And I went back and I booted up Ghost of Tsushima just to like remember how combat felt, how the map was presented and all this. I was like, oh yeah, okay, I remember this. I think though, at its core, which is what it should be for a sequel, is generally the same experience, just vastly improved. And that's exactly what a good sequel should do. I don't think you want something that's a completely new take necessarily. There are games that have done that and pulled it off, but it doesn't have to be that way. So I think it just depends on how into that open world style, whether or not you're going to be into it. That was kind of my take. I just put out a video about this where it's like Ghost of Yotei clearly is way better, but it is still at its core not like a type of game that I'm super into, which is like open world. There are 7 different activities that you're going to do in each section of the map, and you're going to do those multiple times. And I just get to a point where I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to do another Wolf Den mission. Like I've seen that, and yes, they are different each one, but I just kind of get bored of that. And not everyone's like that. Like Colin, you're clearly like you open up a new area and you're salivating at all the different possibility of things that you can check off, and that's cool too. But to want a vastly different experience out of Yotei is, I don't know, unfounded expectation. You should expect a vastly superior experience of what was already there. And you got that.
Yeah. And I also think that T-Dot is kind of speaking to a jadedness that I totally understand, because I've been in jaded positions before too. I think he identifies something interesting though, which is that actually Yotei is an exceptional game. Like there aren't very many games that are released at this quality. There just aren't. And
yeah.
We treat them like they're run of the mill, but really it's like the kind of thing you have always been wanting. And then there's like a filleting of smaller indie style games that came from an era when they were the distinct games, but are no longer distinct, yet are still treated like that. I think there is something interesting about that, but I also think it speaks to the fact that there are just more risks and unusual things happening in the indie space. Plus there are just way more games in the indie space and in the smaller space. So you're just going to get more bites at the apple. And eventually you're going to have a bunch of hit. Like, it's not that impressive that games like Blueprints pop to the top. There's like fucking 20,000 games on Steam release this year. I hope a few of them are good. You know?
Yeah.
So from that perspective, I don't think it's super surprising. We'll do a Ghost of Yotei review discussion in the coming weeks for sure. And we'll sit down with whoever wants to do it. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be the 3 of us, but I'm sure other people probably want to get in on it too. We can accommodate probably up to 5 total.
We'll figure it out
before it gets a little heinous. We could do 2 of them too, like we've done for other games. Yeah, but we'll definitely figure it out. You're absolutely right. The other thing I want to say is back to work in Power Wash Simulator, Wallace and Gromit DLC, getting through that. Just going to work, not asking any questions, just working hard for my clients. So I'm going to clear that out. Power Wash Simulator 2 comes out October 23rd. I'm going to be all over that. So I'm just trying to get this out of the way. I can't wait for the sequel. Otto Chops wrote in and said, "Sup butts, Colin, for his love of ball breaking, should really check out Ball Cross Pit. As described on the game's Steam page, Ballcross Pit is a breaking, ball-fusing, base-building survival roguelite. Anyway, it's been on my wish list for a while and finally came out, and it's a blast. Dustin, Chris, has this been on either of your radars? Thanks. Something about a chicken. I bought it. It came out to PlayStation yesterday. I bought it. I will get to it. It looks awesome, but I wanted to support it, but I don't know when I'll get to it. Presumably in the coming weeks, and I think it would be a great game for the Portal. The problem is that next week, I think Plants vs. Zombies comes out, and I'm going to be...
Ooh.
Oh.
It's going to be bad news for me with that game, because I just absolutely love that game. I'm addicted to that game. So, and there's going to be apparently a new content in it and stuff, so I'm going to be really interested to see that. But yeah, Ball Cross Pit looks really, really good. It's Arkanoid meets Vampire Survivors.
Yeah.
And
it looks awesome.
Yeah, it's nice.
I remember... I feel like Jaffe mentioned this.
Yeah, he did, I think. Yeah.
I don't remember what show we were doing, but like I remember like he brought it up and I added it to my wish list when I heard it while he was talking about it. I haven't picked it up yet, but it looks fucking cool. I'll definitely pick it up when I'm home and I can play. I didn't bring my Steam Deck here because I just kind of wanted to just not be distracted by anything while I was with family. But
that's nice.
I'll definitely
you're nicer than me.
Yeah. I'll definitely get into it because it looks fucking cool.
All right. That leaves us with Battlefield 6 and Lumines. Dustin, do you want to talk about Lumines first and then we'll get into Battlefield 6?
Sure. Yeah. We can talk about Lumines. So just because I know this is going to come up, I talked to Colin last week because I was sent a preview access code from when Brad and I checked out the game at Summer Game Fest. So I want to disclose that I did a preview stream just the other day, just for my YouTube channel. So
yeah, and by the way, just to tell people, it's like I'm not interested in kind of gatekeeping other people away from access for their own things. I don't think I should wield that level of power. So there's obviously going to be some crossover and trickle for that, but yeah, I maintain that I don't want access to any of this stuff, and I won't accept it. And I just turned. By the way, we recently turned down ads for like Arc Raiders, Nintendo, and all sorts of other things, and access to a bunch of games too. So I'm living the life, but we can't expect everyone to do that with their own content.
Right? Yeah. Dude. I actually just the other day I got an email. I was like, "Does this mean I've made it?" I got a request for a Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh yeah!
I was like,
nice. Oh, so like for your ability to monetize your video with it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Are you going to do it?
No, I want to keep I'm not opposed to maybe like next year. I'm just chilling and seeing what happens with my YouTube channel, but I want to keep the non-endemic ads on my channel. I feel like that's a journalistic thing that maybe is stupid, but I appreciate it
stupid.
here.
It's not stupid.
Yeah,
there's no way you could say we have a conflict of interest.
Right.
What would it be?
Both for, my channel and here, it's like, I just don't want to, no one is going to believe that I'm telling you to check out Raid Shadow Legends, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. I didn't like the, it actually just came up because I just had a meeting about our YouTube channel, and my old days like writing came up, and I was talking about my Mass Effect 3 review and how people are upset about it at IGN because it was sponsored by EA. And I was saying like, I didn't know that was going to happen.
Right.
But I absolutely, because we had the Chinese wall between us and sales, but I understood why people were like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's weird. Like a Mass Effect 3 review sponsored by Mass Effect 3. That's insane. That's insane.
That is crazy.
And so I quickly, and when we did Kind of Funny and we would take a lot of money from, publishers and developers, it's like, I'm not really into this because it just, I think I've expressed this to you before, Dustin. It's like, people are like, oh, for instance, we did something for The Order. Like a video, we got paid $5,000 to do like this video where we like pointed out historical things in the game or whatever. And then we didn't really like the game very much. And people were like, oh, see, like they're on the up and up. They took the money and they just shit on the game. And I'm like, isn't that kind of like worse in its own way? Like, I'm so craven that I'll just take money from whatever. And then the product ends up being shit. Like the product I just advertised to you isn't good.
Right.
And you know that, and you're using that as evidence as to why I should have taken money from them to advertise it to you. I don't think you're thinking this one through. So I was like, at that point, I'm like, I don't want to be. It sucks, dude. I saw some of the money like Nintendo and all this are like a lot of money, but it's like, we can't do it.
No,
it's just not, we can't do it.
Right. So yeah,
people might accuse us of being paid. As if they don't do that already.
Right. Exactly. That's what everyone's always like. Colin's a shill.
That is kind of the argument that I hear from a lot of people, where it's like they're gonna do that anyway. It's like, yeah, you're probably right.
But it's like that's the thing that bothers me too. You're right, Chris, in that it's like they're like, oh, you're such a shill for Sony, and I'm like, but like to what end? Like for like, what am I shilling? What am I getting?
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's all very silly.
Dustin, we interrupted.
Yeah. So the Lumines Arise, it was a preview. And just since we were talking about paid sponsorship, it's not like I was paid to preview the game or anything like that. It was just to check it out. And if you like Tetris Effect, you're going to like this quite a bit. When I played it at Summer Game Fest, I was like, oh yeah, clearly like there's each stage has its own soundtrack, its own unique visual look. It puts you in this like trance feeling when you're playing Lumines. The problem is, I'm decent. I'm like good at Tetris from a normal standpoint. Put me in an actual Tetris competition, I'm going to get completely destroyed. But I can hold my own pretty well in Tetris. Lumines, I don't have the context of playing the PSP version or anything like that. I didn't get into it until they did that remastered version for PlayStation 4, and I think I picked it up on Switch at the time. So my chops are not very good, so I'm kind of learning as I go. But the game's awesome. What I played of it, I really am enjoying it. There's a multiplayer mode as well that when I played the demo, dude. So the demo that was like open for everybody, and I was getting destroyed within 30 seconds, and I was like, oh man. And it was like somebody with Japanese characters in their name. I'm like, it's the Japanese people. They're just, it's when you're playing an online game and you see that, you're like, oh no, I'm about to get absolutely destroyed. So last night when I was playing on the stream, one of the developers, because they said that you could play multiplayer mode, and then I went and I was like, oh, you can't matchmake anybody because no one has the game yet. So I played against, I think, the producer of the game, and it was a really good time. So like I said earlier, if you had any liking for Tetris Effect, this is going to have to immediate put this on your radar, because it is that, but with a new twist.
And what about Battlefield 6? You guys can discuss this now as you both been playing.
Chris, why don't I've been yapping for a little bit, so why don't you start with Battlefield and I can chime in. We played together too. We bled together on the field. We were in the trenches. I got a picture of Chris in my locket now. Forever.
Yeah. We're war bonded now.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look, Battlefield 6 is good. And by the way, because I know people are going to be curious, this thing was gifted to me like 7 separate times because nobody in the audience respects me. Nobody cares. And then my cousin gifted it to me in addition, and he was like, "Listen, quit." I wish I don't have Steam logged in on this computer. I just got home. I wish I could read you the messages because they're fucking funny. I'll send them to you, Colin, because they're really wild.
Please.
But he was like, he says, "Come Saudi around with me." And I'm like, I really kind of made a whole thing about not doing this. And then he bought it for me, and then I ignored it, and then he bought it again. And I was like, this is unreal. And so I'm like, I don't know how to feel about this, because ultimately, I ultimately didn't end up buying the game, but I also technically sold many copies of this thing by voicing disinterest.
Right. It backfired.
So it completely just did not work. But whatever, I got a free game out of it, so I'm not gonna turn down a free $70 experience.
Sure,
I guess.
Why not? Yeah,
but
the money is spent.
Yeah, money's gone. But it's good, man. I know that there's a lot of talk about the campaign being bad. I wouldn't know. I haven't really. Once I heard that, I was like, all right, whatever. I don't necessarily care. I check out the Battlefield campaigns when I hear good things about them. Battlefield 1 was one of those where I heard good things about the war stories. I'm like, yeah, well, let me check it out. And that was great. I thought the Battlefield 1 anthology kind of setup was really cool. Really unique and interesting, especially for that time. But before that, the last Battlefield game I cared about campaign-wise was probably Bad Company 2, and that was forever ago.
Yeah, it was eons ago.
Yeah, so
what was it, 2008 or something? 2009?
Maybe 9 latest. I can't remember. It was something before 2010.
Yeah.
And yeah, but Battlefield's always been a multiplayer first kind of thing for me anyway. And they did a great job. It feels like classic Battlefield. I don't think they necessarily innovated in any crazy ways, but I feel like they nailed everything that they needed to nail for like a foundational standpoint. And that's not me saying like, oh, it's a good foundation and it will get better from here. It's a good foundation and it's very good. It's interesting. There's some subtle changes. There's like some subtle changes to how like suppression works in this versus like previous Battlefields and like minor tweaks, but everything ultimately like feels really good. I'm locked in as like a recon guy now. Like I've typically gone like medic or sniper in every Battlefield game, but this thing, dude, sniping feels so good. I don't know what kind of like crack they injected into this like audio visual experience. But like
I feel like it's audio design.
It's entirely all audio design because like there's something it's not the same type of sound effect as like the Gears of War like head explode. It's not like a watermelon exploding, but it is like it's that like type of satisfying where it just like there's just like the right kind of ring and the right feedback and knowing that you angled the gun right and knowing that you set the rangefinder to just the right. That's something about the recon class that I like. I never really got super into it because I was always just a medic, or in like the older World War II games, I was always like flying planes into people. You know, so I was like barely sniping at all in those old games.
Banzai!
But, yeah, dude, Battlefield 1943, underrated as fuck. That arcade Battlefield experience, I loved the shit.
Yeah, that was on XBLA, right? And then PSN.
Yeah, it was XBLA.
Yeah.
Really unique game. The game's dead now. You can't play it anymore. But I've gotten really into the sniping in this. To the point where like I'm kind of not really a medic anymore. But I mean, it depends on the map because some maps are just not good for. And you can see on the stream, like I'm there's some rounds where I'm just like popping off on stream, and then like there's other maps where I'm like, oh wow, I don't think I killed a single person, but I definitely died. I experienced death many times. It's really good, man. It's good audio, good visual. It feels good to play. Decent map variety. I think like I really only love one of these maps, but I think that's also because it's like the only map that really tailors to my like recon kind of like sniping thing, where it's like there's like really tall towers. I think it's called Operation Firestorm or something, and these huge like silos in like an oil refinery or something, and you can like get all the way to the top of them and just pick people off. It's really satisfying. But then people at the bottom can like if they get to you, they can push a button to like expel like fire from the top. So like,
oh, cool!
It's really fucking cool, man.
Balance.
But I've only played. I mean, outside of the beta, obviously, I've played probably about, I would say like maybe 10 hours, and I haven't played in the last day or two, and I'm probably not going to be playing for the next couple days until I'm back home. So that's pretty much my gaming for the week and for the next couple of days. Unless, but I do want to mention this because I haven't gotten a chance to play it yet. But I'm gonna download it on this computer because I think my computer can handle this kind of game after it. But it piqued my interest, and it's so interesting. I don't know if it's good. I haven't heard anything about it, but the idea is fucking awesome. It's this. I think it's called Final Sentence. It's this like it's a battle royale typing game.
We
have you seen this, Dustin?
We have an inquiry about this that I was gonna read it. Well, let's do it now.
Okay,
No, it's all good. Jason Polite wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, Colin has mentioned a couple of times wanting to make a typing game. So what are your thoughts on Final Sentence? I know it's on PC, but can make for an interesting stream. Thanks for all the great content and hope you are doing well." Go ahead, Chris. Looks awesome.
No, dude. Like I said, I haven't played it yet. I can't speak to its quality. I've heard a lot of good things about it though, so I feel comfortable at least drawing people's attention to it. I love this idea so much, like a typing of the dead, like battle royale, and if you fuck up, you get executed. Like the way. Have you seen Colin?
I watched the video. Like the guy just walks up to him and shoots him in the head.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I'm looking forward to playing that after, maybe later tonight. But I just thought that was such a cool idea, and I just wanted to shout it out because it's just like it's very. That is earnestly unlike anything that I've seen.
Totally novel. I totally agree.
Totally novel. So if you're not clued into that space, if you kind of like maybe only dabble into the gaming space and you maybe just only listen to us, check that out. Or I think there's a demo also.
So there's only a demo right now.
Yeah, there's only a demo. It's not out yet.
Yeah,
this is why I wanted to bring it up. Jason, thank you for writing in about that. That was going to be one of the inquiries later in the show, so we'll do 5, which is no problem at all. But I wanted to bring it up to you guys to see if you have seen it, because it's exactly that, Chris. It's like, this is a new idea. This is a new thing. I've never seen anything like this before. And I do love typing games. Like, I think that that's a totally unexplored. It's like what was that Steel Battalion on Xbox? It's like,
right, with
it's kind of like that, where it's like, what could you do with just a shit ton of buttons? And typing is really just one of those, like, typing words is one of those things, but I think it can get way crazier than that. Like, about giving 100%. People like real access to and that's maybe where VR and AR would come in, like these crazy consoles, and like working Capcom during like a launch of a space shuttle or something like that. And like, just totally interesting shit. So I'm so glad you guys saw that, because I was amped about that. Oh, so what did you think?
I played the demo. The demo, when I was checking it out the other day, super janky. Like, I could barely get into a lobby, which it's, I think it's become way, way more successful than they probably expected. But the overall, like, basic gist of the demo is, I think you play against, I don't know, between 30 and 40 other players. And each time there's like a multitude of different prompts. So you get a different prompt each game. And sometimes it's like, let's test every character on the keyboard. And then it'll have you type all the different characters. Other times it'll be more normal stuff, like the quick brown fox jumped over the dog, whatever. I had Holly play it, and the first prompt she gets is entirely in Latin, which it's still the same typing, but you're thinking it'll throw curveballs to you. And so
I love how their hands are bloody too in the video.
Everything. I love the presentation of it. Just the idea that like everybody's sitting at these desks with just some guy waiting to shoot him. It's hilarious.
Each time you can make up to 3 mistakes. Once you make 3 mistakes, a bullet is added to the chamber, and they'll play Russian roulette to see if you can keep going. So usually the first time you will survive, you keep going. But if you make 3 more mistakes, then it's 2 out of 6. So usually, though, the rounds probably last 3 to 5 minutes before someone inevitably wins. Then everyone is shot. My best score was maybe 4th or 5th place. But other times, man, like I said, they'll throw you weird ones that are very difficult. But here's what they need to do. Each desk has a masked person with a gun standing at it to execute the person that eventually, when you probably lose. If you win, what they need to do is that they take your character to meet the boss, who is a shadowy figure, who is then, at the very last second, the light reveals it's Mavis Beacon. She says, welcome to the family, son.
Yeah.
Or something like that. I don't know.
That would be amazing.
So it's pretty cool. But I want to see more of it. The demo's pretty basic for now.
Yeah.
So
I definitely want to try it out.
Battlefield 6, though, to continue off that line of thought. Let's see. My Steam says I've played 20 hours on this game so far. We've been playing pretty much every night for multiple hours, having a great time. I'm real bad at this game. I will have occasional rounds where it's like, oh, dude, I went 20, which it's not just about kills. Of course, this isn't Call of Duty, but it's like, oh, I got 25 kills, 7 deaths, feels good. I am playing the objective. I am primarily the medic, healing people, trying to res, but totally different play style that you need to learn. I've gotten better at knowing that when you I was really trying to res people, and that's just dumb, because you eventually realize, like, oh, that person died for a reason. Someone pointed their gun, whether it was close or far away, and now they're dead. And so if I immediately run in there, I'm next. So it's been a bit of a learning process. I've played Battlefield games before, but not for a very long time. So I've just kind of been learning, like, slowing down has been the number one thing that has helped me, is that I'm so used to running around like crazy in these games. Like, dude, slow down, get a view for things, I think there is room for improvement. The main thing, and I think this has been overall people's thoughts, but I know that there's some people that are against this, is that progression is just too slow in this game, where even 20 hours in, I feel like I've barely unlocked anything, which is good if you consider yourself someone who's going to play this game for years to come, that there's lots for you, and that's great. But I would like to be able to play with more of the game's toolset 20 hours in than I'm currently able to. So I hope to see them increase that a little bit. There's also just some random small things they need to fix. Right now, the community is talking about Bloom, which is basically that when you shoot your gun consistently, not only do you have it arc upwards, which is normal for a first-person shooter, but it becomes less accurate. And so I've seen, apparently they've already put out a hotfix where like, I've seen clips where someone is directly pointed at someone shooting, and it's like the bullets are just like arcing around. It looks like they're just not getting any shots at all. And that can be frustrating. The other thing too, Chris, you mentioned the rangefinder. The rangefinder is completely broken right now. So traditionally in Battlefield games, you could have a rangefinder, but you would still need to figure out like how many notches down you are on your scope in order to get that shot. If you attach a rangefinder to your gun, on the standard setup, you on keyboard hold B, and it automatically sets the range to whatever you're pointed at. And then it's as if you're just normally sniping someone from a closer distance, which is already much easier. But what people have discovered, I don't know if this is the case on console.
The button mapping, right?
The button mapping. You can set it to find your range as the same button as your fire, and it will happen immediately. So it's like there is no issue with range anymore. You can just map that button. So they're definitely going to change that too. The other thing that I just want to see as a plea, I don't think anyone from DICE or EA is listening, but maybe you are, I can hope, is that I wish this game had the ability to support more than 4 players on a group. So it's 4-person squad, which is fine, but oftentimes we'll have a 4-person group and a 5th person comes in and wants to play. Let us be in a group together and join a game together. And it's fine if that 5th person is out on their lonesome in their own squad, but just let us join a game together. Because right now, the way it works is that we'll be a squad of 4. Like this happened last night. We were a squad of 4. We got in a game. Brad jumps in, wants to play. His only option is to queue into our game every time, whether it's at the beginning or in between games. And so he has to just kind of hang around and wait until someone leaves the game for him to join in. So having an option for larger group sizes would be nice.
That's a very dumb limitation considering Battlefield is so built around big player counts. Yeah. It's like a very weird thing to do.
We could go into the portal mode, which I barely dabbled in, but apparently they're doing crazy stuff.
Yeah, in Portal. I haven't had the chance to fuck around with. That's like the Forge, basically, where everybody's like making their own shit.
There's Forge, and there's also just custom games, which is cool. They've allowed under certain settings, you can still earn XP in custom games, which is pretty cool, pretty neat. Unfortunately, it's set up a lot of like bot farms where people just go into these easy matches in order to level up as quick as possible, which you wouldn't have that problem if your progression wasn't so slow. I would say overall, people are choosing to go grind in a boring mode custom game instead of play the game because the progression is so slow. So fix that. But this grouping feature is a little bit annoying.
There's a lot of fun exploits in there too that like I kind of hope they don't fix.
Dude, the drone,
like,
the drone with the sledgehammer.
So there's one class, I think it's the recon class, but I think you can pick them for anybody. I could be mistaken on that, but there's like a drone thing that you can basically like, you can pull it out and fly around, and you can basically like tag people in the game. Basically, it's basically like UAV, but like you have to control it. People have found out that you can pull out a drone, and then somebody else can stand on top of it, and if they hit it with like a sledgehammer, which is like a type of melee weapon that you have, it'll hit it down, but then it'll come back up with enough. There's enough physics attached to it where it'll like launch them really high up. So like there's just a bunch of people hitting hammers onto drones and like flying really high in the sky and like parachuting and then just like sailing right into enemy territory and just completely eviscerating people. It's awesome. That takes a certain amount of like coordination to do in a way that doesn't just put you at a disadvantage, really. So like I kind of hope they leave that shit alone. I like weird exploits and I like video gamey stuff in video games personally. I don't know. I like when shit doesn't make sense and it's like, well, sure, leave it in there. It's fun. I think if it's fun, it should stay. You know?
So you guys are enjoying it?
Yeah, it's good.
Good. It sold 7 million copies in 3 days. So very good for the EA, for the Saudis.
For the Saudis.
Soon, not yet. But this is what I was saying, right? Why even make that deal before this?
Yeah.
I'm confused by that. Like, what don't you want to see like how this bet pays off before you? Maybe they were a little nervous. I don't think there's anything to be nervous about. I'll be very interested to see how Call of Duty does comparable to it. People are still amped about Call of Duty. Comes out in a couple weeks, right?
Yeah.
So, are you guys going to play Call of Duty as well?
I played one round of the beta. It wasn't bad. It's more COD, though. It seems like they're getting a little desperate because they are now like, oh, we're giving you the option to not do skill-based matchmaking, which is the number one thing people have asked for years and have been ignored. But now they're doing it.
Why wouldn't you want to do that again?
Why wouldn't you want skill-based matchmaking?
Yeah.
So I'm not really super clued in, so hopefully my explanation isn't too inaccurate, but skill-based matchmaking, it's pairing you with similar skilled players.
So I understand that, but why wouldn't you want that?
Because you have the possibility of getting into a match with people that are way worse than you. When you're skill-based, every match, well, not every, but pretty consistently, every match is very close and very tough. And so top-tier players don't like that they're being matched with other top-tier players.
That's lame.
As opposed to just an open market of anybody.
Yeah, I find that lame. That's lame. That would be like playing chess with no scores attached. So like you just get matched with a random person, but there's like millions of echelons of people that play chess.
The issue too is that like there are some times where sometimes people can be really good players, but then the mode in which they're playing or the way they're playing doesn't necessarily like I'm really good at Halo, right? But like I don't always necessarily want to sweat. Sometimes I just want to kind of like kick back and just like not really. I'm not doing crazy tricks. I'm just kind of like hanging out and just like I'm playing the game. And if I don't have the option to at least opt out of that, to be like, listen, I'm just gonna chill. I want like a chill kind of like. If I get matched with like somebody who's my skill level, that's fine. But I don't want that to be like the obvious forced thing immediately, because right now in this very moment at this hour, I'm just trying to relax. I'm just trying to like blow off some steam. I'm not trying to get super serious. And so when I'm in that mode, when I'm in that headspace, even though I know I can like sit up and focus and like hyperventilate into the microphone like a freak, you know, I don't really want to have to do that every single time. So it basically ruins your ability to just kind of like relax with a multiplayer game if you are a skilled player. Like it just kind of fucks it up. And then there's certain people who are like so good that are ranked so high that like so few people are in that bracket and they just can't enter matchmaking at all. Like that's a problem in I can't remember which Halo game had it, but there's this guy Mint Blitz. He has like these like trick shot videos. He's absurd. Like I don't even understand. I feel like he's cheating. I'm going to accuse him right now. But he just straight up like sometimes he just can't. It'll be like hours of like queuing, and it's just like, well, that's not very cool.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's interesting.
So it's really more about like a personal kind of like tailor, where it's just like, yeah, there's different ways that people interact with competitive games, and sometimes it's more social, sometimes it's more competitive, but you kind of you choose that. And I think that's what ranked is for. Like when there's like a ranked playlist in a video game, that's okay. I want the SBMM. Like I want the skill based matchmaking.
Oh, I see. So that exists in those ranked matches.
Right, but like I think a lot of more recent FPSs, regardless of whether or not it's ranked or just like other playlists, it's just set as a blanket.
Yeah,
rule,
that makes sense. That makes sense.
It just kind of makes it unfun and less of like it's less of something that you want to do after a long day of work with like your friends, and more something that like you just rather do anything else. So
okay, that makes a little more sense. Okay, well, Battlefield 6 is out there. Everyone seems to be enjoying it. Seems to have done exceptionally well on PC. Yeah, and then a bit of a split on PS5 and Xbox according to Linear Analytics, I think. We'll see how this all plays out. All right. Let's end the show as we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Could not do it without your support over there. $1, $2, $5, $10, $25. Those are all the different tiers you can support us at with all sorts of different perks. $5 a month is the sweet spot where most of you are at. That's early ad-free access to every episode of this show, access to Sacred Symbols Plus every week, all the other shows ad-free and early in our network as well. The ability to submit those inquiries on the newsfeed each week in the thread. As I said earlier, we read one of the inquiries already, which was about Final Sentence, and thus we are left with 5. And we begin with Raisin, Little Raisin. Says, greetings, sacred homies. Why do the first-party studios insist on releasing New Game Plus mode later? The only game I can think of in recent memory to release a New Game Plus mode at launch is The Last of Us Part 2. All I want to do is relive Atsu's journey. The last first-party game to get a New Game Plus mode was Spider-Man 2. 54.5% of players earn the Heal the World trophy for finishing the main story of Spider-Man 2. Only 6.7% of players earn the Once More with Feeling trophy for finishing the game story in New Game Plus mode. Don't you think it would behoove developers to include New Game Plus mode at launch? I've already platinumed Ghost of Yotei, my 42nd platinum. Not much else for me to do but play Endless Routes of Genji Hajiki. I haven't played... That's the game in the in-game gambling game, right?
Yeah, it's fun.
I wanted to do it, but there's no tutorial, and it's quite a heavy. It was like 400 coins or whatever. I didn't want to spend that much money. What are the boys' thoughts on New Game Plus modes? Do you all partake? I'll frantically massage my skin flute to Atsu's cute little Asian ass and listen. It's a little much. I can think of one other New Game Plus or first party game that came with New Game Plus, which was Miles Morales. Because the platinum is attached to that New Game Plus trophy, so you have to play it immediately. But it does seem like those 2 games in 2020 were probably the last time. This is a marketing beat, and I don't know that the numbers really represent people's true buy-in. I actually think it's really impressive that 6.7% of players earned New Game Plus in Spider-Man 2 when it was not released immediately. It shows that 6 out of 100 people played the game at least twice through, which is pretty strong. But yeah, I agree, and I would love these things to be content complete when they come out, but we just have to accept that they're going to give you what they can give you and then kind of spruce it up over time. And I don't necessarily hate that either, Raisin, although I will say I don't get to that stuff immediately either if it's not included. It's too little too late for me, but that's clearly not the case for a lot of people. And I don't really blame them for trying to kind of do a little cool thing. It's just a way for you to tweet about your game later, to have a fucking press release or a PlayStation blog post and be like, New Game Plus added August 10th. That's it. It's no more or less than that. Are you guys upset about the lack of New Game Plus? And do you participate with New Game Plus often? Chronos was the last game I did New Game Plus on. So recently I did it.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's another one that I have that sitting on my computer, just like begging. And
It's a good one, man. I'll tell you.
I know. I'm looking forward to it. It's just there's so much right now.
I know, but, it's too much. You got to select. I totally understand.
Yeah, but I think I don't know. Like I typically these days, like with modern games and modern lengths of games, I typically don't really go into new game plus unless it's there immediately, and I really liked what I experienced and I want more of it. Like for me, like Ghost of Tsushima, like something like Death Stranding New Game Plus to me was just like no. Like these are long games. Mm-hmm. Dead Space though, dude, like Dead Space, I immediately, like the second I was done, I was like, I want to go through this again because it's manageable. I know it's not going to be this crazy time sink. I loved this experience. There's no fat on that.
Survival horror is great for New Game Plus.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only I think maybe one of the Resident Evils. I feel like I have a vague memory of doing that with a Resident Evil game, but I might be mistaken. But I tend to agree where it's like, that's kind of the genre where I feel like it makes the most sense. And I feel like I get the most value out of it. Something like Ghost of Tsushima or something, like I get it, but by the time I'm done with Ghost of Tsushima, I'm kind of done with it. You know, like I've spent a lot of time in that world. Open world games with New Game Plus, kind of, I don't know. It doesn't do much for me. Maybe with a Spider-Man game that's like not super long and there's a lot of like locomotion kind of abilities that let you go faster, and maybe I could see that. But generally speaking, it's really only survival horror that I do New Game Plus in.
Dustin, where are you on New Game Plus? The first game I ever remember having a New Game Plus, as it was called, New Game Plus, was Chrono Trigger. Actually, back in the day.
Yeah, I'm usually not really into these, mainly just because when I finish a game, I'm ready to go play something else. I I did do New Game Plus for Silent Hill F, but they really tied in story into New Game Plus, where they kind of, I don't want to say force you to, but if you want to get a full idea of what that game's about, you have to play New Game Plus.
That's what Silent Hill 2 is like that as well.
Yeah, at least once. So I'm trying to think. Bloodborne and From Software games, like Bloodborne in particular, I was on like New Game Plus 4 or something. I just got like, it was really fun getting to know the layouts, and like Yarnum I can like map out from memory at this point. So from Software games, I don't normally do New Game Plus directly after, but I don't know. I love the gameplay so much of those games that I normally do go in and do New Game Plus at some point.
KB wrote in and said, "Hey gents, with Xbox's footing in the console market looking shakier by the day, I keep hearing that this is bad for consumers, in quotes, because Sony won't have a direct rival. Yet in the same breath, people shrug and say, quote unquote, Nintendo is doing its own thing. My question is this: why is Nintendo doing its own thing treated as a valid excuse at the moment Xbox fades as a competitor? It's suddenly a crisis for competition, especially when Xbox hasn't seriously threatened Sony since Phil Spencer took over nearly 13 years ago. Thanks." I think that's an interesting question. I also noticed this, although I don't know if you guys agree. It seems like a level of concern trolling in spaces, of being like, oh, but if this happens, like, what will the other company do? And it's like, but the economy fills voids naturally. And as I said earlier, Sony and Nintendo are going to be, I think, in a renewed rivalry in a lot of ways. If Sony is truly going to chase a handheld position and have a home console option and a handheld position, and even though they're going to be two separate machines, probably, unlike the Switch and the Switch 2, I think this brings them back on a collision course, personally. Might be different in terms of the outcome, in terms of what games are coming to which, the libraries, the first party support, obviously, and the level of support for first party, which is going to be huge on Nintendo. But I agree that Nintendo and Sony are the new rivals, and Sony will find rivalries in other places too. I'm not sure that it was Microsoft that kept Sony honest all these years in most cases, because even when Microsoft was in the picture, Sony was making horrible decisions. So I don't really quite see it like that. Do you guys have anything you want to add about this?
I think that I understand the idea, because Nintendo, from their first party, is doing something very different. And I know plenty of people that are into just PlayStation and other gaming platforms that do not care about Nintendo at all, because they do not care about their offerings. And clearly, too, there's a difference in like what type of experience you're getting in terms of performance and visuals that some people are into or not into. So I've always thought that the competition between Sony and Nintendo, while they're not competing on what types of games they make, for the people that are interested in both, they are competing with how much time and how much money you're willing to spend on gaming. So they're in competition. I agree that Xbox was different, but I think the new competitor in that space is going to be PC, which is a little bit more open as far as what they're competing against.
All right. Chris, you have anything you want to add?
I mean, I think without a strong Xbox, I think the industry is less interesting, but that's been true for a while.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's been the case for probably about 12 years at this point. And so, like, I don't really know. I don't know. They haven't really been a player for a hot minute. I take umbrage with the way that it's the question's worded too, because like since Phil Spencer took over, it's like it's more. I don't know if it's really. Phil Spencer didn't revive it in the way that he could have, and he made a lot of decisions that I wouldn't have made. But like I really think that thing was. I really think Matrick doomed this.
Yeah, he inherited something very difficult for sure, and I think he made fairly reasonable choices actually. But
yeah, I mean, there's some things that he did that I wouldn't have done, some things that he did that I thought were canny. But ultimately, like, yeah, it's more Don Matrick's fault than Phil Spencer. I don't think it's necessarily fair.
Definitely.
But yeah, I think ultimately, competition hasn't really been coming from Microsoft anyway. So like the world that we're afraid of living in is something that we're already in,
Right.
and things seem relatively fine. I mean, Sony's been making, you mentioned it already, like they've been making bad decisions without that strong competitor anyway. So like you didn't need Xbox thriving and really kicking ass and putting out great game after great game to make Sony cancel The Last of Us Online or to greenlight Concord. Like they did that in a position of power. So I mean, and you could and look, maybe that's the argument. Maybe if there was a strong Xbox there that was comparable, they wouldn't have made such a stupid choice. Maybe that's true. In fact, I would probably be willing to bet that that's actually accurate, but there's really no way of knowing because this reality of like Xbox being real competition for Sony has been fictional for quite a while at this point. And I say that as somebody who loves Xbox. I think the original Xbox to the 360 was a vibe, man. Like that was some cool shit. Clearly, they just did not know how to steward something that special because they tanked it in ways I really did not even think was possible.
Yeah, it's too bad when you think about it. Like, there's going to be a lot written and said about that era, I think. And I do think it's true that Xbox 360 did light a fire under PlayStation 3's ass. Like, getting onto the fire or getting on the market a year earlier, and then I think what Sony thought was going to happen is it would do to Xbox 360 what it did to Dreamcast, which is like, yeah, go to the market early. No one gives a fuck. You know, and
yeah.
So Sega didn't really do very much with that first year. Plus, PlayStation 2 was just so formidable with it being a DVD player, and the PS1 was so big. And so I really think they were just like, whatever.
Yeah.
And then, it was
just a special point in time. Like everything, the timing just finally. That was the one time where I think Microsoft's timing really like worked out. Like Microsoft's usually famously bad with timing. It's like, here's a Windows phone when everybody's already on iPhone, or you know, here's a tablet computer in the 90s before most people even have laptops. And it's like their timing's usually off, but like their decision to put out a next gen console in 2005, like just before the PS3, was actually like really like, that was a really smart call, because even in the features that it lacked, like I specifically remember like Blu-ray being the big differentiator between them. And it's like, oh, PS3's on Blu-ray. But I remember specifically also going to a friend of mine's house, like after like we had gone to the midnight release or something, and we put the game in the machine, and we had to wait for it to install for like 40 minutes. Mm-hmm. And I remember being like, this sucks. This is actually like the lesser next gen experience technically, because like you get all these graphics, but like on 360 you can get all these graphics without, and you don't have to wait. And I remember that really like clicking with me. It's like, oh my God, that sucks. They really kind of made a good decision there. Not going with HD DVD or whatever. That was really stupid.
Yeah, they tried with that. I remember that.
They tried. I remember that extra, what is it? The extra, it was like a dongle DVD player.
Yeah, it was like crazy. A peripheral you would like plug. It looked like a 32X or something.
Yeah, very silly. But yeah, I mean, that Xbox is long dead.
Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, I liked that Xbox myself, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's stuff far away from where they are now. Turd Ferguson wrote in, said, hey, CDC, I was on Kalshi this past week doing some sports betting and saw that they have a video games category. I went to peruse some of the betting going on there and thought to myself that someone who follows the games industry closely should do very well on some of these bets. For example, one of the bets is, will Sony announce the PS6 in 2025? The odds are at 8% currently, though at one point earlier this year it was at 21%. That seems like free money to me, since we know the PS6 is not coming out till 2027 at the earliest, and Sony doesn't announce new consoles this far in advance. Other interesting bets include Metacritic scores on upcoming games, and will the price of GTA 6 be more than $80? Anyway, I wanted to see if any of you guys have dabbled in video game betting, because with your knowledge of the industry, you guys could do pretty well. I haven't. I'm not surprised that exists on Kalshi and other places, because you can bet on fucking anything. I don't know if you've got, like, you can literally, dude, in sports, it's hysterical what you can bet on. Nonetheless, all the other things, like you can bet on the coin toss. You can bet on the next play. Like all sorts of different things. I just think I like betting. I like gambling. I think it's fun. I'm not really much of a gambler, though. I do it in limited bursts. What I'm more concerned about these days is just the ubiquity of it. And like Prize Picks is one of our sponsors, and Prize Picks is actually run by Mike Ybarra. I don't know if you guys know that. And they made a shit ton of money. I mean, because people have been like making fun of him, calling him like a washout because he's been saying things, and I'm like, dude, you have no idea. He probably made more money from that Prize Picks shit that he's made in his entire gaming career. And it's cool. It's like a novel idea of like, and I'm not saying this because they're sponsoring the show. I think it's actually a novel idea of like, it's a parlay system basically. And people should read into it if they want. And there are all these different options. It doesn't bother me that they exist. What bothers me is that it's everywhere. And not as a little ad or a passing glance, but like everything's sponsored by it. It's injected into all the football games. There's shows about it. There's all these kinds of things. And I just think betting on the behavior of corporations is a way to make money, I guess, but it's just not something that I would necessarily want to partake in. I guess it is a little bit like, it's funny with stuff like that because you can totally insider bet, right? Like what's stopping you from doing it? And I'm not even sure it's illegal to do it. You can you like insider trading, in other words, is totally illegal. Like acting on like information and then buying or selling stock or whatever is illegal. But like, is it illegal to, let's say you work at Nintendo or let's say you work at Sony and you know all the details about PlayStation 6? What's stopping you from just betting on it? I don't know so it's out there for you to do. Even in the ads we do, like when we've been sponsored by these various things, I always use the terminology like for the responsible amongst us. Because that's like the one thing you have to be. You have to know your limit.
I like the inherent contradiction in that though, that somebody who would hear that and they would be like, oh no, I'm not responsible.
Well, yeah, you're right. But I try to put that out there just as like the only thing that I really gamble in with any regularity is I play fantasy football for money. So those bets are like kind of made in the beginning of the year and then you kind of see how it pays off. And I like betting when I go to casinos and stuff, but I'm not going to fucking go on Kalshi and get crazy with like when the PlayStation 6 is launching and stuff. And by the way, I could be wrong, but if only 8% of people are saying that it's going to be announced this year, that means that you're not going to make any money because that means 92% of people are saying no. So I'm not even that's not even a good position. Are you guys interested in going on Polymarket or any of these things or Kalshi and betting? Do you guys bet on anything? Because I say you can bet on random shit, you can bet on random shit.
Oh, I know.
Like who's getting divorced? Like this divorce will happen by this year. It's like really dark.
That's outrageous. No, I haven't. I thought about like a friend of mine does Oscar bets, and he follows the industry really closely and he cleans up pretty good. And I've always thought about doing that for like the Game Awards because every time like every time I do the Game Awards stream, I have like a fucking gnarly prediction like rate. Like just before, like without even really thinking about it, I'm just like, oh, that's gonna win. And I get some wrong. I'm not saying like 100%. I'm not like savant or anything, but like overwhelmingly, like I think like 80% of the time, I'm pretty spot on. So I would probably bet on like what'll win Game of the Year and stuff. But like, I haven't really delved into that space enough to care. Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about it, but
dude, some of the stuff on Polymarket right now, there's $4 million in bets on will Russia capture the city of Kupiansk by December 31st.
That's so crazy.
It's like so crazy.
That's so craven.
I know, it's fucking nuts.
God bless.
Will China $598,000 in volume? Will China invade Taiwan by the end of 2026? This is real money. Yeah. People are putting up. It's crazy. Culture. Let's see. These are funnier ones, I guess. The Life of a Showgirl. That's the new Taylor Swift record. Second week album sales, 161,000 in volume. And then you had meaningless stuff like Oscar 2026 Best Picture winner, $5 million in volume.
Yeah.
Dude, this one's great. Elon Musk number of tweets between October 14th and October 21st, $1 million in volume.
Dang.
There's some degenerate ass people out there, dude. Like, just create, and you can probably make a lot of money if you know what you're doing. But I'm not that person.
Yeah, I'm not really into betting at all. Mainly because the times I think the most I've bet at a casino was like $100, and I pretty quickly lost. I was playing slots, so I knew I was going to lose it, and I'm too scared to play table games because I don't really know what I'm doing. But if I'm going to bet, I'd rather do stock market bets because I feel like there's some level of strategy to it. So yeah, I'm not a. I like the idea though of some of these random. We should make sacred bets, like actually not sacred bets like we do, but for the audience. Like what's a sacred parlay is like? Does Chris mention his sleep at the beginning? You get that. Will it? How can this be mentioned? Like what you have to get the whole lineup.
Right.
Technical issue that stops the show briefly. Sacred parlay. I think we might be onto something. We can take 10% rips, though we control the outcome, though. So maybe we're not the ones that should.
We have to be oblivious as to the bets. We
got to outsource it. Maybe Lockmort. Though then insider trading because I him and I get a deal going on.
Right. That's his problem.
Let's just be corrupt. It's fine.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter anymore.
All right. Evan Westendorf wrote in and said, "Hey there, guys. The Xbox Ally that's my cousin's name. Xbox Ally X. I also have a sister named Allie, but it's ALI. Is getting some good reviews, and with the rumors surrounding the next gen PlayStation also having some sort of portable component, just wanted to see what you guys would like to see most from it. Would you want it to be beefy, expensive piece of kit like the Ally, something more like a Steam Deck, or an iteration of a streaming device like the Portal? Thanks for all that you guys do. I want it to be a portable PlayStation. I don't care about all the I want it to be a bespoke thing on its own operating system that runs native games. I don't need or want access to Steam or to PC stuff. And I think that that's what it's going to be. It probably will not be as powerful as these machines. It's funny. I've been seeing so many different things. Like some people don't like this machine, this Xbox Ally X, and some people really like it. It seems like they really flooded the zone with giving it to a lot of people. I'll say that.
Yeah, I think it depends on like what you care about and like what because I believe as a machine it's really good. You know, like I have no doubt. Like for $1,000, it better. But I don't know. I feel like it comes down to what you're expecting out of it. Like if you get that machine expecting like, this is the way that it's been marketed is like, this is like a portable Xbox and I can play my backwards compatibility, or I can play my backwards compatible library here, and then you can't. Well, then suddenly it's just like, well, why did I get this thing? You know, because that would be like the main deciding factor for like buying a handheld PC like that. I guess you could get access to Game Pass and stuff and Steam, and I'm sure that has like some value to some people, but a lot of people ignore Epic and everything that isn't Steam anyway. So. Yeah. I'm not surprised to see like there's like a pretty split opinion on it.
I think the reviews Jimmy got one from Asus and we were talking about it. It seems like a nice piece of kit for $1,000, but the value proposition versus a Steam Deck is just not there at all. To me, the biggest question mark about that, and then we could talk about the PlayStation one, is like, I don't understand wanting a 1080p screen in devices that size because you need equivalent hardware to push a 1080p screen. And looking at my Steam Deck, which is like, it's a little above 720p, it's 800p, an 800p OLED. I'm like, this is fantastic. Like when I compare my Steam Deck screen versus my Switch 2 screen, I'm not like, wow, this is vastly better. And so it's like, man, is it worth the investment in that way more expensive hardware on Ally X to get 1080p versus something that can power a lower resolution screen that is still, really high density for what the size of it is. So I don't know. It seems like the Ally X seems like a kind of a bad deal if you ask me, but I haven't used one, so I don't really know. As far as a PlayStation handheld, I agree with you, Colin. Like, I want it to be not some like a Windows operating system.
They wouldn't. I don't think they would do that.
They wouldn't do that, or like some kind of like PC type operating system. Which, by the way, have you seen the Ally X has Teams pre-installed on it? Because it's just Windows, so it has Microsoft Teams on it, which I think is awesome.
That rules.
But I would hope that, because it's from PlayStation and it's PlayStation hardware, that while I would assume it will still be expensive, it's not going to be like Ally X prices, because they can sell you the hardware, and not that they're selling it at below cost, but maybe they're selling it closer to at cost, or are willing to make a smaller profit margin because they're selling you the games. with the Asus Ally X, Asus is the hardware manufacturer and they need to make money because they don't make money on the games sold on the device. So there needs to be a higher profit margin for them. So, yeah, I'm really curious about it. I'll probably get one when it happens, but I really don't have a lot of use for it. I'm going to get it because I'm curious about it. But I just don't, if the option is like play on the real PlayStation 6 at 4K 60 or play on the portable at 1080p 30, I'm out. I'm out if we have to choose between frame rates, which you probably will.
Well, Evan, thank you for the question. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this thing all plays out. We're a long way. We'll obviously start getting leaks next year, I assume, but we're a long ways away from really learning about this thing. Timothy Tolkien wrote in the final inquiry. Says, hello, Sacred Gents. With how big fighting games are getting and how many new fighting games are coming out this generation and how relevant they are now to PlayStation since they invested so much in them, it left me wondering why you Sacred Boys don't play any. I know you, Colin, don't like to play multiplayer games, but what about Dustin and Chris? What's your excuse? Anyway, I will please look forward to Marvel Tokon and listen. Well, I grew up playing fighting games, but I definitely did fall off of them in the 20s. And as I've told the story many times, it was working at IGN that really dissuaded me from playing it because I realized how bad I was at them. I thought I was a fairly competent player of a Street Fighter game, Marvel versus Capcom or something, but I'm not. And that was exposed, and it's actually just not fun to me at that level where I'm like, this is nuts. How good you guys are. It's like not fun to play. I can't win. And I'd have to study so much. So I just got dissuaded from when I realized how much work went into it. I'm like, I just don't have what it takes to do this. Or I have what it takes probably, but I don't have the time or the inclination. So that's why I don't do it. Now, I think generally speaking, fighting games we brought up Street Fighter earlier. Like these games aren't as big as you think. They are big. They sell millions of copies, but they're not these massive. There's no fighting game since Street Fighter 2 or like the early Mortal Kombats that really, except for Smash Brothers, that really like took on a life of its own on the market. There are hardcore fans of these games that buy them, and they are relevant. Chris, where are you on fighting games? Are you interested in them? Are you interested in playing? This is a blind spot for us, I suppose.
I mean, here's the thing about them, right? Like I play them kind of regularly because I have a lot of friends who are into them. I have friends with fight sticks, and you know they're really fucking into it. Like Marvel vs. Capcom, Street Fighter, Tekken, and so I play these things somewhat regularly. And I'm actually not that bad at them. I'm pretty decent at them, despite the fact that like I don't really like, you know, I'm not grinding away at them. But at the same time, I don't really have the vocabulary to talk about them in any real meaningful way that would justify bringing them up on the podcast. You know, I don't know the verbiage that they use. Like they'll say shit like that, like iframes for existence. For like I know what an iframe is, but it's like something analogous to fighting games. Like that is very hyper specific that I've never heard of. Where I'm like, I can't describe why this is good or why this feels good or what they're doing differently from like a previous Tekken that you would prefer to hear. So like I just don't bring them up. But I play them pretty regularly. Like I think I have the most recent Tekken. And I think I played recently, like at a friend's house. It wasn't Def Jam. It was a Wu-Tang Clan fighting game for like PS1 or something.
For PS1.
Or something, I think, or PS2 maybe. I'm trying to remember. It was a couple weeks ago that this happened. But I know it was like and
it is for PS1, Shaolin style.
Yeah.
It is for PS1. I see it as a PS2 game in my mind's eye, but it's not. It was made by Paradox.
And that's a game I play like this.
Like I play like a gremlin
with the controller upside down. Like I earnestly play it that way.
So
like I know fighting games kind of, but like I can't talk about them in any real meaningful way.
Dustin, where are you on the fighting game circuit? You know, I will say this, and you might feel the same way. Is I think they're the genre that I don't play that I'm most intellectually interested in because there's so much to it, and there are all these little quirks, and I love characters and all the different move sets and everything. I think it's really neat. It's just not for me to play.
Yeah, my problem is I'm just too stupid, I think, to play fighting games. Anytime I've tried in certain games to like sit and play the tutorial and I like get it conceptually, But then when it comes to moment gameplay, I'll try to do things, but I'm too slow. And then I end up button mashing, and I'm not good enough for fighting games. The best fighting game, which I think this is a form of a fighting game, is Smash Brothers, which I can hold my own, and I've enjoyed it, but it's not exactly what we're talking about here.
Yeah, Smash is a different sort of thing. It is a fighting game, but yeah, it is. And that's, like I was saying, the only one that really has broken through, like, with major numbers. I mean, it's these other games, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat specifically, do very respectable numbers. The things that I'm more interested in are like the Arc System games, and there's like so many little, and SNK, like people play these, like King of Fighters and Samurai Showdown. Like Dagon's a massive Samurai Showdown, my brother, massive Samurai Showdown fan, like loves it and is really good at it. And it's always been really interesting to me. It's like, yeah, there's all these cool, but you gotta dedicate time. It's such a skill. And I just thought I was really good at, not really good, but I thought I was good at Street Fighter until I got to IGN. And maybe by normal standards, I am good at it, but not by the standard of the way those guys were playing. It was just ruined very quickly. Just getting the shit kicked out of you. All right. Let's end it there. My friends, it was good to be here with you today as we gathered for episode 381. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Be safe in New York. What are your plans for the rest of the day?
Could grab some pizza.
Oh, nice. Lucky.
I've been fiending. But outside of that, I don't know. I really only have my Series S here. Maybe I'll try to play something. I don't really know what I would play. I think I might just hang out. I have some cousins. I have some cousins coming over later, so we'll probably just shoot the shit or whatever. I'm glad I made it. It was touch and go. I wasn't sure if I would be here in time. I prefer to take red eyes. Just generally, it's just like less anxiety at like the check at the security and like all these things. Like, but I didn't get a wink of sleep on the plane. I think I got like an hour, and then like an hour on the train, and then like an hour here. So I'm pretty good. I think I'll be suitably tired by the time the day ends.
Cool. Yeah, it's good to disconnect too. You don't need to always be playing something. Cool. Yeah, good, very good. All right, man. Well, yeah, I'm glad you made it too. It wouldn't have been a problem if you didn't, but I'm glad you did. Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans to report for the rest of your day?
Not for the rest of today. I am excited because the Arc Raiders server slam is happening over the weekend, and I have not played Arc Raiders yet. I'm very interested since it's the creator of the finals, Embark. So I'm going to take some time away from Battlefield to check that out this weekend. Excited about that. And I ordered a new piece of gear. So this is the shot's going to be almost the same, but I got an Elgato prompter, which I don't need a teleprompter, but basically you can set your camera up and I can look into the screen that will display you guys as if it's like a teleprompter, and I can clear up some of my desk and move things around. So I'm going to set that up. So my shot will be a little different next week. So let me know your thoughts.
Cool.
When the time comes.
Very nice. Always fun to get new things to mess around with. I think
it's the time of the year where I'm like, should I buy some upgrades? Because I'll eventually be doing my taxes and be like, I should have spent some money upgrading my stuff for write-offs.
Right, of course.
So I decided to pull the trigger.
Very well. I think I'll go for a walk. One of my 6-mile walks. It's nice out. And then watch football tonight. Hopefully get through the rest of my DLC for Power Wash Simulator. And then I got to move on to Ball Cross Pit, and I want to play Final Fantasy Tactics. I'll be playing Ghost on my console. So a lot of things going on. Just going to relax this weekend. Looking forward to recording with Cog as well about Japan. That'll be fun. So people can look forward to that on Sacred Symbols Plus. But otherwise, we appreciate you. Thank you for being here. We'll see you next time for more. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access and LastStandMedia.store for merch. Till next time. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you. Too weird for me. And then you have like this oh yeah, are you I'm sorry, Chris, what were you saying? Oh wait, your audio's out. That's why I couldn't hear you talking.
We have to here's your bonus at the end.
Yeah.
I'm getting an alert that says media recorded is not working as expected, inactive for Chris Raygun. So we'll have to
all right,
stop.
So stop.
Now.